to the Asian Le Mans Series this weekend with the first of 2 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, here in the capital of the United Arab Emirates at the Yas Marina circuit. Fabulous backdrop to this final weekend of action in the 2023 championship, which will see three championship winning teams, not just the plaudits there, but also the opportunity to go to the centenary event at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June. Pit lane is open for the cars to take to the grid, and it's going to be 45 cars this weekend after a couple of cars fell to by the wayside in Dubai last weekend. 2 spectacular 4-hour races there, 2 more I'm sure to come, both ending under the lights here at Abu Dhabi, which gives us an even more picturesque flavour. I'm Graham Goodwin, delighted to join you again. We'll be hearing from Haley Evans down in pit lane shortly, joined in the booth of course as always by sports car racing legend, and he loves me calling him that, Ollie Gavin. Ollie, what are you looking forward to this weekend?
Well, I think it's spectacular. Just building on what happened in Dubai, it was 2 4-hour races there in Dubai that were absolutely action-packed. They were races that gave us a lot of flavour in both P2, P3 and in GT. You know, that race at the front in P2 was really spectacular. Some new names coming to the fore in P2 racing, whether that's a Cliffin Simpson, a Nolan Seagal, a Yunchen Guven. You know, all those 3 really did do a spectacular job, but there's strength in depth throughout every class. I mean, I was only just talking to the boys at Nielsen, Sven and Stewie there, and they were saying that Tony Wells has found some 2 seconds a lap here in Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, compared to last year. But the level has gone up so much that they're not on pole, and they're not at the front, not at the moment. So it is fierce competition out there in the Asian Le Mans Series. Yeah, amongst the new names in the Asian Le Mans Series, quick look there at the Rofco and Gulf-backed McLaren from Garage 59. They've been here before. Benji Goethe hasn't. Another second-generation sports car racer. His dad Roald, who owns the Rofco collection, an astonishing collection of Golf livery cars, a previous WC entrant. TF Sports and their Aston Martin making its way whilst the pit lane still open and gives them that opportunity to do that. A few establishment checks, the cars will take a lick of fuel and then we'll be back onto the grid. But TF Sport, I mean, God, they've had a really rough couple of weeks, haven't they? It just seems that one thing after another with those guys, whether it's accidents, incidents. Oh, the pole position car here. It is. That's the number 9899 racing car with, well, quite a story for this driver, Ahmed Al Hati from Oman, here of course in the Gulf region, and have a Gulf-based driver on a pole position, overall pole position for an international sports car race. I'm trying to remember if we've had that before. Well, if you can't remember, Graham, I can't remember. One is. There you go. So, but congratulations to him. His first weekend in a P2 car, and he was a second clear in those qualifying sessions. Absolutely mesmeric stuff from Ahmed. And that is quite the performance. It is to be a second clear. All bronze drivers, though, in qualifying now. So that's something else just to add into the mix this year in 2023. Well, let's catch up with Ahmed. He's going to be down on the grid with the number 98 car, and he's with Haley. You will be talking to him in the sunshine before the start of the first 4 hours of Abu Dhabi right now.
Hello gentlemen, hello of course everyone that is watching. The 4 hours of Abu Dhabi is just about to get underway here at the Yas Marina circuit, and I'll of course be in the pit lanes in the paddock throughout the duration of the race. Now, this man had what a stellar qualification you had earlier on today. Now, just to kind of put things into context, we're actually very familiar with you in ELMS, although we're familiar with you driving a GTE car. A bit different this weekend, and if I'm right in understanding, it's the first time in an LMP2 car for you. Yeah, it's my first time ever in an LMP2 car, and it was I was really, to be honest, a bit worried about how I would be driving such a different machine around Yas, but I think one of the positives was everybody in the team was amazing. I adapted really well and just kept building slowly throughout this from the test days. And you know, being at Yas, I know the circuit, so at least that was one hurdle that, you know, we could keep aside. Yeah. But just a few days ago, I wasn't expecting to be here. Because for those who aren't familiar, of course, course, you replaced another bronze driver that stepped in really last minute, Gonzalo Gomez. And of course, you've done a fantastic job of putting the car in pole today. What would you say your expectations are just a few minutes before this 4 hours of Abu Dhabi?
I've never raced this car before, so I hope I have a smooth race, and I just want to just continue building and making sure that I can deliver a good position for the team, and that's the most important thing for me. And hopefully, enjoy this experience. It's such a beautiful machine.
Okay, well, Ahmed, I know you're very familiar with the track here at Yas Marina Circuit, but those who aren't, let's take a look at this onboard commented by our very own Oliver Gavin.
On board here with the number 9 P3 car for Graf, heading down pit lane, and we're just going to do a lap of the Yas Marina Circuit here in Abu Dhabi. 16 turns, 5.55 kilometres. Into turn 1, hard on the brakes, about 110 kilometres an hour at apex there. Second gear, hard on the power, off of there, flat out through turn 2. About 190 kilometres an hour, and then little breathe for turn 3, 195 kilometres an hour, being careful of the track limits on the exit there as you're coming down the hill and into turn 5. New tarmac, high grip, really good grip here, about second gear, 80 kilometres an hour. Important to get a very good exit for lap time there. This is a good opportunity coming up now, coming into turn 6 for overtaking. It's the longest straight on the racetrack. Looking for that opportunity to pass somebody in your class or to get through traffic. Coming down hard on the brakes now into turn 6, all the way down the box into first gear, 60 k's an hour at the apex there. Very important exit here to get a traction, tricky, a little bit off camber. You're rowing again up through the gears and looking at passing people on this part of the racetrack. Nice open big piece of racetrack, lining yourself up for turn 9. Multi-class racing, super important. Your position here, turn 9, another place that has got a lot of grip, and it's multi-lines and lanes here, which really helps with this multi-class racing. So as you come through and off, flat out through turns 10 into 11. Then hard on the brakes with the W Hotel right in front of you, down to about 90 kilometres an hour. Another tricky left-hander off camber, still second gear, and another tricky left-hander off camber. It's super important with the traction off of here, and then lining yourself up for the last 2 corners of the racetrack as you're coming down into the final corner, second gear, 90 kilometres an hour at the apex, and that is another lap of the Yas Marina Circuit here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, Ollie, it's tight and twisty in places. It's wide open in others. It's a real mishmash, this circuit.
Oh, it is, yeah, and it's a lot of fun to drive. I wish I'd actually had a chance to race it and compete here. But yeah, it's you can see from that onboard lap, it's technical, it's tricky. You've got to really be on your line and on your game. But there are a whole plethora of cars and teams out there today, and this is one of them. The Get Speed number 10, starting 6th today with Fabian Scholter, who has done a strong job. They had a strong performance in Dubai. I think that they're maybe a little bit surprised that they're not a little bit closer to the front here today. But this race is long. It's 4 hours. It's tough. It's a real kind of mind melt for the crews and the teams and the engineers to get that strategy right. We've got 3 mandatory pit stops of 100 seconds long. They have to build all of that in. So
it's interesting to see how particularly the P2 teams managed those, because of course they need far more than those 3 with a full green race. They're stopping about every 40 minutes. It's 45 cars to start here. It's roughly half and half. There's a few more prototypes than GTs, with those 3 cars having dropped out during and after Dubai. It's going to be busy in parts here, and you were saying, Ollie, about that multi-lane new turn, the bank turn, turn 9. That's got its advantages, but it's got its challenges as well, because you've got cars competing for the same apex and the same exit coming from different directions on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that GT wants to go high and wide into turn 9, whereas the P3s and maybe P2s, they want to come down to the inside and take a tighter line, while they both meet at the exit of the corner. We've had a number of incidents and close calls this weekend so far in testing, in practice, where P3 and GT have met at the exit of the corner.
Absolutely.
So that is going to cause some issues. issues. But that's all part of multi-class racing, and everybody has to exist on the track together at the same time. It's a challenge.
Absolutely. Just had a quick shot there of the number 21 AF Corsa car. It's Bibendum. Hello, fella.
Hot work in there.
Absolutely. The 4th place car in packed 21 cars, I think it is, in GT.
It's just nice and relaxing.
And packed grid. Great to see in the sunshine here in Abu Dhabi, and it's been warm weather throughout. At times extremely hot weather throughout.
Yeah, I think that we've seen up and down in terms of temperature, and I think some of the teams were expecting maybe even a hotter day today, and it is slightly cooler. It's only maybe 25, 26 degrees. Nice breeze, not too strong. The wind was a particular problem in Dubai. I think here today we shouldn't see too many problems with the wind, sand being blown. That's not so much of an issue here in Yas Marina as it has been, say, in Dubai, but it's the heat is something that the teams are trying to get on top of.
Absolutely. That's the number 7 HRT car. We just got a shot of there. 3rd place in GT. We're working our way through the major placings in each class. Mikkel Jensen there. Now a Peugeot hypercar driver, of course, but his other program tends to be with Kessel Racing. Chandler Hull.
Chandler Hull, yeah, had a quick chat with him just before the start of the race, and yeah, he's going to be starting, and he seems pretty happy. They'd say that the first sector, the 3rd sector is a little tricky for the car, but obviously the 2nd sector is where they are making up a lot of time.
They came into this race with a complete clean sweep in qualifying and the races, but they've not managed that this time. It's 32 degrees track temperature, 27 degrees in the air, and that quite stiffening breeze now.
Yep. Chandler was also going on to say that they're going to race smart. They know what they need to achieve here today, and you know they can lose it by being a little bit not so smart. They can get a lot further along to winning the championship just by boxing clever and being, you know, keeping themselves out of trouble. Let everyone else make that trouble. Well, here we see the pole position car. Liam Tolbert did a brilliant job in qualifying, and this team have done a fantastic job to get this car back together after that big engine failure at race 2 in Dubai.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall ever seeing one of those Mercedes-AMG engines fail before, so it's a freak failure, and it was not, I don't think, a long hours unit either.
No.
Car, so it's clearly something was awry.
Speaking to Phil, team manager down there and an engineer, he was sort of saying that they were super surprised by it, but they've been working like almost night and day to get the car to this point now here. They're very short and sleek down there at Hub Auto, but they are ready for the race. So we've got the 5.281 kilometre racetrack here in Yas Marina, which is split into these 3 sectors, and it's turn 9. This is certainly one that is a high-speed dual lane racetrack. It is a fantastic facility here, and something 16 turns certainly is going to create some really challenging racing. It has these 2 very long straights, which I think will show us some good overtaking, but I think this racetrack is kind of tough to pass on. And we were talking to some of the guys earlier, and they were saying about, particularly in P2, trying to make your way through and against rival P2 cars is a real challenge here at Yas Marina.
Which is going to mean there's going to be excitement when traffic comes into it, because that's when the opportunity comes. If you've been struggling for lap after lap to get by, the opportunity with a pick is something they're going to be kind of leaping at. That's where we might see some drama. There's lots of places where we might see some drama. This is Alexandre Kwani aboard the number 37 Cool Racing car. Change for them here from Dubai. Nico Lapierre, I'm sure, is on the grid there somewhere as the team chef, and I mean that by the chief and not the guy who cooks the dinner. He's taking a step away to allow Alexander Kwani and Milte Jakobsen in particular to have a crack, and from what I gather it'll be an hour for Alexander at the beginning of the race, which, if we stay green, will be 1.5 stints. It'll be 3 hours from Milte Jakobsen,
which will be hard, really tough around here in any conditions, but the heat today, that could be tough, but golly, he's going to be fast. I'm really looking forward to that.
This is the car we saw you sitting on the roof of earlier, the number 9 car from Graf Racing.
I wasn't sat on it.
Weren't you?
No, it wasn't.
Lazy, that's what I say. Graf Racing have had a really solid start to this championship in Dubai. They're very much in the running in the points in LMP3. Their number 8 car is in 2nd place. Their number 9 car here, less so, still in the top 10, 15 cars, of course. Frederic Leclerc, the CEO of LMEM, who run these races. Dewey Cox is looking after APR.
Thank you.
And APR, by the way, with a race win and still very much in the points dash here, looking for a 4th Asian Le Mans Series title, which is quite some record down through the years in a variety of LMP2 cars and classes. This is the number 29 MV2S car that leads the championship here, 5th though in LMP3, so coming a little bit further back. They've not necessarily been the fastest, but they've been in the mix absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
And in some really close battles, they've added to the entertainment value very solidly through the weekend in Dubai, and are very much in the mix again here. Rinaldi Racing had a difficult weekend in Dubai. It'll be Matthias Leuten that takes the number 55 car away, and you know, absolutely unmistakable in that green, black or multicolour livery. And the 55 car will be looking to find some of the pace that the sister 11 car has, but none of the reliability problems that have struck down that 11. We'll get to that shortly.
That was really tough for those guys.
Yeah, it won't be that long before we start to see this grid beginning to be clear. You can start to see some of the cars emerging from it. Talked a little earlier about Tony Wells. This is the number 4 Nielsen Racing car, shared with Matt Bell, one of the 2 Bell brothers, both in this race. That is Matt to the left of the car on the phone. And
obviously taking a very important call.
Very
important man.
But Nielsen Racing, not only reigning champions overall in LMP2, but previously champions, and Tony Wells shared that championship winning car with Colin Noble just a couple of seasons ago, and they're keen to get back to their winning ways.
And Tony's made some big strides forward.
He has. I mean, you're saying, was it 2 seconds a lap quicker here than last year?
Yep.
This is the number 73 car, one of a trio of LMP3 efforts from the Inter-Europol team, the Racing Bakers, one of 4 cars in total. We'll see one of the others later on in LMP2, and again, expect to see the highlighter.
That's a strong performance from the 73, actually. Yeah, it's to be P2. And they'd gone a little bit under the radar, but they've been strong in testing here.
John Corbett is going to be starting that car. This is a team we've seen Inter-Europol, by the way, taking their first ever overall race win in LMP2 at Dubai in any competition.
Yeah.
They've raced in the WC, they raced in the LMS, but a first ever win for them coming here in Asia, which has been a happy hunting ground from them in the past.
Yeah, the 43 car wasn't quite so on it in qualifying, and Charlie Cruz had that spin coming out onto the final, through the final turn, and lost the rear of the car, and yeah, it seems like they're just slightly off.
This is the 11 car, which was, in terms of pace, dominated in Dubai. Again, pole here. Torsten Kratz has been the cream of the crop of the bronze drivers, and let's face it, if this car does not suffer the woes, it was gearbox and gearbox electronics woes, we believe, for the car in both races in Dubai, difficult to see people stopping them on pace across that
car will just drive away, I think.
But
really,
they've had those problems, and it's felt a little bit like a ticking time bomb for them.
Yeah. In
remarkably similar form as we saw for DK Engineering last year.
Yeah, definitely.
This is 37, as described earlier. It is going to be Alexandre Coigny, the co-team owner aboard the car. Great to see him back in competition after taking a couple of years out sabbatical, doing some testing and development.
Good to just chat with Nicolas Lapierre earlier on in the weekend, and he was sort of talking about the strategy and why they wanted to get Coigny back in the car, give him more time, get him more comfortable. Look at the number 25 car here with John Faub. These guys, 25, have really been quick all the way through the week. All the testing, everything we've done. Yep. Charlie Cruz
is another one. I mean, double pole in Dubai, winning the race in the second race. Winning the first race was the car we just looked at, by the way, the 25. This is the 43, shared by Charlie Cruz with Nolan Siegel and with Christian Bogle.
Very baggy race suit, hasn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, it's his old race suit. He's lost a phenomenal amount of weight. I'm sure he's going to have a very good dinner after this one.
Yeah.
But bringing, by the way, 2 drivers he manages into this effort. This car, the very different livery for the 24 Nielsen Racing car. Rodrigo Salas will start the car. This is our reigning championship winning squad. Yeah,
Rodrigo earlier on in the week wasn't so happy, then he was a lot happier, and it seems like now going into the event, I would say that he is full of confidence.
Impressive in qualifying.
Yeah, and he seemed very bubbly, very positive just before the start of the race today. So I think that they've got a very good chance.
It's the second place car in the order and second place in both of the races in Dubai, so sitting pretty well there for a solid run at this title. The number 3 car from DK Engineering, the Luxembourg-based team that have had so much success in LMP3 in recent years and stepping into LMP2 at Le Mans last year, and now a full season here.
But as we saw last year in P3, you know, the cars that ended up winning the championship, that wasn't the car that was really super fast or even winning, and it could well be that DKR managed to pull that off here this weekend in P2, because they're not necessarily the quickest, but they are performing every weekend.
That's the mark of the achievement from this man, Ahmed Al-Hati. Lovely, lovely guy, long-time GT racer with success with TF Sport and elsewhere in GT3 racing and GTE racing, Europe and around the world, but delighted to see him achieving that. Salih Yoluk there from Turkey.
Yeah.
Tough week for our Turkish contingent here, and you know, they've been sharing their thoughts around the awful scenes we've seen. Our wishes with thoughts with absolutely everybody affected by the disaster in their home country. Tough to focus on racing, but they've done that with aplomb. Ahmed Al-Hati there is in his own space, about to get aboard the number 98 car.
This is a kind of like a tough time for a driver, but it's one of the moments you relish. Sitting there, really getting yourself in the zone, getting your equipment ready, getting everything right. You know that you want to have everything comfortable, your earplugs, your balaclava, your helmet, and making sure all the connections work well, making sure that you're absolutely set with everything. And this had all been prepared beforehand, either by yourself or by somebody else in the team, but you're making sure that all is okay, so that when you plug everything in, whether it's the cooling, whether it's the radio, it's right.
Let's go through the grid. Low row 1 for the 98.99 Racing Orica, then to Ahmed Al-Hati, 142.644 was a pole position, alongside him Salih Yoluk in the 3 DKR car, the 24 Nielsen Racing Orica alongside the 43 Inter Europol competition car is row 2. Row 3, the 25 Algarve Pro Orica, John Falber take that car away with Alexandra Kwani alongside in the 37 Cool Racing car. Row 4, the 44 ARC Bratislava car with Miro Konopka, and the first in the LMP3s, that number 11 WTM by Rinaldi car. 2 more P2s, both United Autosports cars, 22 and 23. Paul de Resta will start the 22 and will surely look to go to the front. Then the 73 and the 4 from Inter Europol competition and Nielsen Racing in LMP3 make up row 6. Row 7, Rinaldi Racing's 55 Duquesne, the 29 MV2S Ligier, and then row 8, 2 more from LMP3, Graf Racing's 9, and the 17 from Cool Racing that was so unlucky last time out. Row 9 is next, that will be 2 more. It's the race 2 winner from Dubai, the number 5 DK Engineering Duquesne, the second car from Graf Racing that's in that title hunt, and then CD Sports number 2 with a replacement driver here, Jacques Wolf, and Inter Europol's second car. CD Sports number 1 and the RLR 15, 2 Ligiers make up row 11. Before we get further down and into the GTs with the pole position car there, the 72 Hub Auto AMG and the 63 Inter Europol Ligier. Then the Volkenhurst car leading the championship, 34 the BMW, the 7 Haupt Racing Team AMG on row 13. 14, and it's the high-flying 21 AF Corsa Ferrari and the previous championship winning 99 Herberth Motorsports Porsche. Get Speed and their heritage livery, the number 10 car, and the outer position 18 360 Racing Ligier. Row 16, Herberth Motorsports number 91, Get Speed's bright pink 16 AMG, and then row 17, it's the Brits, it's Garage 59 in the 88 McLaren and the 66 Bullet Racing Aston Martin. 60 is Formula Racing's Ferrari, and alongside another Italian car, the Lipan Motorsport number 19 Lamborghini. Row 19, it's the purple Herberth Motorsport Porsche, as we get into row 20 with Garage 59 and Kessel Racing, McLaren and Ferrari respectively. Car Guy and D-Station Racing still together, this time on the grid, the 2 Japanese teams. And then we get down to Haupt Racing's number 6 AMG, the 95 from TF Sport makes up 44. And finally, I got one more car at the back. There is supposed to be 44 cars. Yeah. 45 cars.
45. And
it's the orange racing car, which has not made it to the grid. Now, I can tell you, we saw that incident in qualifying for the orange racing car.
Yeah.
That was a brake disc explosion. and that brake disc explosion destroyed the front wheel of the car.
Wow.
That's
Left
why,
front.
That's why they couldn't open the door. It was...
Yeah,
yes.
It was. Left front.
So
wow. That's extraordinary. I've not heard of that for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not at all sure what caused that, but it was a major failure, so no fault by the look of things from Simon Orange.
No, absolutely. That's a frightening one.
So grid formed up, door still open and driver attendant still there, but the grid cleared and ready, waiting time now to get this event underway.
1 minute board on the grid. 1 minute. You may now start your engines. Please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid
Chevy
immediately.
Camaro safety car there, ready to lead them around.
That's the road car version, of course, of the car that NASCAR are bringing to Le Mans this year, which is amazing. That livery, by the way.
Garage 56 entry.
Revealed last night for Jimmy Johnson, for Mike Rockenfeller, ex-teammate of yours, and of course Jensen Button. Amazing crew.
Yeah, that should be
30
fantastic.
seconds. Under 30 seconds to start the formation lap for the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi.
But that is the voice of our race director, Eduardo Freitas from Portugal, a very familiar voice indeed to fans of endurance racing worldwide.
Yeah, and
about to roll that safety car ahead of a lap controlled by the Camaro. Green flag, by the look of it, will be in the hands of Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, the organisation that
Green flag,
controls.
start of the formation lap. Green flag, we have started the formation lap for the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. Please minimize the gaps as much as possible. Please minimize the gaps as much as possible. It's a very long and very beautiful line, but minimize the gaps.
As always, Eduardo wants to give those last bits of instruction to the team managers, and hopefully that's relayed to the drivers.
Yep, the starting process, it can sound kind of overprescribed. It's about safety, as always, with anything the race director gets involved with here. It's about safety, and it's about making sure the environment is as controlled as it possibly can be. Second, Chevy Camaro, the medical car at the back there. Almost Millennium Yellow there, Ollie.
Almost.
Almost.
Almost. Not quite. Almost.
But, weaving, remember, the car's all on cold tyres.
Yep.
No tyre warmers allowed in any form of ACO racing from this year.
No. And it does present a challenge, and particularly for a number of the bronze drivers who are less experienced at this and trying to get the heat into the tyres. Less of a problem for the GT drivers. They've got the ABS systems and they can sit there really working the ABS system very hard. What you're really looking to do here to get the most heat in your tyres is accelerating and braking very hard. The weaving does a bit, but doesn't do anywhere near as much as the accelerating and braking to get the energy into the tyre.
You're speaking as if you've got experience of these things.
I've got a little bit.
Cars are making their way around and onto the back straight now with this, well, reformatted, I think we'd call it, Yas Marina circuit. 3 places that for last year's Asia Le Mans series, that series saw a major change. You should have come through one of them, that new section at the bottom of the circuit, taking out the chicane that was there previously, coming down only now towards the second of those, that bank turn. It is quite some bank.
It is, and turn 9 is I think it's going to create some great racing today and some overtaking opportunities, but there is that pinch point at the exit where everybody's coming to the exit curb. Curbs here are also quite aggressive. They do seem to be playing a little bit of havoc with the braking systems on some of the GT cars. They're quite aggressive and they shake the wheel and they shake the braking caliper system, and they can shake the pad kind of off the disc, so that when you hit the pedal, the brake pedal is somewhat long. So that is something that these guys will have to be aware of, and another thing that the bronze drivers have to deal with.
Going down now towards the hotel section of this racetrack.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 turns that take you towards underneath and away from the magnificent W Hotel, part of the iconic and truly iconic backdrop to this Yas Marina circuit. Nerves will be jangling right now.
Well, this is the moment. As a driver, you're really trying to focus on what you need to do for that turn one, how the car's prepared, really how you're preparing yourself. Any of those final checks you're just looking at, whether it's the dash or just any temperatures or pressures, but you're really just building up for that moment for when you're released onto the front straight.
So safety car will peel off. The field will then be under the control of the pole sitter, Ahmed Al Hati. Jangly nerve moment for him, but a proud one as well. And in comes the bright red Camaro. Ahmed Al Hati just keeps it nice and steady. We'll look to just make sure he's got his line correct here. Has to go across the grid hatchings to start this race, these two lines, and at any moment now the lights will go out and then engine notes will rise, and then we'll be underway for the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, and that is going to happen right now. And Ahmed Al Hati gets a great start there. Also a good start from Rodrigo Salas. Aggressive start from Charlie Cruz. Around the outside for Salah Yola. It's gone around. Rodrigo Salas, I think, lifted off there. Don't think there was contact that led to that. There was contact a little earlier, but not at that moment. So Rodrigo hopefully will survive that moment. But Ahmed Al Hati under pressure from Salah Jolic and Charlie Cruz as Alexandra Kwani and Paul Di Resta immediately up and onto the
big
tail.
spin at the back there, coming out of turn 4. There's one of the Ferraris, Stefano Constantini. Yeah, he spun, and everybody I think has managed to avoid him.
Wow.
Oh, 77. 77 going off.
That's the old chicane, isn't it? There must have been contact there.
Wow, this has been action-packed.
Salah Jolic on the inside here is going to take the lead from Ahmed Al Hati. Charlie Cruz looking to do the same.
Charlie was.
Here comes Paul Di Resta already up to third, and we're barely halfway around this lap.
Yeah, Charlie Cruz started aggressively. There was a little touch at the start into turn 1, and now he's right on the gearbox of the DKR car. He's looking possibly to go round the outside. Looks like he's still trying to get those tyres up to pressure and temperature, but here comes Paul Di Resta.
Yeah.
He's
over the curbs, but Charlie Cruz I think has got that done.
Yeah.
And will, I think, hold that through the next couple of turns here. Salah Jolic just tucks in behind him.
Got it deep though.
He's gone too deep for Charlie Cruz. That's going to compromise him on the exit. On the inside, Salah Jolic goes. Paul Di Resta, there's no room there, but is the room on the exit?
Whoa, this is nip and tuck first lap.
But further trouble in GT.
Wow.
But we're sticking with the lead at the moment. Charlie Cruz still toughs it out, and Paul Di Resta still hasn't passed the two of them.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed.
Wow.
Safety car deployed. We are under safety car. Leader, slow down. We are under safety car.
Whoa. There's a lot happening here. A lot of info not necessarily getting through to the drivers. The drivers still think they're racing, but they are under safety car now. Wow, it's been action-packed. Where do we start with all of that?
That's lap 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, stick with us for the next 4 hours.
I'm getting
Amazing
reports
stuff.
of oil on track about T45. I'm getting reports of oil on track around T45.
And now is that what caused the Ferrari to spin? And is that just overfill?
Bear in mind, pit entry is closed. Bear in mind, pit entry is
Trouble
closed.
for the Bullet car. Another problem for an Aston Martin. It's been a terrible 2 weekends for the Aston Martins, and that's going to be gutting for the Bullet Racing team.
Is that Martin Berry?
It's Martin Berry.
Yeah.
So we've not seen that incident. I'm sure we'll pick that up a little later.
He's lucky if he can actually see where he's going.
He can barely see where he's going. You saw there. Let's watch again. Let's watch the start again. Rodrigo Salas got a good launch here,
yeah.
But then there was an aggressive switch there from Charlie Cruz. Not quite a touchdown thing. But then Rodrigo.
He did.
He hit the back of the 43 car.
Yeah, Salah Jolic checked up because he got wide, and then that made Charlie check up, and then Rodrigo was into the back of him.
Here, that spin had already happened.
Yeah.
Right across the track to the outside. There was that was what the contact was initially of the 66 car.
And then watch the 77 here. Oh, he gets touched by Stefano Constantini as he was coming back and rejoining. 77's having no luck.
Here's the other. That's 3 into 1 will absolutely not go. That's the 60 car up the middle.
They're like hooked together.
They are hooked together. That was 60 up the inside.
That's most extraordinary.
That's a heck of a start.
Wow.
This is going to be tough moments for Bullet Racing. The word broken, and also, by the way, stopped by the side of the road. Very sadly, is the 21 car.
Wow, we weren't expecting that. 4 hours of racing, and it started like it was a complete sprint race.
Good news, though, for Garage 59. The 88 car has managed to leave the scene of the incident. The 60 car, that
looks like it's got a puncture.
Dragging?
Yeah, it's dragging something.
Left?
Right
Yeah.
front.
Sorry, apologies. And damage as well beyond that puncture, I think.
Yeah, I think is the 59 going to do a stop just to check it?
So, trouble for both of the AF Corsa run Ferraris.
Wow. Yeah.
So, what was that, 3-4 incidents on the opening lap? There's the incident with Rodrigo Salas just running into the rear of the 43 car, and that caused him to spin. Then there was the touch with the Bullet Racing car. There was the spin, my apologies, and then the touch from the Bullet Racing car on the 21. Then the further touch, which led to the 77 car off, and then finally the 3 cars coming together down at the chicane.
But was the possible oil down at turn 3 for that area?
Is that oil, or was that coolant from the Aston Martin?
No, because that was afterwards. It looks like this car. No, I've got to get my cars straight here. Which one we're looking at?
21 has gone off early. This is the 60.
Yeah, and
so that was involved in the Ferrari at the chicane.
But was the touch on Charlie Cruz by Rodrigo? Did that cause anything? Did that possibly? So the 60 car comes.
As we're watching the AF Corsa crew go together, that looked, as we're going to watch again, this is the incident, this is the 60, the meat and the sandwich, if you like. There was no room there through.
The 57 car guy was coming in, sending it in pretty hot, and it was never really going to come off.
And then they hooked up the McLaren and the second Ferrari.
He came out of actually the 57 car, managed to get away with that with relatively little contact.
Damage at the rear corner for that 21 car, and that looks like game over.
I'm not sure that this is going to. They've got to bring this in the box. They're going on the skates.
That,
yeah, for the AF Corsa
significant
60.
front end damage for that car too. That touch between Rodrigo Salas and the number 43 car. I'm just looking where Rodrigo's ended up there. He's back in 37th place, by the way. Looked like a tiny touch.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been in instances where it looked that tiny. Probably doesn't feel that small.
No, but it could just unweight the car, particularly when the tyres are so cold that any little extra loading, it just rotates the car and the car just comes unhooked and you are a passenger.
That's the order as things stand after a frenetic first lap here. Into Europol competition, the 43 with Charlie Cruz leads from Sally Yolok and Paul Resta in the United Autosports car tucked in behind the DCAR Engineering number 3. 99 Racing from pole position down to 4th. Alcott Pro Racing, Cool Racing, ARC Bratislava. Then our leader in LMP3, followed by the 23 United Autosports car. Cool Racing, Nielsen Racing, and Europol 73 MP2S make up the top 5 in LMP3. It's in GT where most of the drama has been. That's led by Liam Talbot, untroubled by the look of things in all of that, with the Volkenhorst motorsport car started by Chandler Hull. It says incident lap 1 at T under investigation. There's so many that could be. It's going to be quite a while, I think, before race control can unpick. But what we're left with, Ollie Gavin, is 3 at least damaged GT cars. This car, the Bullet Racing car, that looks done.
Yeah, they're not working that quickly. The boys have taken off most of their gear. They're not working in helmets. That usually is the sign that this is a long fix. Unlike to see these boys again, which is a great shame. The boys next, just a little bit further down in AF Course, they're looking like they're going to try and get that car back out again. They're looking at the ways that they can get things fixed quickly. Might not be optimum. The car's not going to be perfect, but they just want to try and get it back out racing on the racing surface and going again.
Yeah, so that car looking like we're not going to see it. Certainly not competitive trim in any way whatsoever. The rest of the day you can see it. Yeah, the crash structure is badly damaged on that car. That was a hefty hit.
Yeah.
And the other two in trouble. Both of the AF Corsa run Ferraris, the 21 car that had that spin top of the hill, which resulted in the contact with this car. So at least one point of impact on the Ferrari. I would suggest to you probably more than one. And also the 60 car that was involved in that 3-1 won't go. That car in the garage with some significant front end damage.
Yeah, but interesting to see the 57 car side of that, particularly the right side of that car, to see if it's got any damage on it, because That was a pretty hefty lunge coming into turn 6.
Let's look again at this start, watching as Ahmed Al-Hati initially gets a good start, then a aggressive move across the track from Charlie Cruz. No problem at that point, but then he ran wide, and it was then quite a substantial ding actually from Rodrigo Sales. That, in lifting out from that, had him turning around. There's already a problem for the 21. He's got a puncture, hasn't he?
And I don't think he knows it. I don't think he knows it because he's gone up the hill and it's all right side loading. And then as soon as he turns back to the left, he just starts spinning.
He spins across the track and is collected by the 66, and then there's the biff between the 60. So it's 2 incidents with the 60, the first of which is contact with the 77, and then this one up the middle of the 2 cars. That was never going to work, and then this bizarre spin around, almost collecting the HRT car as they went.
Very lucky the HRT car was there. It was just action-packed.
So the 60 car is going to have 1, 2, 3 different parts of damage from that lap. Yeah. So this is going to be quite a significant job. There's no Bullet Racing have given that one
in this lap. I thought that if you could see that with the lights are out in the safety car.
They, of course, have gone to work on this Formula Racing car. That car we will see again. It is losing laps though. Safety car though will be in this lap, and then we can get back underway.
Safety car will come in at the end of this lap, but the pit entry will remain closed. It's the 3rd lap of the safety car. You will conclude that lap when your cars cross the line.
Okay, so Eduardo Freitas making it clear. It's a complicated rule book in sports car racing, and they do seem to be able to add even further lines to that complication on a year-by-year basis. That's the latest one. Pit lane will remain closed under safety car for 3 laps. And that is going to be another rule we're used to seeing as the European season gets underway from the spring. Shaping to come, of course, with the opening round of the FI World Endurance Championship and this blizzard of new hypercars. But this is going to be a restart to watch, and I'm watching particularly how itchy the trigger foot is going to be for Paul Di Resta, who's 3rd in this line. His job is going to be get past, get away, build a lead for Jim Maguire to actually defend later in this race.
Yeah, they're going to be working hard now, just trying to get everything back up to temp. Interesting to see how Charlie Cruz goes here. He looks like he's going already.
He is, yeah. Well, he's in a relatively comfortable position here because he can do what he likes with the number 43 car against the 3, and then it's about Paul Di Resta trying to find a way past Sally Jolic.
Yeah.
And what is Paul going to do? Is there going to be there's no room to do it at the inside here. It's not going to happen that quickly.
Turn
Looking
5.
behind as what's happening in LMP3 here, still quite neat and tidy.
Yep,
but
Tony
my
Wells.
guess would be you're going to be seeing a United Autosports car that's going to be looking to be something other than 3rd,
yeah,
as quickly as he possibly can be.
I would say turn 5 will be the spot. If not there, it'll be turn 6. He'll be looking to make his move.
So back up to speed we go, and there is the 2nd of the United cars trying to make his way past the LMP3 leader, and now he's trying to deal with the challenge of Mira Konopka in the 44 ARC Bratislava car.
Yeah, I think that Paul
is by.
Yeah, he's by. Paul's by.
He's 2nd, I think.
Yeah, I think he is as well. Let's see if we can get the shot coming into turn 6. They're just in front of these cars here as we come into turn 6. Hard on the brakes. And this is one of the slowest parts of the racetrack. Tricky exit here, just off camber. Oh yes, there's Paul.
There's Paul tucked in behind. So where is the move going to come? Is it going to be straight away? Charlie Cruz will be keen to defend this, I think, if he can. He takes the outside line. It's a long way around.
It's going to come back up the inside of him here, I think. But no, Charlie's aware of that. Paul's just got to be patient with this. If he can't get it done, then he'll just do it into turn 1, start of the next lap. But I think he's going to tuck back underneath possibly here. Charlie went in a bit deep. And Paul will be a little frustrated here, but he'll be just, okay, let's just take a time, take a breath. He's got more than enough experience and skill to deal with someone like Charlie.
Absolutely, and good run, by the way, from Charlie Cruz here. Kept his head as the race came back to green.
Yeah.
Kept his head in traffic, survived the impact from the rear from the Nielsen racing car.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on progress, by the way, back up through the order from the 24.
I don't think there's any damage to it. I think now Paul will just be looking to line him up to come down into turn 5. I think it's well placed, and it's how he now deals with Yeah, is he going to go up the inside? No, he's going to make sure that he can slingshot through turn 5, get that really good drive off, and he's already got good drive off of there. He's using a bit of side draft now just to get himself slingshot through and past Charlie Cruz, get the deal done into turn 6.
He's already by,
yeah,
and that's done. And let's now see what the pace of Paul di Resta can do. Charlie Cruz going in deeper though on the brakes will look to make it difficult for Paul, but no chance there.
Yeah.
And that should be the Rapid Scott away. Contesting position here with Rodrigo Salas in behind this group and looking to make his way by.
Yeah.
Well up there from the number 95 car.
Just want to make sure he's keeping on the racing surface there, Rodrigo.
It's Enrique Chavez who has started the number 95, and he's contesting this battle for second place between the 34, the 33, the purple car started by Alfred Renoir. So another of the teams opting not to start the bronze driver. This time Enrique Chavez goes by the BMW, and this is going to be an interesting battle side by side.
Yeah.
Who's got the ponies?
Yeah, smart racing there by Chavez, just getting up the inside, getting good drive, using a little bit curve at the apex. But it's going to be all about who can go, which line is best. Is it the high line? Is it the low line? And it looks like Chavez has managed to make it stick.
It's marginally compromised there, wasn't he? It certainly had much more straight line speed than the Porsche did ahead of him.
Yeah. Just a little bit edgy there on the brakes was the Aston. He's just gotten a little bit hot into 12. 13, 14, off camber. Can get the car loose, not so nice. Not sure this is the strongest part of the racetrack for either the Aston or the BMW, but the Porsche looks nice and comfy there, really.
Hearing from Haley, by the way, that the incident that must have happened coming into or through turn 1 caused a lot of smoke on that racetrack at a point where there was a lot of traffic, so it might well have been further incidents in that. Visibility massively compromised in that GT pack.
Yeah, Paul's already stretching his legs, gone fastest in sector 1. I expect Paul to build quite a cushion now as he gets his head down.
And he's got a clear track ahead of him, of course, with the safety car having, as it bottled up the entire grid. He's got the entire circuit to himself here, and now in clean air. It was a 1:43.755 last time around. It's 2 purple sectors, unsurprisingly, for ex-Formula 1 driver and current Peugeot hypercar driver, lest we forget, Paul di Resta.
He's is it WTM by Rinaldi, number 11 car. Torsten Kratz is well, just continuing with his form that we saw in Dubai.
Well, he's pulled out 3.5 seconds on Tony Wells since the safety car was withdrawn.
Wow.
That is some run. And again, this has been the class of the field in bronze driver hands.
Yeah,
we
he
look
really
back
is.
here, this is the lead car in GT, Liam Talbot in that number 72 Hub Auto racing car.
Yeah, and he is
up the inside goes Chavez, and this looks like a run for second, not being able to do it there though.
No, it's a good battle here between the 33 and the 95. Get the feeling that Chavez is slightly quicker, but he needs to get it done before this section of the racetrack. I think that the Porsche is just that little bit better here.
He's pulled away from the BMW. That was a battle for position last time through.
Yeah.
This time, clear air.
And they are actually catching Liam Talbot, aren't they?
It's 1:43.081 is the new fastest lap of the race on lap 7 for Paul di Resta. But we're captivated by this battle. This is the lead battle for GT, and now switching to Almen Al-Hati, beginning to get his head down. Remember, started from pole position, as he will tomorrow. Double pole from the Omani racer, and beginning to learn a little from the more experienced, in fact, championship-winning driver ahead of him, Sally Jolic.
Yeah, and it's very qualifying is very different to racing, and so full fuel in the car's going to feel very different, behave very differently, and maybe that's something that Almen Al-Hati is just getting his head around.
Absolutely, battle for third here with Charlie Cruz in second, just out the shot. You'll see him now. There he is. That is the second place car, as you can see. Big gap building now with Paul di Resta jetting away and about to set yet another fastest lap of the race. But it's going to be in the 42s, I think, this time.
Yeah, John Falb's not too far behind this gaggle of cars here, so that's nice to see all of these 4 of these cars all nicely together. And I think that we're going to see some excellent racing throughout from all of these crews.
142.332 from Di Resta, 4.3 seconds to the good and going away, as you'd expect that he would. But remember, if you're not used to this Pro-Am racing malarkey, what this means is that the United Autosports crew are burning some of their professional driver time. There is still a non-professional driver to come. Trouble, and that looks like tyre rub from the number 2 car.
Yeah, he's gone off, I think it's 6, and he is dumping either, that's smoke, or is it actually fluid out the side there, and out the side pod. When it's coming out the side pod like that,
it could be radiator.
Yeah.
He's dropping all the way down the field.
Yeah. Oh, we've got contact. I think it was here, possibly with the 360.
Oh, that's another car. The rear wheel sponson has come adrift, and he'll be feeling that, I'm sure, and that will not be allowed to continue.
No.
Further trouble.
Yeah, he needs to stop. He needs to stop, or at least keep offline, because he's dropping.
Going through.
He's dropping all of that fluid. He spun on his own fluid.
He has, and that's going to cause problems for others behind.
Yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt.
The team needs to be telling him that. Needs to be communicating that that's what he's doing.
Oh, it's battle joy now for the GT lead. This is Liam Talbot now with his mirrors full of purple, red, and white. AMG plays Porsche, plays Aston Martin, plays BMW, plays Ferrari.
Yeah.
BOP perhaps a bit better here.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow, and that will be, I'm sure, from that fluid down, and there will, I'm sure, be debris as well. So this just brings things down to a more even tempo while race control sort out what the issue is, and that's Paul Di Resta coming in.
Wow.
Now,
this is.
I don't quite understand that unless there's going to be a rapid driver change.
They're going to use this as one of their 100 seconds.
They will use it as 100 seconds, and they're going to put in Jim Maguire. They'll be losing less time under a full course yellow on track than they otherwise would. So just to remind viewers here, and the number 2 car is going to make it back, I think, to pit lane. There it is. Every car in every class must complete 3 mandatory 100-second stops. This is principally to take the panic, should we say, the urgency out of the stops. That's particularly significant for LMP3 and GT, where they expected to stop at about the hour mark anyway.
Yes.
So effectively that's their 3 major stops. So when you're putting fuel in the car, tyres on the car, driver into the car, that you've got time to think that through. In LMP2, we've actually seen a fair amount of strategy coming into play as to when they burn
right now. Well, United have really mixed it up this time. They tried starting Jim in the previous races in Dubai. They've decided to switch it up here, starting Paul and then getting him in. Round 1 in the annual Asian Le Mans Series contest of Name That Part. And I suspect that is part of a Ligier, and there's another part of that Ligier over to the right-hand side as well. Yeah, the brave marshals. Thank you to the marshals. Yeah, running out there to pick it up. They'll be under radio instruction from both their colleagues and from race control where the gaps are that they can get out into line of fire to get that done. So it will be because of the debris and possibly also that fluid. 29, also looking at mixing up the strategy. So that's there are 2 race winners at Dubai. No driver change for the 5, but driver change for the 29. So the advantage here to the LMP3 squads, this is not anywhere close to where they need to be on fuel, but it does mean for the better drilled and more confident LMP3 squads that at some point in this race they can do a regular stop as a performance stop. In other words, what do I mean by that? As quickly as they can possibly turn it around. Yeah. So what is happening here? It was contact to the outside of the track between the 18 and the 2. We didn't see the point of impact, unfortunately. No, but that's what caused the damage on both of those cars. There is a car sitting way further out on that pit apron than they should be. Yeah. That looked like a graph car. A little unusual. Maybe it's ground to a halt. It can't be a graph car because neither of them are actually on pit road at the moment. Yeah. Weird. 3 separate pit lanes, by the way, here. This stunning facility. One of which is being used for the support races here, as it would be normally for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And then a school pit lane at the bottom end of the circuit. So can be run as 2 separate circuits at the same time. this is it's a tricky time as driver, just trying to sort of figure out what you're going to need to be doing when you finally get released and get going again. And the team are in communication with you. They're trying to sort of keep you up to date with how long this is going to be and when you're going to get going green again. But you're also watching, you can see a lot of the cars are following one another extremely closely.
Oh, yeah.
And in their wheel tracks. They don't want to get any rubbish or debris on their tyres. They wanted to try and keep everything as warm and as in that racing window as possible.
Note as well that TF Sports have pitted the number 95 car from that battle. I'm sure that will be exactly the same as we've seen in P3 and P2. Put the gentleman driver in the car.
I think we saw the 60.
That's it. New Nose, by the way, gone on to the number 60 car and is being released after that incident. This is the 18 car. Had the damage to the right rear on that car. Tricky thing to fix. In particular, Ollie's, we've been discussing a couple of times with teams on these newer 2020 spec cars.
Yeah, it's that cheese wedge they have on the back of the car to aid and to stop any car sort of sliding and even getting air underneath it. But it's that cheese wedge is actually attached to the back of the diffuser, and if that cheese wedge disappears, it tears off usually part of the diffuser, and then to try and replace it, it's nothing to fix it. So we're seeing a number of the P2 cars on pit lane now. Fuel. So just fuel, I would say.
So Charlie Cruz led again, of course, with the pit stop for the number 22. Now, you would guess that they will burn a 100-second stop, or will they? Will they choose to use this opportunity to take track position? There's an advantage in burning 100 seconds because you're losing less track time, but you can leapfrog a couple of cars in the order. That's going to be an interesting choice here for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just getting to see. Oh, I think it's
unmistakable sound of a Porsche flat six. That, I think, is United Autosports, unless they pitted the previous lap. It's a 42-second stop. They have just leapt up to quite possibly lead this race.
Yeah, so they've decided to mix it up. 88 car leaving the box.
It's another experience for Yasser Shaheen. A chat with Yasser walking down the paddock earlier, thoroughly enjoying himself here, desperate for the Asian Le Mans Series to come back to the track he owns with his brother in South Australia, the Ben Motorsport Park. We were there in, I want to say 2020, just before the pandemic descended, and what a fantastic facility. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not the realities, as this is where it all gets mixed up. The 43 is released, the 25, then the 98, then the 3. So the 3 is lost out there. All 4 of those cars, by the way, have managed, 5 of the cars that came out have managed to keep it in the 1 minute 40 seconds. So they have burned those stops, which is something that the 23 United has not done.
No.
So as to where we are in the overall order, the answer I think right now is that I think Yasser Shaheen leads from the WTM by Rinaldi LMP3 car because of the timing of these pit stops. So it's an LMP3 car, 2nd and 3rd overall, and 4th for that matter. And then Jim Maguire in 5th.
And with this, with the full course yellow, it's not that you're up behind a safety car. So when you rejoin, you just rejoin wherever you are on the track, and then everybody then holds station compared to one another as they're circulating around. And it's only once it goes green again that you really get to see, okay, what are the gaps, the real racing gaps.
So here comes the 77 that had trouble earlier, but does seem relatively untroubled here. There's a driver change going to happen there as well.
Yeah.
So the 77 car was started by Tomonobu Fuji, silver driver. So they're switching things around. I think that was Satoshi Yoshino coming out to the garage to get aboard the car. It's going to mix up the order quite a bit. Some GT cars have chosen to stop, some have decided not to. For the most part, that is about burning a stop, getting the bronze driver aboard if they weren't, and getting back into the train. The overall order at the moment, in particular with the cars that have stopped, it is United Autosports with Yasser Shaheen leads the race, our 3rd leader of the race, and I think our 4th lead change. We are going to go back to green flag racing in 30 seconds, ahead of a gaggle of LMP3 cars that have not stopped. The 23 has taken the lead of the race by not taking a full 100-second stop. That will compromise them later. None of the LMP3 cars in that lead group have stopped. The 2nd place car in LMP2 is the separate 2nd United car.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you. Full course yellow removed.
This is the battle immediately again for the GT cars, and it looks as if that car has not suffered any major maladies as a result of that 3 wide.
No, that's quite a tricky place to have the full course yellow sort of removed, and you're back to
on
racing.
It, back off it.
Yeah, you're on it, and then you've got to get on the brakes to come into a corner like turn 6. And judging your speed, you've got so used to driving around here and your natural cadence and braking points. And it seems like Liam's just got thrown a little bit by.
This is Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah.
It's Mikkel Jensen going to the front,
right.
And that is the platinum driver for Car Guys, so another team that's chosen to put their quickest guy in first. Unsurprising that he could deal with the bronze driving talents of Liam Talbot, who'd led that race convincingly until the full course yellow. It's not lack for drama, this race, has it, so far?
No.
Half an hour in.
Yeah, and that might also explain a little bit of the move that happened into turn 6 on lap 1. Mikkel Jensen being quite aggressive with his driving, but he thought that he could get it done. He's managed to get through and away and on it. And he's now leading the race in GT. So,
and in fact, the Kessel Racing Car Guy team manager is one of 3 being called to race control. But you can guess who the other 2 are. It is indeed Formula Racing, and well, in fact, no, it's the Herbert Motorsport car, the 99. I thought it was the 88 involved in that. I wonder if that's a misprint. But it's the
coming up the inside here into turn 6, and the 3.
Oh.
I think he did get touched there by the 3 and turned him around. That was, I thought that he just checked up enough, but I'm not sure that
I'd like to see that one again. It almost looked like he spun by himself, but you may well be right, Ollie.
Let's see.
Through at the moment, ahead of anything we hear from race control, that is the number 3 car going through and into 4th position in LMP2, 7th overall, because we've still got 3 LMP3 cars out of this group as a result of that full course yellow and the pit stop strategies being employed by the P2 cars. We said they'd have a bit of a mix-up in strategies. They've certainly done that. Yasser Shaheen leads the race, 8 seconds across the line from Torsten Kratz, Adrian Chiller, Eric Trullier, and then the group that we've been watching just a few moments ago. That is the 2nd place car now in LMP2, because Jim McGuire is falling back through this group pretty rapidly.
Yeah, Sally just got past him there, and I think John Falb's going to take care of him up the inside here into turn 1.
Safe as houses there. Jim stays out the way, realises he's not got the pace to battle these guys, so his job now will be get around this track as quickly, as consistently, and as error-free as you possibly can. But it's busy down the bottom of the circuit here, Ollie.
Yeah, it is. It really is multi-class racing. Everybody's got slightly different lines and trying to use the performance of their cars in different ways, and that creates some challenges.
They are passive position with those LMP3 cars, remember. This is the group of cars, the Cool Racing car and the Graf Racing car in that train are for position. There you are. Those 2 cars were 3rd and 4th overall.
Yeah.
Into Europol, dealing with them rapidly. Here comes Charlie Cruz through there. Sally Jolic is going to be the next challenge for the Graf Racing car and the Cool Racing car. And
yeah, he's just lining him up here, coming into turn 9. He's just nicely drafted by. Pretty easy for Sally there, just picking his way. He should be able to get the Cool Racing car just as he comes off. That's a sharp change of direction.
Just about held it there.
Yeah, he did.
He took the inside line, but then almost went off to the end. He looked like he was on the ragged edge there as the grip came back in.
Yeah, it did.
It's a drive-through penalty, by the way. It's going to be going the way of car 3 for DKR Engineering for causing a collision.
So they did review it, and they think that was the reason for the spin. We haven't seen a replay of it. Rodrigo Sales here, who is just working his way up the inside of the Herbert car. It is Rodrigo still on board.
It is, yeah.
And he's just going to be passing now Liam, trying to make sure he can get that done before turn 12. Yeah, it's tricky there. Very tricky. We saw an accident there earlier on in the week that was a nasty one for D-Station.
Absolutely. Significant penalty for a significant car in the championship, that number 3 car. 2 second places at Dubai, and this will make 3 out of 2, or even better, that bit tougher.
Yeah.
This is the battle for second now in GT, because Mikkel Jensen is there. You can see he's away almost into turn 1 as they're coming through turn 16. This is
good battle here between these two.
It is. Chandler Hull still in the mix here, but then they've got quite the gap, by the way, to the 5th place car, which is Nicky Lertweiler, the number 20 car. The second, the Herbeth cars in the running.
Yeah, I've not done the maths, but where the Volkenhorst car needs to finish today and tomorrow, but to become champions. But they're just going to be, you know, smart, taking high percentage moves, nothing crazy, looking after the car, trying to stay out of trouble.
It's going to come down to what happens behind them in the order and what points can be scored.
Yeah.
Pretty clearly, they can score a points title that would win them the championship, depending on what happens to the other cars in the leading order.
Yeah, Alfred right now is pushing Liam hard here, and Liam's just gone in a bit deep coming into turn 6, and it's all about that exit off of 7. And is Alfred now going to be able to get on the back of Liam, use the toe, and then look at those alternative lines through turn 9. We know it's multi-lane and multi-line into turn 9, and it's which one you choose to take.
Well, the key point here, Ollie, is the longer he can hold them off, the better it is for Borto, because Liam is the bronze driver.
Yeah.
They've still got Ollie Milroy and the talents of Jules Gounon to come, whereas Herbeth are burning some non-bronze time here.
Yeah.
So that's all about trying to get ahead of Liam Talbot as soon as they possibly can. So at the moment, this performance from Liam Talbot is extremely significant.
Yeah, it is. And I know that they were very pleased with their performance in qualifying there down in Hub Auto, but they also recognise that the race is a very, very different deal.
So the 52-minute highlights reel for this race, if you like it action-packed, is going to be about the first 52 minutes of this race at this rate. It's been a word I sometimes overuse, so I apologise. Bonkers. Through we've got here 2 P2 cars, 2 GT cars into the bottom turn of the circuit in front of that spectacular semicircular grandstand.
And Liam is still in front of Alfred. And now we've got the P3 cars, a MV2S number 29 car looking to come up the inside, but couldn't quite make it stick. He'll be looking to get the run off the corner now to then get by down into turn 6. I think Tony Wells is there tucked up behind the MV2S car, looking to get good toe. Can he get the move done?
He's got the fire on his belly this weekend, hasn't he, Tony?
Yeah,
I think
really
frustrated by some difficulties they had at Dubai. This is going to make it tougher still for the GT guys. Oh, just clattered off the curb there.
Yeah, he came out of the wrong side of that. The MV2S car got the deal done, and Tony's had to check up.
This is going to be interesting later in the race, these 2 LMP3 cars, as we keep watching. Car 99, the Herbeth car, causing a collision. Another drive-through penalty. I don't think that's going to be the last, by the way.
Yeah, Tony going tight down the inside, that tighter line. All the GTs going to the outside. Tony's got it done. Great work. Now he's got to get his head down and get after the MV2S car.
Trying to intimidate Liam Talbot, flashing the lights. That's not going to work.
No.
Talbot's doing a great job here.
He is. He's keeping it neat and tidy, just like he did in qualifying, executing, hitting his marks, not over-driving, really just smooth, executing, just keeping it online, nothing too hurried.
2 P3 cars ahead, by the way. Again, that is for position with this group, because they did burn one of their 100-second stops. That is going to come into play later.
Yeah, I just get the feeling Chandler Hull's just hanging out at the back there. He's just sort of watching all this up in front. He's not really bothered about, you know, the car that's off in P1. He's just like, let's just keep clicking off the laps. He knows the 57 car is going to be not really in the mix with them.
Lest we forget, there was Mikkel Jensen driving away, as you would imagine he should at this point in the race. But Car Guy, Kessel Racing's 57 car, pulling away, 3 wide behind them there, coming into this turn. In what order are they going to emerge? That is Chandler Hull just coming through unscathed. I think okay there. Cars howl down this long back straight.
Yeah, it is. It is the longest part of the racetrack, longest straight in the racetrack.
Trouble.
Oh, 88.
88. Second bit of trouble for the Rofco back car.
Yeah, is that something?
Turn 9.
Is that something that's come up because of the contact earlier, or has he gone off on his own? I don't know. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that. Is this?
Charlie Ulrich, by the way, is taking that drive through now, and will drop down as we've got United Autosports 23 for Yasser Shaheen, leads Charlie Cruz by 16 seconds at the moment. Then John Falb, Charlie Ulrich dropping back. So Ahmed El-Hati now comes up to 4th position. Still in 5th, by the way, the number 11 LMP3 car.
It's Jim Maguire and Alexander Kwani making their way past the D station car.
Away.
Yeah.
Remember, as we said a little earlier here, so Jim Maguire here getting stuck in after the race was started by Paul Di Resta. Alexander Kwani.
Yeah, Jim just a little wide there at turn 5, just a high wide line. It could be getting just a little bit of debris on the tyres, and that's going to make his job a little bit harder as he comes down into turn 6 on the brakes. Is Kwani going to be able to get it done here? Yes, he's up the inside as he's just make sure he can get it stopped. He's gone in a bit deep, but I think
just
he
enough.
should be okay. Yeah, he's got the deal done, and he's off and away and past Jim.
So, race begins. I'm going to say this out loud. To settle down.
Whoa.
Yes. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go.
So I think we're going to see what the problem was.
Completely off that car.
88. Now, is that
what happened here?
Oh, did he get clipped by the 73? Is it?
Not the 63, I think.
63.
I think the tyre was down, but there was that causer effect.
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult to call when you see the end of an incident.
Yeah, turn 9 again. It's going to create those incidents. You know, we've seen it, and we will continue to see it. It's many lanes, and people are choosing different lines, and that's what's causing these incidents.
The group of cars here, Jim Maguire and Sally Ulrich recovering from that drive-through. Up the inside has taken Alexander Kwani. So Kwani's dropped back behind Jim Maguire here.
Yeah.
So he's had a moment.
He has. They all got tripping up over that 91 car, the pure racing car.
Yeah.
And Sally Ulrich is now just executing and getting it done and getting going again. I think Alexander Kwani and Jim Maguire are kind of holding one another up. They got free of one another. I'm sure they would actually start running a lot quicker alone.
I should say, by the way, a far more confident display here from Jim Maguire. He doesn't look. He looks to have more confidence in the car underneath him. He would agree. He may not be the quickest of bronze drivers. He is not the quickest of bronze drivers in an LMP2 car. But good to see that he's out there and having those battles.
Yeah. He's
more confidence in the performance of the car in passing, in being passed even.
Into 6. Wow.
And he almost replicates what Kwani did the lap before.
Yeah, it's very close to the back of the Graf car there as they came into 6. Jim just struggling to get the car stopped. So here we are in the Cool Racing garage. Happy
faces, by the way, for the most part, up and down the pit lane and paddock here in Abu Dhabi. This format is being enjoyed, I think, by most of the teams, with the exception of TF Sport, who spent most of their 2 weeks rebuilding Aston Martins.
Yeah, poor lads.
Double yellow at turn 9 now.
Is this for the 88 car?
88 car and possibly that debris as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get that going again.
It's going to get a tow.
Yeah.
Now, that might be game over.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that out of the way. That's tough for Garage 59. And Alexander Kwani, can he line up Jim Maguire into turn 1?
This is good stuff, by the way, for both these guys. This is about a learning curve for both of them. Jim Maguire has done some P2 racing before in the United States, is going to be doing some P2 racing in Europe this year. Alexander Kwani coming back after a couple of years away into a rejuvenated 2-car effort. Up the inside he goes now. That's a bold move there, but I think he's got it done, neatly done. Jim gives him the space as he should at that particular point. And away he goes. This is good practice for what comes ahead for both these teams. And we've got a problem for HRT.
number 6 car.
It's Michael Blanchimont, trouble at the front right corner.
Yeah, it looks like they're examining the brake disc, the caliper.
So
has he had a brake problem of some sort?
Or is he taking a clatter at that corner? There's no sign of contact at that corner.
They've got both the fronts off. It's got a D-station car with Pure Racing there. They're going backwards and forwards here. 91 getting a good run off. 77 struggling to get the traction and the power down. Wheel to wheel here, bit of side draft. And who's going to take which line and how it's going to work out for turn 9. 91 just gets out of it earlier, goes high and wide, really high and really wide.
That didn't work.
No, definitely not. He won't be doing that again.
No, it's like the Joker lap. That wasn't it? It was rallycross, but it didn't quite work there. That didn't work. No. So 77 after a traumatic start to the race with the 77, back up to 8th position now with Satoshi Yoshino, and having made that driver change, and I think they did, I'll double check, burn a 100-second lap and pit stop, and they did. Meantime, car guy Mikkel Jensen, I think the first time, by the way, this is into the 3rd race that every shot we get of the car guy car doesn't have the 77 car in the same shot. But,
they were welded together in Dubai.
They were, almost literally.
Yes.
So Mikkel Jensen is pulling away, but Alfa Renault are now, well, we've got trouble for 99. That has already had a drive-through penalty. Really, I mean...
Yeah, he's out of the car.
Done?
Yeah. Ralph Bond is out of the car. The mechanics, the body language of the mechanics, it's done.
So what's that all about? Looking at the rear of the car.
Yeah.
Gearbox, maybe?
Possibly, I don't know. It's hard to say, but here's a car that has had its troubles in Dubai, but it's been rapid in P3. Torsten Kratz, WTM by Rinaldi.
Still 5th overall at the moment with those pit stops.
So they've got this covered.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he'll be every time there's a gear change here praying after the last. I can only imagine
the crew,
the emotion in the car when it's happened, and the crew out of the car feeling responsibility, I'm sure, for whatever's happening. This is still, by the way, our leader. This is Yasser Shaheen, having taken a minute less in the pit stop, having chosen to do that. So fuel only stop for United Autosports to give Yasser this track position. This will build his confidence.
Yeah, well, and it's nice to see United really sort of rolling the dice here and doing some different things, because they really didn't have great runs in Dubai.
They're not in the championship hunt, and you might as well do this for the other reason you do this for, which is to develop the people you're developing for your later programs. Yasser will enjoy this, and that will draw out even more the depth of his talent. Bit of a lunge there, but not nearly enough to go up the inside. This is John Falb and Ahmed Al-Hati. This is the battle for 3rd.
I think Ahmed Al-Hati's really getting the bit between his teeth now.
Oh, that's a big one.
Oh, no.
That's the rear wheel off that car. That's the car that's just been in for repair.
Yeah, he's gone in big.
That's turn one. Something's let go.
He's struck the wall on the left, driver's left,
you can
coming
see the
down.
impact zone, can't you? It's going to be safety car.
Yeah.
That's not a surprise at all.
No. Well, these boys are going to start getting out of it here. Get the message to them on the radio that they are under safety car. The board there on the right, you see that on the right side there of the screen.
Let's watch this.
What's happening here? Oh no.
Can't see it.
No, I think that he's got 2 or 3 cars together.
Around him.
Yeah.
There's no other car with him at that point though, so was that just offline?
No.
Or did he take a hit?
No, he's not gone off like that on his own. I can't believe that. I think the 60 has got, unfortunately, got involved.
That was that group. That was the group that involved the 37 and the 22 that was with him at that point.
Oh, are we going to get another view of this? We're going to get another angle of that, possibly from behind. I don't know, but it's.
There's a camera that looks down that straight, but it's also the camera that looks at the previous corner.
From the driver.
Pit entry is closed again, of course. 3 laps. That is damage to the barrier. What is race control going to think about that? That's a substantial hit.
It is, and
That's
just
a
the
lot of
angle.
debris.
You see the tyre marks there to start over, almost on the line, and then he's turned sort of sharp left, almost straight into the guardrail on the left side.
Not a million miles
driver's
away.
left, I'm talking here.
Yeah.
Our right as we're looking at it.
They will want to take a view as to whether or not it's safe to drive the cars through that debris field.
Yeah, there's a lot that is.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the safety car coming down pit lane.
Yeah, agree. Eduardo will be all over this right now. And
which is ironic, bearing in mind the pit entry is closed.
Yeah, he might be opening up that very quickly to get the safety car down there.
So cars rapidly under the control of that Chevy Camaro ZL1. But while we get a moment to talk about that, and overnight, another part of the detail of this amazing additional entry we've got this year for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, in the innovative category. Driver is still in that car, by the way. So we'll be waiting, I'm sure, till it's safe. I'm sure he's talking to the team, but that will have rattled the fillings, I'm sure, for who is aboard the car at the moment. It's Johnny Larison, the elder statesman of Formula Racing. Johnny, very experienced racer. He is experienced one-make racer. He's the 2015 ELMS GTE champion. Not that long ago.
No.
I had a chat with him at breakfast. That's been a big impact.
Yeah, that is high speed, heavy. He'll be feeling that tomorrow, no doubt. And that, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that car again, because that does look like a really heavy impact and something that you're not going to get fixed overnight.
Be advised, we have recovery on track at T1. We have recovery on track at T1.
So it seems that the safety car is going to come down the track, and we are going to see the group of cars coming down on the racing surface, and not through the pit lane.
We're not in a position here where there's any urgency to pick up the leader at all yet. This is about making sure
the pit lane, information to the pit lane after T1. After T1, I'm going to let the cars behind the safety car, between the safety car and the leader, pass the safety car.
Okay, so we'll do that after the accident site.
We're going to let the cars between the leader of the race and the safety car overtake the safety car after T1. Safety car will be turning on his green lights. Any cars between the leader of the race, car 23, and the safety car may start overtaking now.
So this field backed right up to take the single line through. I think there is only a single line through that.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pick the right line through there, because I think
cars
it's unseen.
which are passing the safety car, please do your best to catch up with the safety car.
Two things to see the foreground of that shot we just saw. Number one, the best news, Johnny Larison walks away unaided, and that's great news. The second thing is the shattered remains of that missing wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal to see an accident quite so violent, and it's tough to see for the crew there, sort of thinking, looking, okay, what's the next day going to look like for us? And are we going to be able to get this car fixed again?
The other interesting thing is, which were the cars ahead of the leader? This could have an effect on the class battles.
Yeah, it really could. All of this shakes up, and the brains trust in every team are going to be working the numbers, looking where everybody is, how far from now until the end of the race, what do they need to do, how many stops do they need to do, how much drive time have they got to fit in for all of those drivers. So it's frantic in those pit boxes right now, with all of those smart engineers trying to work out what is the best thing to be done here for their crew and their team.
So this is going to be a safety car line, but ahead of that line there were 3 cars, I think, that are going to make up the ground to the back of the safety car line, having initially been behind the Camaro. So I think that was 3 of them, and I think there were at least a couple of them were LMP3 cars. Now that could have a real bearing on the way this race is shaped up, and to be honest as well, with the strategies that those 3 teams can now employ. There's a huge amount of debris from that. That's most of the floor of that car. That's the rear diffuser, isn't it?
Yeah. He's trying to get his... Oh, here we go again.
Well, still the end of the accident.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. It's just not... We can't quite see the start of it. And...
I think we'll hear from Johnny what happened.
Yeah, I think
and whether or not we get Johnny to a camera, or whether or not that's
someone from the team, possibly.
Some of the team telling us what Johnny was telling us. But we'll get to hear. It was busy. We saw a group of 4 cars, I think included 2 P2 cars.
Okay, I think we're going to be going very shortly to have a review of this rather intense and a little crazy first hour highlights here.
Clear blue skies again as the lights went out for the first of 2 4 hours of Abu Dhabi to complete the 2023 Asia Le Mans Series. Aggressive start in the middle of the LMP2 pack, and that led to a contact to the rear of the number 43 car from the 24, sent Rodrigo Salas around, but it was behind him that had already been contact for the 21 car, and look back up the hill, that car spun across and was collected by the Bullet Racing car, race over for the number 66. Another contact would see the number 77 car nerfed to the inside, but without serious damage. That car, the other Ferrari, the 60, which was again involved here up the middle of 2 other cars, and then this bizarre moment where the 2 cars with the 88 and the 60 hooked together. 60 would have further dramas later in this first hour. Battle already engaged as Paul Di Resta, starting from out of position in the 22, made his way to the front of the order and began to run away with the lead of this race, having dealt with the plucky challenge of Charlie Cruz. 22 was soon though into the pits under the first safety car, and Alexandra Kwani and Jim Maguire were in the middle of a battle, and somewhere close to that battle there was a major incident for the number 60 car. The car destroyed against the barriers to the outside and inside the race under a second safety car inside the first hour.
It has been action-packed. I mean...
and not in a good way.
No, it's been a lot of carnage, a lot of cars.
That is our... running order at the moment. 23, Yasser Shaheen, United Autosports, having opted to have a short pit stop with the 23 car. I think we've actually had the cars coming through. Have they come through pit lane? They may have done.
I'm not sure they
Yasser
did.
Shaheen leads the Inter-Europol car of Charlie Cruz, and then the Algarve Pro Racing and 99 Racing Oricas make up the top 4, still in 5th position by dint of the fact they did not pit, as the LMP2 cars ahead of them did. Is the leader in LMP3, the W10 by Rinaldi car. That car leads a gaggle of P2 cars, includes the 33 car, which, by the way, in that highlights reel I noticed was also involved in contact. So it was contact from the 43 on the 3 and then the 24 on the 43.
Yeah.
Then we've got the second place car, 9th overall from Cool Racing in LMP3, the 17 car. Rounding up the top 10 is Jim Maguire in the 22 car that did lead the race early on. Get that into a gaggle of LMP3s before 20th place for the lead car in GT. That is the car guy, Kessel Racing run effort, the 57 with Mikkel Jensen at the wheel. Further LMP3 traffic between that car and the 33 car of Herbeth Motorsport, Alfred Renard. Those 2 teams opting not to use their bronze drivers at the start of this race. So the first bronze driver to have fulfilled his time will be the double pole sitter this weekend, Liam Talbot, who sits ahead of Chandler Hull. That's the Hub Auto Racing AMG, the Volkenhorst BMW, and then the second of the Herbeth cars, the 20 car of Nicky Lertweiler. That's your top 5. Drawing attention to the bottom of the timing screen and what has been hell of a day for attrition in the first hour of a race. Orange Racing, powered by JMH. It's a red flag, and I'm not surprised by that. I think that might be to do with the barrier damage. We are under red flag conditions. It's going to be that barrier that took the initial 2 hits, by the look of it, from that car. And we are going to pause for, at the very least, assessment
We're going for a red flag. The safety car will stop ahead of the start lights further down the road. The safety car will stop ahead of the start lights so that everyone can be accommodated on the start-finish straight. I have a big repair on the guardrail to do, and it's either that or the whole race behind the safety car.
Wow.
So that is Eduardo being as clear as he possibly can be, and we're grateful for that. Thank you, Race Control.
And before people start asking, drivers may go to the toilet.
He's nothing but complete, is he? Thanks for sharing. I think we'll say for that one.
Yeah.
So comfort brakes for them. Sadly not for us, Ollie.
Nope.
Just
cross my legs.
This is where we go into filling mode again. As you've heard from Eduardo Freitas, what you're going to share our company for rather longer than you're probably expecting.
Well, is he saying
the clock is still running, by the way.
Yes, it is. Is he saying that we're going to be filling for 3 hours?
I hope not,
Yes.
but it is going to be substantial. Hello, guys. Good to see some families here.
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
As
in
we
the
had
sunshine.
in Dubai, great to see people trackside here in the United Arab Emirates. Audience is growing around the world for live sport in the aftermath of the pandemic, and isn't that a good part of what's been a bad time to be alive? Yeah, doors opening. Drivers will be allowed a bit of a comfort break, and we'll start thinking about what we can talk about for the next several minutes. We'll start with just a review of why.
One mechanic per car may now access the grid. One mechanic per car may now access the grid.
And that will be Eduardo making that determination with all the cars.
One mechanic per car may now access the grid.
Yeah, so the cars have stopped and doors are open. Drivers will be getting out, and the teams will be wanting to manage those cars and making sure certain systems are switched off so that batteries are not drained and the cars are ready to fire up again when we do get the instructions.
One mechanic per car may now access the grid. One mechanic per car may now access the grid.
I'm not sure that message is getting through to the teams.
No,
maybe we can tell them.
We could tell them. If you could hear us, it's one mechanic per car can access the grid, because I think if we're going out of a PA, they might hear us, but they can hear Eduardo at this
I think
stage.
they might have a problem actually getting the gate.
The gates can't be opened.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on.
Bit of brute force. There we go.
So, what's happened here to bring up this red flag? If you're sitting in splendid isolation and wondering why it's gone quiet, the answer is an accident involving the number 60 Formula Racing car of Johnny Lawson. The first thing to say is Johnny's out the car and seems to be fine. Walked away from the accident scene. A big accident, car with multiple impacts to the inside barrier and the braking zone for turn 1, taking rear wheel from the car and huge damage front and rear, debris all over the track, which has led the race control with the barrier damage to determine that the cars should not continue at racing speed until the barrier can be repaired. So we're going to be some little time under red flag. And we will say this time, that's Tony
Wells,
getting out from the car. Mikkel Jensen, they're all going, what's going on, boys?
And a bit of a debrief, bit of a chat about what's happened and just sort of seeing...
Well, they will not have as good information as, ladies and gentlemen, trackside of here have got, and certainly nowhere near as good information as if you're watching this on one of our broadcast partners or on the live stream have got, because all they'll have seen and heard is red flags, red lights and silence. DCAR Engineering and the 5 car that took the win in LMP3 last time out.
Mikkel Jensen there, he's sharing a joke with a few of his contemporaries there. He's just getting the stuff back in the car, and yes, it's a strange period this, where you've got a red flag, and is it one of those things where you get out of the hot car, don't sit in, don't heat soak?
I think this is going to be quite a while. That is 2 full sections of 3 deep Armco there.
Yeah, they're just assessing it now.
And the key thing there is Key thing as well there, Ollie, is whether or not the supports have been damaged by that impact. That looked a very substantial impact. It takes something to damage a GT car in that way.
Yeah.
It's all designed to do that, to absorb the energy of that. But we'll get to Haley in some interviews very shortly. In fact, first one we're going to get to is Martin Berry, who's down in the Bullet Racing team after that very early, what looks like a minute elimination. Haley, you're with Martin.
I'm down here in Bullet Racing, joined by driver Martin Berry. Now, it was in the first lap actually that you sustained this damage that's just behind us. You can see on the Aston Martin behind us. But can you just give us a bit more insight as to what happened? Because I actually had a look at the onboard, and maybe you can kind of clarify a bit about the incident.
Yeah, so obviously coming down the straight at the start, I could see that there was some contact into turn 1. So I tried to, stay back and be a little bit cautious. Could see a lot of smoke, could see someone had a puncture and a bunch of cars just going off. So yeah, stayed cautious. And then all of a sudden, as I came up sort of turn 3, there was a massive smoke screen and I had a car either side of me. So I didn't really have anywhere to go. So I started to back off, couldn't see anything. And then all of a sudden there was a Ferrari facing me at the end of sort of turn 4, and got on the brakes and couldn't pull up the car and hit it. And obviously being a front engine car, it sustained a bit of a damage, and that was basically the end of the race. So yeah, super unlucky, but yeah, it was a crazy start.
The guys behind us are a bit optimistic though that the car will get out again.
Yep. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, it's just been, this whole series so far for us has been not so lucky. So maybe I'm managing expectations, but yeah, I hope we're out there tomorrow and we can have a good show at it and finish off on a high note, but so far it's been a bit rough.
All right, well, chin up. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks.
It's been a heck of a week for Bullet Racing. Not only the incident they suffered in Dubai, but also losing, what can you say, a stalwart of the team, ex-team manager, good friend to hundreds of people here, and launcher of careers. We're going to see again, that's the end of that incident. If you're watching on TV or the monitors here, that is a huge front and rear impact.
Yeah, it is. It's massive, and incidents like that usually happen when you're in a gaggle of cars coming down into the corner and there's contact of some sort, which then turns the car sharp in the direction of the where it ended up going. And so it's very unlikely that was driver induced or something that was the driver did on his own. So yeah, that's really tough, hard luck for Formula Racing and the number 60 car. I think we might be seeing possibly another shot, but let's see. Let's see what.
That's the end of the accident incident. You can see the Ferrari off at the end. We can see the Ferrari off at the end of the straight. But
yeah, watching that JCB here again. Yeah, sort of working away on the barrier.
It's the JCB Armco World Championship at the moment. So what they're looking for here is how badly damaged is the support behind that fence. What we'll do, I think, as we often do when we think we're going to get a lengthy delay, is we know there's an audience around the world watching in and must be thinking, what on earth is going on here? Well, let's do what we can to try to explain some of the detail here. If you're with us on social media and you've got access to, let's say, Twitter or one of the Discord channels that know I watch in, certainly the RWC channel. Ladies and gentlemen around the world, if you've got questions for Oliver Gavin, sports car racing legend, or myself, sports car racing something else, feel free, drop us a line. He's at Oliver Gavin, I'm at DSC Editor, that's my day job, and hashtag Asian Le Mans, and we will see what we can do to brighten your afternoon with some answers to questions you might have about what's going on here with the Asian Le Mans series is principally what we'll be happy to talk about, but the wide, bright world of sports car racing has got a lot of action to come this year. It is a huge year for this part of the sport with the centenary of the Le Mans 24 Hours coming, and we'll be happy and delighted if there's anything there that we can help you to unravel and understand. Mark Scaife from Nielsen Racing there, not that Mark Scaife, another Mark Scaife. So Mark, the #1 mechanic at Nielsen Racing, is talking there to Rodrigo Salas.
Yeah.
There, by the way, in the background, I'm not going to say who it is because Rodrigo gets sound, but that is the Asian Le Mans Series Husky. Shadow, who sadly passed away last month.
Very attached.
He was very attached. Huskies are great.
You should know.
I do.
You have one.
I'll shout him over, but he doesn't care. So, yes. Well, Haley is going to be busy, so latest is going to be Johnny Cruz, who is in the thick of all of that with the Inter-Europol competition, Orica. He's down on the grid with Haley now.
I'm joined here by driver for Inter-Europol competition, car number 43, Charles Cruz. It can't be easy for you as a driver to stop after, what, an hour and 5 minutes of an endurance 4-hour race. I mean, how are you dealing with this right now?
You know, I think we all have to just deal with it. It'd be nice if we were driving and out there racing. Safety cars and FCY is just kind of get in the way of our program, but it's the nature of this style of racing, and it's there for the safety of the other drivers. So I think we just carry on and do the best we can and see how this affects the strategy. But there's a bunch of brilliant guys back in the garage for that, so I'll just get back in and do as quick a laps as I can.
Just tell us about this start, which was quite complicated for a lot of teams, as you probably realised. I mean, how was it for you, you know, working your way through that?
Yeah, qualifying I made a mess of, and I apologize to the team for that, because it's, you know, I'd like to think that it's uncharacteristic of myself to perform like that in qualifying, and had a spin and everything else. And so we started further back than we would have liked, certainly not in the front row or pole. So we needed to get back up to the front and build the gap, and that's what I did.
So just tell us about what it's like, what it changed, the fact that you were victorious last time round in Dubai, coming into Abu Dhabi here. How have you has that picked up them around the team after a disappointing first round for you?
Yeah, the first round was definitely difficult, and I think we would have been well in for a podium there. And you know, that was a hard pill to swallow, but that's what championships are about, is you know, overcoming the diversity that's around at us. That's what we did in ELMS, and that's what we're doing here. So it was awesome to bring the team their first LMP2 win. So look to carry on and see if we can't get the first championship for them.
Fantastic, thank you. And just one more thing, have you put some sun cream on? Because it's quite hot out here.
You know, the wife makes me do it every single morning, so I've been sworn to do that, and I'm pretty sure I did this morning. I'm not sure. Sometimes I forget.
Okay, well, thank you, wifey, on his behalf. Well, thanks a lot, Charles.
Nice one, Charles. He's been a revelation in his pace for Inter-Europol. He's right, it was the first ever LMP2 race win for the Polish bakers, as we call them, the racing bakers, because Inter-Europol is a huge commercial bakery in Poland. They're here with 4 cars, that car in LMP2 and 3 in LMP3, in their Dayglow highlighter livery, if you like. There'll be lots of conversations about what the heck happened there then.
Yeah, they'll be swapping stories right now,
I
taking
saw
some
this.
fluids. Yeah,
I did that.
I'll be getting out the sun.
I definitely didn't do the other. I would certainly be getting out in the sun.
Yeah, it's hot work out there.
So barrier repair work is proceeding, as you can hear with the clatter of the hammers in the background.
Yeah.
Other people are having a slightly less taxing day, and why shouldn't they?
Yeah.
There's a fabulous playground here around Yas Marina.
Just staying up. They're very good.
Absolutely. That looks hell.
It does. It's your room, isn't it?
The one with the socks hanging on.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the one. So already damaged barrier sections are out of here. We'll wait and see whether or not this is going to be measured in small numbers of minutes or not.
Yeah, we're just working our way down the grid a little bit further here.
See the
91 pure racing car.
It is indeed. You can see there's certainly one of those barrier supports is bent.
Yeah,
it's going to be a matter of, can they repair that, or will that need to be replaced? That will add time to this. See, there's still a stiff breeze here.
Yeah.
Well, next up in the rapid run of Haley Evans up and down the grid is going to be with Chandler Hull, who's with the double race winning Falkenhorst BMW driver, Chandler Hull. Down to Haley again on the pit straight.
So I'm joined here by Chandler Hull. It's been a very complicated start for a lot of GT cars, but you kind of managed to keep the rhythm. How was it for you out there?
It wasn't too bad. I seemed to be just in front of kind of all the craziness in the start, so that was lucky. And just kind of try to keep my head down and build as much of a gap and chase the guys down in front of me. It's a little hard when you kind of stop and go, but we'll we'll reset and keep going. The car's really good. Walking Horse guys did a really good job over the weekend leading up to it, and I think we've got a good car in the long run, and we'll plug Thomas and Nicky in later in the race and see where we end up, and hopefully we can wrap up the championship.
We've had a flawless start, of course, to this Asian Le Mans series. 2 poles, 2 victories. Well, they've come into Abu Dhabi. You didn't get pole here. I mean, what does that change for you?
It was a little disappointing because we had pole for this race up until the last effort by the Hub Auto guys. Big credit to them. They pushed all the way through. So that was a little disappointment, but starting right behind them, we still have good hopes for this race, and unfortunately hopefully we don't need the extra points that we get for pole, but so far we're up there in the top and just keeping our heads down.
And just a word on the fact that, you know, having this pause, you're going to have to get back in your car, get back in the rhythm. I mean, I imagine as professional racing drivers, you know, you've got something you have to adapt to, of course, and are used to?
Yeah, once the helmet's on and the visor's down, I'm looking forward. That's about it. It's pretty simple. You block everything else out, and when the lights go out or the green flag flies, hammer down and keep pushing. I
saw you were talking to John earlier, John Falb. What were you talking about?
He was just checking out the car. He said it was pretty cool, and I agree with him. So just kind of killing time.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thanks, Charlie, for that update. It certainly is something that every driver is sitting there, you know, trying to work through exactly how it's going to be once you get the race going again. You're trying to predict when that's going to be, but I think this is going to be some lengthy delay.
Well, here we go. That's one of the problems that involve the number 60 car, and watch the end of this one as they get hooked up, almost collect that racing car, and then skid to a halt. So that was the first problem for the 60. Actually, a second problem, because it also hit the 77, didn't it?
Yeah.
So problem at the front of the car. That car then came around slowly and had much of the front end replaced.
They worked hard on that, getting that all back together and done. But
it's my remaining doubt. Was it contact, or did they have a failure? It's an unusual place to have a failure.
It is. It is an unusual place to have a failure.
This was very early in the race.
And if it's had a failure on that right front corner, in my experience, it doesn't usually turn a car sharp left.
Correct. Yeah. So this was the beginning of the repair. Car re-emerged with matte black front end. There you go. This is the same car having been released. That's the group. It's Rodrigo Sales, Jim Maguire, and the 17 Cool Racing car. But we then didn't see what actually occurred coming into turn 1. But that's the result. And the result is one very X488. This repair, though, is coming on very quickly.
Yeah, and maybe we go back a little bit to have a look at the skid marks. That would be good just to see that. But I think,
well, let's go down to another interview. This time it is the dominant force of the bronze in LMP3. Torsten Kratz, he's quite fast. He's with Haley Edmonds on the grid.
So I'm joined here by Torsten Kratz. Torsten Kratz, I mean, with regards to getting poles, you haven't done too badly over the course of these this Asian Le Mans Series 2023, because you got a double in Dubai and you got double here as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We have a perfect car. The team made a brilliant setup for both tracks now, and yeah, of course we have been happy for the 4 poles, but pole is only half of the story. We saw it in Dubai, where we have some bad luck, had some bad luck, and I mean, now today it went quite well. It was a chaotic start at the beginning. I went through this quite smoothly, and we have been able to build up a gap of, I'm not sure, but it was above 10 seconds, and everything was going well. I thought, okay, now we can manage it to the first pit stop, and then the red flag is there, and now we are back in the game. It's tightening up a bit, and yeah, let's see.
So how much does this kind of mess up or change your strategy? I mean, you're just talking about the fact that you're going to pit, and then of course you can't. I mean, how does this change, or what impact does this have on your strategy?
It doesn't have too much impact on the strategy. Of course, this gap what we have had would have been helpful, but I mean, there are some minutes to go before the first pit stop, and I've tried to to pull away or to get away a bit, and then let's see. I mean, everyone has to pit. There are some cars which pitted during the full course yellow. I'm not sure if this was the right strategy. Let's see. We will see where we end up.
And as the bronze driver of the team, of course, starting was, well, you can see now, the best idea.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So now I just feel very, very comfortable in this car in the meanwhile. I mean, I do it now since the third year already, and I really feel comfortable in this car. I have a lot of fun, and fun brings success, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Torsten.
Thank you.
He's been the class of the bronze pack, hasn't he?
Yeah, really has.
Torsten Kratz.
Yeah.
And it's right. We're now into the window where the bronze drivers in many of these cars will have burned their required driver time. There's a fiercely complex formula here about who needs to do what minimum and maximum driver time in each of these classes, depending on whether or not it's a 2-car team or a 3-car team. Rodrigo Salas has opted to keep his helmet on the middle there, that is. Jim Maguire, I think they're discussing what happened. They were in close proximity to that incident. It would be interested to find out from one of those two guys what they believe happened.
Yeah.
We're going to see, when this race gets back underway and the pit lane opens, frenetic activity on pit lane, because there's a lot of driver changes due to come.
There is.
Almost knocking at the door of the first hour when that came in. There is a question, by the way, from YouTube. Apologies, I've not got the name of the question asker, to do with what happens to mandatory driver times under a red flag. It depends how long the red flag is. If there is a change that's required for fairness here, there will be a bulletin to the teams from race control and from the stewards. So we've not had notice that that's happening yet. I don't think we're quite into the realms of that yet, but there's no doubt at all as we look there, that's the back of Saliolic. He'll give us a wink, he gives us a boyish wink there you go. There's no doubt at all this is going to affect the fortunes of many teams here. Torsten Kratz was right on that, wasn't it? That it does mean that anybody that has burned that bronze time now under the red flag is sitting very pretty indeed.
Yeah, no doubt. And you know, it's these things happen in racing, and you know, the guys back in the pit lane, back in the garages, they'll be working the numbers and looking to see, okay, how can they affect the race and how can they turn the race with what for their car with the time that's left, and trying to sort of guesstimate how long it's going to take them to fix that barrier down there to see how they're going to fit their other two drivers into the mix.
That's the bespectacled form of Michael Jensen we're looking at on the screens there, one of our defending champions from CD Sports coming back. This is the completely unrelated Mikkel Jensen. Michael Jensen and Mikkel Jensen not in any way related, but it does confuse everybody when you see M. Jensen on the timing screens. But Mikkel looking at the back of the Castle Racing car, and we'll be seing him. I wonder
if there's any damage on that car actually after this.
Could a little bit of contact. You'll be worried about that, I'm sure.
One, turn 6.
Might well just be something over to the left-hand side of that diffuser. Well, next information about resumption of this race will be in 9 minutes at 16:30. Pleased to tell you that one of the required tools of sports car racing has been employed, the great big hammer. Not yet seen use of race tape or tie wraps, so they're not doing it properly, obviously. But Chandler Hull keeping an eye. Very interesting livery on that 34 car. Thoughtful look from the American driver that we're increasingly seeing expanding his horizons around the world at the wheel of BMW machinery. So Mikkel Jensen arranges his gloves. He'll rearrange those later just for something to do. Frustrating time for a driver when you've been into that rhythm to get back into these cars, Ollie. At this point, they must be like an oven.
Yeah, the cars will be hot. It's actually, it doesn't seem that hot actually out on the grid. So lots of guys are standing out in the sun and not seeking the shade. So it's, but people are still taking the fluids on board and, you know, making sure that they are well hydrated, because it will be extremely hot inside those cars.
Absolutely right. So a variety of points of view on the variety of incidents. Haley there getting a download from Jim Maguire as to how he saw what had occurred. We didn't see the incident. We have no idea how to call it. It's supposition to this point.
No, it is.
But the reality is the 60 car is wrecked
Yeah.
and out of the race.
If we see a slightly sort of wider shot here, if we come back a little bit,
You can see just exactly how things are going on with
you
that.
might be able to see the tyre marks on the track to give us a bit of an indication of exactly where the car started and then where it finished, to sort of try and piece that together.
This is the 33 Porsche. Door open.
Been having a stronger run.
Haven't they just?
Yeah.
But they've had a different choice of strategy. Again, started with Alfred Renauer, one of the Renauer twins that run Herbeth Motorsport, and both driver owners of that. We are, I think, getting into the final stages of this repair, by the way.
Yeah.
There's
Looking
looks to
good.
me to be a very large concrete brace.
Okay.
Well, hopefully we get a different view of what's going on, because Haley has picked up one of the drivers who was in close proximity to the incident for the 60 car. She's on the grid now and talking to Jim McGuire from the 22 United Autosports Orica.
I'm joined here by the driver of car number 22 for United Autosports, Jim McGuire. Now, Jim, your car is in a completely different strategy to car number 23.
Yeah, we basically started with Paul, and if there was an option for a full course yellow or long safety car, get me in the car and run to the end of my time and then go from there.
And that was the case, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
So tell us about the transition that you've made from LMP3 last year to LMP2 here at Asian Le Mans Series. How's it going for you?
I think it's, I mean, for me, I'm new to the car. I'm new to the car over here, and it's a different car than the LMP2 in the U.S. And it's, it's a lot of work to get the laps in and get comfortable with the car, but we're making a lot of progress this week.
And tell us about your teammates, of course. I mean, you've got Paul DeResta, Phil Hansen. I mean, is it kind of, are they giving you advice?
Oh, absolutely. Those two are great. I mean, it's great to be able to be with the top drivers and get their input, see their data, and, really learn from them.
And I mean, of course, the beauty with Asian Le Mans Series is the fact that you've got 4 races in 2 weeks, get a hell of a lot of track time as well. Is that what also attracted you to being here?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big driver. And also, because it's here in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, that's very beneficial. I've run it in Asia where you're all over the place. That's a big challenge. So here, you couldn't have asked for a better venue.
Of course, you get great weather.
I know. You can't beat the weather, can you? Exactly. And everything.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you.
Well,
so no intel on what happened to 60 in that.
Yeah, still trying to piece it together. So maybe we'll get that long shot.
By the way, that Johnny Larson may well be at medical centre for evaluation after that big impact. We're going to take a look shortly at what has been a hectic, incident-filled start to the race. Started here at the start of the 4 Hours of Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, Charlie Cruz quite aggressive there into turn 1, and then
watch, there's a lock up there from Sully. A hit there to the rear from the 43, and then a hit to the rear of the 43 for the 24. But behind there was further chaos. You'll see there the 21 car already with a puncture that you think, Ollie, he didn't know about.
Yeah, it spins at the top of the picture right there.
Spins across the field and is collected hard by the 66 Aston Martin, putting that car out. And then at the bottom of the picture here, watch the green Aston Martin, biff there from the second of the Ferraris, the F Corsa car.
Yeah.
That's right, that was the Formula Racing car. And then a further incident for the 60 car.
Yeah.
Who I think was slowed down the straight there before that. And there was a sandwich between 2 other GT cars.
Yeah,
that's
Michael
accounted.
Coming down the inside there.
That accounted for damage and a repair to the 60. And it was very soon after this car emerged, after what was basically a rebuild of the front of the car.
Yeah, got a new nose on, a new all black matte black nose.
Already in trouble was the number 18 car,
360,
which I think was involved in that issue again down at turn 9 with the number 2.
Yeah, because the 2 had a lot of fluid coming out the right side, didn't it? When the out of the side pod, most probably a radiator issue.
So neither of those cars have emerged. We've got an unknown problem at the front right corner for the number 6 car, the HRT car.
Yeah.
It really has been a catalogue of contact, and again an unknown as yet problem that appears to have eliminated previous champions, the 99 Herbeth.
Yeah, driver
car.
walking away, and the body language of the car.
And then this was what was leading up to the issue, the incident you're about to see the end of, but we didn't catch the incident itself.
No.
That's what happened. Now, it was in close proximity to 3 prototypes and Johnny Laursen, with whatever happened to either the car or between those cars, ended up with a destroyed 488 GT3. The best news is Johnny seems to be absolutely fine. I'm sure he's not feeling very fine about it.
No.
The car is done pretty clearly. That ended up with 3 wheels on his wagon, and of course we're now in the midst of what looked to be almost complete, if not absolutely complete, barrier pairs. We are going to resume this race in just about 11.5 minutes behind the safety car.
So that'll be giving the crews and the teams the go-aheads to sort of start working through the calculations and working back from this point to the end of the race to see, okay, what do we need to do? Is there going to be any update on drive time? Is there going to be any updates on, you know, how this is really going to be restarted and what the processes are?
I suspect what will happen here is race control may well keep this race under control of the safety car while we go through a pit stop cycle. That may well happen at this stage. It's difficult to know when do you start the 3 laps beyond the safety car if you've had a red flag in the middle.
Exactly.
Is it 3 from the restart?
Just get everything going again. Almadar Hardy here getting himself all prepared and ready. And he's done a fine job.
He has done a great job.
Does a fine job in the 99 racing car.
If you're joining us late, it's another late addition to the 99 racing squad. Ahmed Al-Hati, experienced Omani GT racer, has had real success in the UK and across Europe in GT3 and GTE cars, but his very first weekend in an LMP2 car, and double pole for 99 racing, the white Orica, and he sits at the moment in 4th position and has burned his bronze time.
Yep. And I think that's going to be one of the things, isn't it, that how that's all going to shake out now as we get to restarting behind the safety car, and then when is the pit lane going to be opened, and what is there any adjustment in drive time for any of the different ranks of drivers? And I'm sure the teams, they have a communication, don't they, to Eduardo and Discord, and there'll be plenty of backwards and forwards with that to try and figure out, okay, how's this going to unfold?
Yeah, under 10 minutes until we get this race restarted, and we've got helmets going back on, hands devices being reconnected, connections checked, a little bit of last bit of hydration going in.
Yeah, this is not necessarily the most pleasant thing when you have to put a soaking wet helmet back on again. If you've been working hard in the race car, you know, you got putting a wet balaclava back on and a wet helmet and wet gloves.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. When I release the safety car from the grid, I'm going to release him at full speed. Safety car will be released at full speed. My plan is to bring the safety car in at the end of this lap.
Wow.
Pit entry is open as soon as the last car in the line crosses now the finish line. We still have cars to complete the 3rd lap behind the safety car.
So he is intending, we're back to green after one single safety car lap, and the pit lane will be open at that point. So it will be green flag stops for those that choose to do so, and I think that's going to include most of, there's Liam Talbot, great run from the start from Liam.
Excellent.
He should be rightly proud of that run.
Definitely.
And he, by the way, will restart this race in 3rd position behind only Mikkel Jensen, let's not forget a factory hypercar driver, and behind Alfred Renoir, a very experienced Porsche driver.
It's definitely, this strategy has definitely worked for Hub Auto, not so much for Car Guy 57.
Correct.
And you know, the fact that we are going to go full speed behind the safety car and then pit back to racing immediately, that's
big pressure here.
It is huge pressure on these boys to get back going again, really getting switched back on, getting everything back up to racing temperature again. That's going to create some pretty big challenges for these guys. Yes, they've been at the wheel for some time, but it's going to be almost like starting the race all over again.
That Camaro is going to be sharp down the pit entry because he's going to have company.
He is. It's a high-performance car, that Camaro. The very best Chevrolet Camaro. Yeah.
How do you know? You seem to know a lot about Chevrolet, Ollie Gavin.
Funny that.
20 years in Corvette racing, of course, with, you know, well, a Gary Lineker-like unblemished career in terms of bad things done to other people. Amazing.
Just so lucky.
20 years of good luck behind the wheel of a Corvette. Amazing.
Yeah. 95, looking a little damaged on that right front corner.
I think they're all looking a little damaged. It's been bonkers out there. It's been quite the first hour. I did say we might see some some of that kind of action in the final race. I didn't expect it in this one.
No, that's what I was about to say. I was thinking, okay, this is more like the Sunday race, not the Saturday race. There's still championships up for grabs here. But Nick Kalstedt there getting himself ready.
So as we're watching these pictures, just to run through the cars who are either in trouble or that we have lost. I think we're going to have 35 cars to restart this race from the 45 that initially took to the grid, or 45 took to the grid. The number 6 racing car still in the pit lane with that problem. We don't know what that problem was, and that's something that once Haley's managed to get back to pit lane, we can chase down for you. Similarly, the 99 car, that looked, whatever that was, looked terminal. The 88 Garage 59 car, that was puncture and the wheel completely gone.
Has that car got back?
Well, are they going to be allowed to rejoin with external assistance? That's the question. As we've got mechanics back on pit lane now. Then the number 60 car, not much needs saying about that. This is
oh, they've got skates for one of the cars. That usually means that it's got to be brought back in. They're maybe having a problem with one of the cars here.
Not like a CD Sport mechanic.
Yeah.
There's only one of those 2 cars, I think, still out there. So the 60 car is out the race after that huge incident at turn 1. 18 from 360 Racing, another long-term pit caller after the clash with the number 2 CD Sport car. That one also on pit lane as well. 66 from Bullock Racing, and that frontal impact on the very first lap for the luckless Aston Martin. AF Courses 21 with Stefano Constantini, another one from lap 1's carnage. And the 74 Kessel Racing car. Now, I hadn't noticed at this point that car doesn't appear to have started the race. It's the 10 Get Speed car that's in trouble. Can't restart the car.
That is terrible luck for them. They've got those skates still under the car. That's good.
Don't ever remember seeing that happening from a red flag train.
Yeah, that is unusual.
So the Kessel Racing number 74 car did not start this race, Ollie.
No.
And also the other one we do know is the 67 Orange Racing McLaren that had a problem in qualifying with exploded brake disc.
Cool.
Very unusual problem for a modern race car. So plenty of trotting up and down pit lane for Haley to do over the next 10 or 15 minutes. I think she might want to step back when these cars come back round first, though.
Yeah. Stand back, everybody. It's going to get pretty exciting. I'm not sure what the issue here is with the number 10 Get Speed car. The boys pulling it down pit lane here, trying to get it back to their box. But they must have seen something with that they hope to be able to rectify. I'm not sure what the rules are going to be here with this. Yeah,
there's a question here, by the way, from a new fan to sports car racing, a name I've never heard before. Alex Brundle asks, it sounds like a young lad somewhere in Norfolk.
Yeah,
Alex asks, what can the teams change under red flag? Can they do anything? Can you refill the drinks bottle even?
Oh, I'm not sure on that. I don't think that they can. I don't think they can do
I think it's effective part firma, isn't it? So you can have a driver helper with the car to help a driver get out and get back in the car, but I don't think they can add anything to that car.
I don't think they can either.
The worrying thing is we've got the HRT car, by the way, back on the pit apron, so it may be in pit lane, but looks to be about to rejoin the race under the safety car.
Yeah, it's given those guys a chance, isn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
We are back to racing, or rather beyond the safety car, in under 3 minutes now.
Maybe into Europe will need to invest in some new umbrellas.
And with thanks, by the way, to Steve Tarrant, a word for our senior pit lane marshal, Alan Tanier, who's come out of retirement to, again, help us here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. I know he's keen to finish his career, and it's been a long and illustrious career in the service of sports car racing at the Centenary Le Mans. Let's hope we see Alan, universally known as the Sheriff, there, but good to see Alan back on duty in gainful employment.
Just seeing a shot there of the number 8 car, the Graf car. You can see it already with a rubber pickup on that left front tyre. That is going to be quite the issue for these drivers now to get the cars going again and getting the tyres up and running.
And it's rejoined.
Yeah, this is...
I don't understand that. I don't understand why they've been permitted to do that unless there's something safety critical.
Yeah, so this is the number 6 HRT car and the number 10 Get Speed car. Get Speed was pushed back into the pit lane, stopped outside its box, skates out,
with the pit lane closed.
Yeah, and restarted and was got into the pit lane.
The only thing I can possibly imagine is, was he out of fuel? I mean, absolutely out of fuel.
Possible.
But it was only 50 minutes into the race. It shouldn't have been.
Yeah, if he's out of fuel, then all the other would be very close to it as well. So
under those circumstances, in normal running, you'd be allowed to pit emergency pit stop for 5 seconds of fuel only. But I can't believe it's that.
No, but maybe it's a team that they're looking at something and they're trying to find. Maybe it's a problem. Maybe it was something they had to get rectified, and the car wouldn't fire.
That's our overall order, and you can see the Camaro ZL1 with the lights flashing. We are under a minute to go before race control will get the race running behind this safety car. So the cars will be firing engines and buttoning up.
Yep.
It's going to get loud again.
Good to get underway again. And it's going to get lively, really lively within 1 lap. These boys are going to be working super hard behind this safety car. Really working hard, brakes, tyres, getting everything up to temperature. I mean, engines have also been sat there. So the drivetrain boys are going to be a little nervous to start with, just making sure everything's in the right window.
I'd say, by the way, we've got a lot of cars we're missing from the initial starting grid, but for the most part that's been incident-led and not reliability-led, and that's been, you know, over your time in sports car racing, Ollie. I mean, when you started, obviously still black and white television, and
it was chariots,
and it was whole fields around here.
Yeah.
But reliability levels have just skyrocketed in recent years.
It is extraordinary.
Is now leaving the grid. Safety car is now leaving the grid.
We're back underway.
Back underway. Absolutely, it's extraordinary. And the HRT car it's
been released from
the pit lane. Does that mean that the 10 Get Speed car has as well?
No, it has not.
I'm confused.
Well, I can only imagine there's a difference between a car that was on pit lane and ready to be released when the track was green and a car that was on the grid under red flag conditions. So are they going to allow him to rejoin?
Because if the 10 had gone out, he would have actually got a lap on everybody.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I'm genuinely confused by that.
Right.
But the other thing to say, by the way, is it does mean that the 18, the 2 and the 99, which are the cars which were noted on pit lane, have not rejoined. Therefore, whatever repair was underway for any of those cars, it's not yet got them back on track.
No.
That was the side-to-side contact, we think, between the two LMP3 cars and what we, by the body language, had presumed game over for the 99 Herbeth car.
Yeah, so what you're wanting right now is you want to be able to accelerate hard off here. So in a 99 racing car, hard off of there, accelerating up through the gears, getting a good amount of speed up, and then hard on the brakes. Really working the tyres as hard as you can, getting the brakes up to temperature again, getting everything nice and warm, so because it's going to be go when they come around again this time to the start-finish line. Lights will be going out very shortly on the pace car, safety car, and yeah, it's one of those moments where you've really got no time at all to really prepare, and before you know it, you are back to racing, and unless you're really switched on, you're going to get swamped.
Just looking up and down this order to see if there's anybody here that might stay out.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
There we go. Safety car in, the end of this lap. And I'm really interested to see here who pits.
I think we might see almost the whole field down pit lane here.
Yeah. The boys are going to be busy. They're going to be primed, ready to go. There might be a few that just go, okay, all right, we'll just leave it a lap because of how busy it is.
I think that might be a smart move here, to be honest with you. I think it might be a very smart move, is to be that guy that
So you're saying that what I'm suggesting is the right thing?
You're in the ballpark.
Oh my word.
But you know, it is that thing around having space to work. We're going to be under green flag conditions anyway. You're not losing anything other than another lap on track with very little traffic. But no, there's lead 2 cars, 3, so I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe that's it. They've all had the same idea. So Yasser Shaheen leads the field away with Charlie Cruz in his wheel tracks, 2 LMP2 cars at this field.
Yeah, they're very tentative. They're sort of just inside the car, not really letting it rip. They're just trying to get things back up to temperature again and just tentatively filling.
Charlie Cruz goes to the lead, and that's a big lunge, but it's safe and sound though.
Yeah.
Neatly done.
Confident, very confident there. Got it done, no lock brakes. Now he's looking to defend, and the long run down here into turn 6, he's just driving down the inside there. He's all over the dirt and the rubbish.
Yeah, left-hand wheels on the white line there. That really was defensive from the very start, looking for the ideal line. He's got it.
Yeah, he's got it stopped, and he should be good now. He's going to get off of there and down to 9. Have we got anything going on behind?
Oh, plenty.
Yeah, hopefully everybody's got through there untouched. Yeah, good. John Fowle got himself going again.
Third place for John Fowle, with traffic between him and the lead 2, and with Ahmed Al-Hati in his wheel tracks for 3rd and 4th position.
But John Fowle's now some 7 seconds back. So, I mean, Charlie Cruz has just absolutely taken off with Yasser Shaheen. Yeah.
2 hours and 16 minutes to go whilst we're back up to green flag racing, and John Fowle delayed here behind the DKR Duquesne. That is giving Ahmed Al-Hati an opportunity to see whether or not he can force the mistake for the American driver. Yamani goes to the inside, still the wrong side there of the P3 car, but this time the gap opens up. John Fowle is through and away. Al-Hati is left to chase once again.
And still not pitting. Still not pitting. Continued past the pit entry, and there is John, and I think that Ahmed Al-Hati is going to get it done down the inside.
Up to 3rd place.
Yeah, it did look like John had a bit of a bobble there coming off.
He did.
So I think that's a Hub Auto car there, just leaving the pit lane. So they're done their stop. So I'm sure that
also it is the 20 car from Herbeth Motorsport. John Fowle just having a struggle at the moment.
Yeah,
he's not really got those tyres.
No, there must be something. He's getting feedback from the car, vibration possibly from the front tyres, something odd inside the car he's not comfortable with. Possibly pick up the 2 Aston Martins here, just having a little bit of a squabble over the same piece of racetrack.
This is for 5th position.
77 down the inside, getting it done. Over 95.
So leader, 57. Mikkel Jensen out.
He's just looking to do this driver change as quickly as they possibly can, nice and efficiently, working with those inserts that they have put in the seat to make sure it fits them correctly and right. Then plugging in the radio and the drinks bottle, and then working with the belts. Here's the 33 car.
That will inherit the lead here.
Yeah, into turn 9. You see the way he turned the car in, and he just started to slide a bit. Again, everything's not quite up to temp. It's still working away and getting that up in the window.
We're going to get a series of penalties. Penalties for car 60. That's a pointless one this stage. They're out the race. 95, though, gets a drive-through. And 57, the class leader to that point, all will get drive-through penalties for causing collisions, the variety of collisions. There's a further one to come, which is the 99 car, which we think is probably retirement as well. But 2 cars in significant positions.
57 still sat there. They must be doing a full 100-second stop. Just got switching the car on, getting themselves primed and ready to go. 33 into the lead.
Indeed.
He must be through and into the lead.
Does so now. But that was a big lead at that stage, by the way, so that's safety car related for the 33.
Yeah.
It was over a minute, the lead. That's with the cars being stuck on the wrong end of the safety car queue.
Yeah.
Up the inside for the 37 car.
Yeah.
There's still this battle between Alexandre Kwani and Jim Maguire.
Yeah, he nearly squeezed the 33 car there in the middle of the 11. I thought the 11 was going to get a bit of a tag on the left front, but managed to all get through there untouched. Now coming down into turn 7. And so this is back at turn 5, and we're just seeing the Aston Martin, with the 73 car and the 8 car battling away here for 5th place in P3. A long run down here into turn 6.
The 95 car in the middle of that group is going to have a drive-through penalty coming their way. That car at the moment sitting pretty in 5th position. I'm hearing, by the way, Johnny Lawson has had a conversation with Haley. Does want to come onto camera, but does say he had contact with an LMP car.
Yeah.
For the 60 car, so there was contact related with that, as you suspected, Ollie.
Yeah, it did look like that. It had all the hallmarks of that. So the 73 and the 8 battling away here, and the 73's just got away a little. This is now on the 43, and this is Charlie Cruz still making, making a good getaway here.
Yeah, he is. Already 7.5 seconds up the road.
Yeah.
Ahmed El Hati is closing on Yasser Shaheen. John Falb is hanging on in there, but dropping back.
We must have had an update here on drive time, surely.
I'll check it out.
Because I'm not sure why Charlie would still be in the car this late in the race. Because with 2 hours and 11 minutes to go, you would have thought that Charlie would be they'd be coming to make a stop, unless they're just going to do it in the fuel window and get it done. But they'll be working that all out. The guys back in the boxes. We've seen the 95 car coming down and the 57.
These the 2 drive-throughs?
Yeah, drive-throughs, yeah. Trying to get that done. And off
Frustrating
they go.
moment, won't it? The 95 is in the hands of John Hartshorn now. The car guy, 57, in the hands of Frederick Schondorf.
Yeah. So Charlie Cruz comes through to complete another lap and continues, and it must be due to their fuel windows and where they're at with that strategy and how many more stops they've got to make before the end, and they'll be working from the end of the race back to where they are now. And 57 and 95 get released out onto track. 57 looks like it's going to go straight at the inside. Rodrigo Sales here in the 24 car getting going again with Alexander Kwani still on his gearbox, keeping him honest. And again, these guys are surely getting towards the end of their time, but we're just guessing that right now.
This is the battle for second place. Yasser Shaheen trying to fend off Ahmed El Hati. So Yasser from Australia, and another of our this season LMP2 debutants, and Ahmed El Hati this weekend an LMP2 debutant.
He's going to go for it.
Second up the inside. Can't get it done there though.
No, but I think both of them outbreak themselves a little bit.
It's inexperience at this point.
Yeah.
Ahmed just looking for where the bite point is for him.
Yeah.
He seems to have the speed in a straight line over the United car.
Yeah, they do. They really do. And is that something that they've decided to do? Mix up here with the strategies on the car and looking for that lower downforce setup. Looking at different lines here at turn 9, and he's got it done. Oh, nicely done.
Both experienced GT drivers, these 2 racers.
Yeah.
And with success too for both of them.
Yeah.
But that is
Ahmed El Hati. Yeah, he did look like he had just so much more confidence in the car in the middle of the corner, and he just got on the throttle and drove it through and off.
So this is the battle for 6th position.
You're seeing actually still the rubber being flicked up off of their tyres, so they're still shedding that, what you call pickup, the old pieces of rubber that have been shed from the race tyres, and that gets stuck to the surface of the tyre when you're going slow, and that gets flung off the tyre at speed and at pace when you get the tyre back up to its operating window again.
That's the latest one of the naughty step. It is car 59 from Garage 59, Nick Halstead, crossing the white line at pit exit.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough
white
one.
line, and these are the words that are used in the driver's briefing by Eduardo Freitas.
Yeah.
You see it as a brick wall, that white line. It's all about not intruding on the racing line for cars approaching at speed.
73 and 8 are still welded together in this battle for 5th in P3. Looks to me that the Graf car is just that little bit quicker because he keeps catching John Corbett up, but he can't quite get by. Oh, the 8's running hard over the curb zone, the exit of 15 into 16. A bit of a wiggle there at the apex. He's just trying to get on the throttle. And here we got John Falb still with Sally Olek.
Yeah, the Graf racing car, very much a championship contender in LMP3. We'll be back to LMP2 action. This is John Falb. Seems to be struggling for pace at the moment, John.
Yeah.
Losing time to the DKR car, which is very much on it at the moment. Sally Olek has closed that gap and is now almost in a position where he can look for a way by the Algarve Pro car. Win in the first race in Dubai for the 25, 2 second places for the DKR car. They, coming into this race, were a point apart for the championship.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Sally getting aggressive there, trying to get past John, and these two have got to box smart here now. They've got to be smart. You know, these two are fighting this championship out. They're right there at the front of it, and they've got to be clever right now. Don't be doing anything too rash. Sally up the inside. Whoa, he's super close with the Aston there. Oh, I thought he was going to disappear into the side of the Aston Martin, but managed to keep it all on the racetrack and just about on the racing surface.
That would be popular with his regular team, TF Sports.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom was sharp and take a breath there.
Yeah, Sally Olek's regular ride in the Racing Team Turkey Oreca that is run by TF Sport. Now tucked in, but not close enough, I don't think there.
No, John's just not got going again since the long delay. And maybe with the track just cooling off a little bit, the sun going down, you know, that's hurting him maybe a little bit, and they need to be able to switch that tyre on again. At the stop, it's very likely he'll change tyres, obviously change driver, full fuel, full service.
Absolutely.
So Sally still trying to find a way through. Is he going to look to do an alternative line? No, he's very predictable with that. Not looking to do anything too creative. Just he is though still darting around in his mirrors.
Wants to get by.
He does.
They know the form of what's coming for Algarve Pro Racing. They want to keep the pressure down for themselves as little as possible. I think they'd rather be chased by a Kiffin Simpson or a James Allen than have to chase them.
Yeah. And Sally.
Goes to the pit lane this time. John Falb.
Yeah.
So John Falb will be the first of that group.
And I think
second, actually, that's Yasser Shaheen, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is Yasser Shaheen ahead.
Yeah, but I can see the DKR were also getting themselves ready. So there's Big Stewie out in the pit lane. He's giving full direction to the 25 car.
There's no doubt what he wants him to do there, is there?
Well, and that's what you need.
Yeah,
you do need that direction. It's serious. You've got to get yourself to make a big driver change here.
Connor Patterson gets aboard.
Yeah.
The South Australian has impressed me here.
Yeah, he's done a good job so far.
First campaign in the current era of LMP2. He has raced in the previous LMP2 cars.
So are we seeing the MV2S catching these two boys, the 73 and the 8? Yes, we are.
We are.
Yeah.
Good times at the moment from Jerome de Sadlier.
Yeah, he's been quick in that car all series. And 73, 14 seconds back from 55.
Charles Cruz, by the way, is still going away in the lead, 14 seconds to the good. It's another impressive start here from Charlie Cruz. We know he's got two very quick drivers to follow him.
And maybe they're just driving to the fuel number, just driving, you know, just sitting there, just going, okay, right, we know we can go this long, and we're just splitting the race up evenly across those other two drivers.
Battle in LMP3. And this is the 73, the 8 and the 29. This is the battle for 5th place. Remember, mix up with the LMP3 teams. Some of them stopped under that caution, some didn't. Here is Charlie Cruz. So this will be the end of the bronze driver's time.
It's Christian Bogle jumping in.
Yeah.
Charlie just a little bit slow in getting out. Speeds are out. And
also in the 99 racing car from second, and also in the DKR racing car from third. So this will be an interesting shot
This should be their 100-second time
You
stop
would have
as well.
thought they would.
Yeah, yeah, and
But
again,
it's a green flag stop, remember?
yeah.
So 4 P2 cars on pit lane, with Nielsen Racing also stopping from 5th. Alexandra Kwani, though, stays out.
Yeah.
It is Anshin Guven that climbs aboard.
Yeah.
Someone who's impressed both of us. Another LMP2 debutant here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah, Charlie Eastwood just giving him some help there, just getting him in the car. As we still see this battle for 5th place in P3. In P2, it's all over the back now of Garaf Racing. This is a bit of an action replay of Dubai. We saw these two cars stuck together for a number of laps, and it flip-flopped backwards and forwards both ways between race 1 and race 2, but they seem to be bottled up behind this number 73 car. Oh, and the 8 car goes to the pit lane to make it stop.
That's broadly on its normal fuel strategy. We're almost at the halfway mark on the hour. There is, by the way, a bulletin.
43 leaving. 43 leaving. Yeah.
There is, by the way, a bulletin for revised driver times. It is rate specific and driver specific.
Oh, wow.
The teams will have got that, and we'll be relaying that to their strategists, and I'm sure to the drivers as well.
Yeah, not easy to sort of put the detail out on the broadcast.
Unless you want me to read out 140 names, no. Trust me, you don't.
Alexander Kwani still on board in the 37. When's he going to be making the stop and handing this over?
He leads at the moment, and so he leads because everybody else has stopped.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a quick look and see what we've got by way of pit stop times.
And he's pit lane now, Alexander Kwani. There we go.
Paul Di Resta, by the way, back aboard at number 22.
Yeah, good.
They did not burn a long stop. That's 2 stops where they've not done that.
Wow. I wonder how that's going to shake out.
They've still got 2 to burn.
Yeah.
Here comes what even on the pit exit looked like a spirited exit from Paul Di Resta.
Yeah.
And here is
Malte Jakobsen.
It is. So the young Dane.
And is it Torsten Kratz still behind the wheel?
It is Torsten Kratz. He's going to lead the race. He leads the race.
I think he's just done this so he can lead the race.
Yes, he does. So this is still the bronze driver who was loving life when he spoke to Haley on pit lane earlier. He's going to love it even more. I'm
P1,
sure,
baby, P1.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody's going, get a quick shot of the timing screen. Amazing. It has happened. In fact, it's happened in the Asian Le Mans Series before with interrupted races. Good run from Alexandra Kwani.
Yeah.
He'd be buoyed up by that.
He will. But yeah, but not to this level of competition. You know, for a P3 car to be leading at this stage, it's pretty spectacular.
So Malte Jakobsen waiting for time. The 17 car from Cool Racing leaves.
Yeah.
That car is running where? 17.
It was coming out.
It's in 6th place.
Yeah, just dropped down a number of spots.
In fact, in the current top 7, there is only one LMP2 car.
So Malta is
rolling
and be coming out. And it'd be interesting to see how that all shakes out. 43 goes by.
So he's got 2 hours now to serve at the wheel of this car.
Oh, we've got the 1 car and the number 9 almost wheel to wheel into turn 9. Those two duking it out.
Not for position.
No.
Is that the number?
The 9 is second.
Yeah. So a lap on the defending champions.
Under the W to the bridge there. Tricky now with the sun going down, and this is going to get harder and harder for these guys to manage the temperatures here.
Yeah, Graf due a pit stop for probably both cars, in fact.
Yeah.
Just how they manage that. In fact, the 8 has just rejoined the race. Xavier Oliveras is at the wheel.
Towards the crash.
A lap down on the lead group, by the way. But again, remember, we had differing strategies from a number of those cars, taking the opportunity rather, to burn a long stop. That might play out for them, because right now, with a variety of changes to driver times, to be blunt, I'm going to let it run its course here. Here is Torsten Kratz, though. What a race he's had.
Yes, he's performed brilliantly throughout.
He should be caught this lap by James Allen for the overall lead, but this is the overall lead. So look in the background, you should start to see the Algarve Pro car. Was 7 seconds behind on a lap that should be 7 seconds or so. That time better for the Orica, so we should start to see the 25 car very soon.
Yeah, should start coming to sight any moment.
Oh, trouble for the 3. There's a spin for the number 3 car.
Oh, you shouldn't give it.
That car was 5th place.
Yeah.
In LMP2, did well to find reverse there.
Yeah.
As quickly as he did.
Absolutely.
And away he goes, so back underway. So what happened here?
Did he get in a bit deep?
Involved with the 91 car, got on the curbs and spun it around by himself. Well, he's learned that lesson, he won't do that again.
No, he was just trying to get after it a bit too quickly, just got on too much curb there at the apex and just lost the rear.
Here's the leading pair on the start-finish straight now. Through comes Torsten Kratz to lead another lap. He'll be putting this one on his wall, won't he?
He certainly
this
will.
Shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And in the background there is James Allen. That's the 2nd place car overall and the leading car in LMP2.
Yeah.
Again, though, I should say the 25 car did not burn a 140 stop.
No.
Traffic involved here. And Torsten Kratz has got the better line, will lead for a moment or two. But the bigger power, better aero of the LMP2 car finally pays. Golf clap for the WTM by Rinaldi.
Yeah, and WTM by Rinaldi and Torsten Kratz must be just running to that fuel window, and when they can make the stop and make it clean.
It'll be any time now.
Yeah,
it'll be any time now. Here comes Ahmed Al-Hati, and Al-Hati, apologies, it's not Al-Hati anymore, is it?
No.
He's not aboard that car. No. Christian Bogle challenging the number 98 car.
Yeah.
That is for 2nd in LMP2, but 6th overall at the moment. There's a further issue, by the way, after a drive-through earlier on for the 95. Reported to stewards for overtaking off track for the 95 this time.
Wow.
It's a somewhat unusual one, but not unique. And just looking there, also closing, Garnet Patterson is closing on this pair. That was the overtake for the 98 on Christian Bogle.
Yeah, just got caught out a little bit in traffic there, Christian Bogle. Maybe just being a little cautious on that outlap. Didn't want to make the mistake that Oyunchun Gibbon did at turn 1.
Yep, 98 car pulling away. And
I think we're going to see Torsten Kratz just very soon. There we go in the pit lane.
He'll be utterly elated.
Yeah.
That's a special moment.
Yeah,
and deserves it. He has dominated LMP3 on pace. He's had no luck at all last weekend. Dominates again on pace here, and then leads the race courtesy of the way in which that safety car panned out. The 2nd Rinaldi car also on pit lane.
And he's not getting out the car. Torsten Kratz.
That's very odd.
Yeah. I'm trying to...
That is a 3-driver squad.
Right.
That's a change again, by the way, the number 8 and the 29. You're right, he's staying in the car.
I'm a little...
I'm completely bemused by that.
Perplexed by that one.
The only other explanation is, no, it was Torsten in the car, and Torsten did start the race, did he not?
Yeah, he did.
Torsten was in the car when Haley interviewed him on the pit straight under red flag, and they've not stopped since until now, and he's not got out the car. So he's been in the car now for 2 hours and 6 minutes. I don't understand that.
Anybody have any answers out there? Let us know.
The only answers I can come up with don't sort of make any sense, other than we're out the championship. How far can I go?
Right. Yep.
An endurance test, effectively.
Yeah.
They will be disqualified, but you know, it's very odd.
Yeah.
Unless it's a problem for one of the other drivers, but even then, he should be in the window to hand over to the remaining driver.
and it's Nico Varone, who's one of his teammates.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'd like to see him in the car, for sure.
Hectic little piece of track here.
Yeah.
This is Garnet Patterson trying to make his way through to get onto terms with the 43 car ahead.
Yeah. Christian Bogle, he's struggling a little bit getting up to speed here.
Garnet Patterson will be frustrated here. Can't find a way through either the GT or the P3 car. Picked the wrong line twice down through the corner. Now this time he gets a chance to get on terms with the Porsche to grab a little bit of track position, and hopefully on the run down to bottom end of the circuit to deal with the number 8 car.
Yeah, I'm sure that he'll get by him as he comes down into turn 5.
MV2S, by the way, lead the race at the moment, LMP3. It is, with correction, it is car 98 that is reported to the stewards rotating off the track. Now, I thought that might be the case. When he went up the inside of Christian Bogle, he crossed the white line for the pit entry. That's not part of the racetrack.
Right. So
I think you're going to see the second place car in this race with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. Yes. So James Allen is leading the race by some 50 seconds from the 98 car. Christian Bogle some 2.5 seconds back from that 98 car. Just get himself into a rhythm here. Just get himself settled in the car and accustomed and acclimatized to the track again in these conditions, and he could start eating away into that gap to the 98 car.
The only available explanation for Torsten Kratz, and I'm trying to work back here, is looking back at this. It's about an hour and a half he has to do in the car. The red flag doesn't count, does it?
No.
He might not have quite done his. Well, let's have a look back on what's been a hectic first couple of hours for the first 4 hours of Dubai this season. At the start, it got very busy indeed through turn 1 with a great getaway from Ahmed Al-Hati, but behind, close contention between 3 of the cars, and 3 would make contact. The number 3 DKR car hit from the rear by the 43, who in turn was hit by the number 24, but behind, as you'll see to the outside there, already trouble for the number 21 Ferrari, a puncture that I don't think he knew he had. That led to a spin and further contact before and after. Heavy contact from the number 66 Bullock Racing Aston Martin, and then coming down into the turn, another Aston and Ferrari making contact, this time side-by-side contact with the 60 and the 77. The 60 would have further dramas, tried to thread the needle, got it wrong, and contact with both the 57 Ferrari and the 88 McLaren. And then a big incident, reportedly after contact with or from the LMP car, eliminating Johnny Larison from the race with the 60 car. Red flag came out for barrier repair as a result of that, and we had 50 minutes or so with the drivers taking in the sun before we got back underway. When we did get back underway, it would be Ahmed Al-Hati going by Yasser Shaheen to lead the race before the pit stops began, and then this overtake up the inside later by the number 98 car. That will be, I'm sure, a penalty for them. It's double yellows at the moment at turn 9.
Full course yellow. Full
course yellow comes out.
Yes.
So an instant at turn 9, or something's happened at turn 9 that we haven't yet seen in that highlights reel.
No, we're still trying to pick that up. But this will again shake up how things are handled strategy-wise, and I think there has been an advised or adjustment into that bulletin.
Yeah,
for
just
drive time.
I think Torsten Kratz had not done his minimum driver time because
just had a message from Haley to say he's coming out. So I think they're going to pit again possibly and get him out the car.
Maybe he was right on the edge for fuel and driver time. So this could get them. This has effectively saved them.
Yeah,
he pits under full course yellow to affect that driver change. Don't know what the incident is yet.
No, we can't see that.
So this is the overall classification in what's been a confusing 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. Hasn't lacked for a single moment in terms of action, racing and incident-wise. But as to how this is all going to pan out, Ollie, at the end of this, with revised driver times up and down the field, and with a number of cars, and now the pit lane is getting very busy.
Oh yes, it's going to be hectic here now.
Both craft cars there on pit lane, Hub Auto on pit lane. That's the United 22. That's a second stop in short order. This will be where they burn the 1 minute and 40 second stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're going for tyres as well on the 22 car.
So fuel going in for Paul Di Resta. And where is he? He's in 5th position. They're looking pretty good at this stage. They do. The one thing counting against United Autosports here is that they have been trading track position for. Is this the incident? 22
around the outside.
Oh, it's a spin from the 55 Rinaldi car by himself.
No, it was by himself, but he's got right rear loose. I think the nut. You just saw the nut disappear. And the right rear was definitely loose.
Mathieu Lutzen, I think they came in together. He's on his outlap. He was behind Torsten Kratz on pit lane. That is a car on his outlap.
Right.
So that might well be finger trouble.
Yeah, and because he was going relatively slow, and then the car looped around on him. And I think now the car is stuck on track and they can't move it.
Right, so just a quick brief look there at the 5th place battle between Ben Hanley now and Malte Jakobsen. All of a sudden, with the bronze driver times all now really burned, the tempo is going to be upped very substantially.
Yeah, just before that full course yellow, Malte Jakobsen was punching in the lap times. He was gaining a couple of seconds a lap on some of the cars in front.
Leader on pit lane, James Allen takes to pit lane. Again, another team that has been trading track position against the fact they know they had to make these longer pit stops.
Yeah.
Still waiting, by the way, for a decision on the report to the stewards, and that car, 55 car, is going to need to be lifted. Looks to me like that was a probable mistake in the pit stop for the 55
have
group.
all the hallmarks of just a loose wheel nut.
So the new leader will be, I think, the number 98 Orica, but that car has been reported to the stewards for overtaking it off track.
Yeah, well, that's likely that that's going to get some penalty.
That will be at least a drive-through, I'm sure.
Yeah, 25
off the air jacks. Stu Cox. Yeah.
Just waiting for that clock to tick down, that 100 seconds. So Nielsen car with
it's Hanley and Jakobsen.
Yeah, oh, this will be a duel.
Won't it just?
Get ready, stand back, tighten your belts, everybody.
Yep, step back. If you're in the United Arab Emirates, wherever you're watching from, step back.
Yeah.
Not just trackside.
Great to watch. These two boys going at it.
It's again part of this rhythm of these 4-hour races, Ollie, that we've seen the bronze drivers duking out, and boy, have we seen some great battling with them. But all of a sudden, what we got here is very experienced, long-time race winner Ben Hanley against Malte Jakobsen, his first weekend, or second weekend in the P2 car.
Yeah.
Leader on pit road. Driver will stay aboard this car.
Yeah,
I feel that car is going to be seeing them again fairly soon.
Yeah, we saw it in Dubai when you got all of the pros in the P2 cars with the class of these teams. The intensity just raised up, and it was just physical. You could physically see it on track, that intensity.
Rest of the group, lead group of P2 cars on the pit road. Haley is down with Sally Yoluk in the pits.
I'm joined here by Sally Yoluk, driver for DKR Engineering. During the red flag, you were telling me that you had a technical problem. Could you maybe... Well, hold on a minute. Tell us about the technical problem that you had at the beginning of the race.
No, I didn't have a technical problem at the beginning of the race, but just midway through, we had a radio failure. Do you hear me? Is it good? Yeah. Yeah, midway through the race, we had a radio failure, which obviously I couldn't call the pit line and anything, so we lost quite a bit of time in the pits and fell back, and then yeah, I got a penalty trying to be a bit aggressive, trying to carve my way through the field. But yeah, I mean, this has been the story the last 2 weeks, really. We are losing in the pits and then try to be aggressive on the track to make up for it, but this time didn't really work, so we had a scruffy start, to say the least.
How do you manage that sort of situation as a driver? How do you have to kind of improvise when you don't have any radio contact with your garage?
Yeah, I was just following the guys in front, basically. Like when they went into the pits, I went into the pits. So that's what I did, basically. I was probably going to pit when I had my fuel alarm as well. So that's all you can do, basically.
You qualified second. You said to me the rhythm was there, but can you put your finger on maybe what was missing from that?
No, I think we missed overall pace from the car, not just in one or two ways. Like we just missed the overall pace. Our car is a very old chassis, so that makes a big difference as we experienced before in our team actually. So. Yeah, well, we are trying to make the best out of a bad situation and try to claw our way up.
There's one point between yourselves and, of course, Algarve Pro Racing on the overalls. Is that something that you think about, or are you just completely focused on the performance?
Yeah, I mean, we are just trying to drive as fast as we can and see where that takes us. Honestly, nothing else.
Thank you very much, Elliot.
About to go back to green flag running in 20 seconds. That was a frustrated Sally Yoluk, wasn't it?
And brutally honest as well, very honest.
About his performance, about the team's performance, about the challenges. Not making excuses, but absolutely factual.
Just telling it how it is.
No radio.
Yeah, I mean, and that's tough. That really is hard, particularly in this form of racing now. It really is. But the race, as complicated as it is, you're really relying on the radio. And we're back to green. You see the 37 obviously didn't get the message. The 24 is up the inside. Malte Jakobsen was there a little bit asleep, but then he's managed to get the position back.
And that was probably because I don't think Ben Hanley was expecting the lack of defence there, and I think he overcooked it as a result.
Both of them were there somewhat surprised by getting back to racing.
We're back to green in what has been so far quite astonishing 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. 2 more drive-through penalties to confirm, by the way. Car 5, which was the winning car in LMP3 last time out from DCAR Engineering, speeding in the pit lane, and confirmed now a drive-through for car 98. That's the 99 racing car, and I think that car is on its outlap now from a long stop, but will have to come back down pit lane for overtaking off track, and that was an overtake up the inside for the lead, if I remember rightly, and crossing the white line at pit entry.
Yeah, and Malte Jakobsen is really on a tear now. I think we're going to see this guy lighting up the timing screens, just dealing with the traffic so decisively, and he's just stretched away from Ben Hanley, switched the tyres on the 37 car, and boom, he's gone.
So, at the moment, Cool Racing, the number 37 car is in 7th place. It's 1 minute and 14 seconds behind James Allen. Let's keep an eye on that gap. As out, I could just see to the left, out comes the 98 car. He's going to take that position, going to be right with him, in fact.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah.
37 on 98,
I don't
just
think
out of
there's
pits.
going to be much of a competition
No.
here.
And done.
Driver in the 98 cars, not that flash.
6th there for Cool Racing. And already 2 seconds closed in on the leader on half a lap. You know what? I know there's going to be people getting bored with us saying it, but this kid is special.
Yeah.
Like Franco Colapinto in a previous season here, you can see the quality that's there. It's now a matter of what programme comes his way to deliver. Next programme for him is a full season in European Le Mans Series, and I am thoroughly looking forward to that. So 37 car through and gone, 6th place. Minute 11 seconds now behind. So it's James Allen, Christian Bogle, Garnet Patterson, Jantjen Guven, Paul de Resta, Malte Jakobsen. So gap to Paul de Resta, 6.4 seconds. That is a worthy opponent for this young talent, and that's one to watch, I think.
Yeah.
Clear air now for the young Dane.
Yeah, he is going to be stretching the legs on that P2 car and looking to see who is next up the road. The 22 car, and on board is Paul de Resta. So that's going to be a good matchup just to see how those two go at it. best lap so far for Paul di Resta, 42.3. Best lap for Malte Jakobsen, 42.8. No, 42.4, sorry. So those two are going to be trading fastest laps, I think, very shortly.
Yep, at this time. And that is the 98 car taking advantage of Jakobsen being delayed in traffic to briefly again take the lead, take the position rather, at that same point in the track, but instantly is relieved of that position.
Yeah, we'll see how these two go backwards and forwards at this. And Malte is got the inside line on the way down to turn 6. And he's just getting himself some space there, just to make sure he gets a good drive off of turn 7 and then works the traffic properly.
Yeah, good example of just how traffic can affect these battles. The P2 cars, we've heard from a number of people this weekend, Ollie, are struggling to overtake each other here.
Yeah.
So traffic is going to be a major factor, both for and against those opportunities.
Yeah.
Delay the cars in traffic, but also the opportunity to just make the right guess, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 98 car has been fast all week. I know that talking to Stewie, who is there supplying guys for that car, you know, he knows what they've got, he knows the package and how it is, and he's confident that car has got the performance in it to run right at the front.
So Jakobsen again in clear air. This time looks to have a slightly clearer track ahead.
Yeah.
And two Mercedes-Benz, including that delayed number 6 car from HRT that was in the pit box under that red flag.
Unusual driving there from the 16, and the way that he immediately went to the inside in the brakes, turning into the corner to turn 1. That was a bit unusual, odd. But driver 98 got through.
Lest we forget, by the way, James Allen is leading this race for Algarve Pro Racing. He's 34 seconds to the good, but with pit stop times to take into account here, ahead of Christian Bogle, going well, but not closing, dropping away from James Allen in the 43 into Europol competition car. United Autosports number 23 and Garnet Patterson is in 3rd and 20 seconds back from the 43 car. Then we've got Insun Guven in that DCAR engineering car that we heard pretty fed up Sally Jolic talking to Haley about.
It was brutally honest.
He was, but he's right there and catching Garnet Patterson, with Paul di Resta closing in as well on Guven. So United Autosports looking in pretty good shape here at the moment, with good drivers still to come in both cars.
Yeah.
And Malte Jakobsen, having closed initially on Paul di Resta to 5 seconds back, has now dropped back to 8 seconds back. That will be both that stumble in traffic from the Dane and perhaps a clearer track ahead from the Scot.
Yeah.
So in the classes, it is MB2S Racing now that lead. That stop and drive time for Torsten Kratz could have hurt them badly. GT, and the battle we're watching here is the battle for 5th place between the is for 6th place between Ollie Milroy and Alexander Bekantsov. Milroy in the Hub Auto Racing 72 and then Bekantsov in the sole Lamborghini, the unmistakable V10 yowl of that car. And then a 3-car battle as well. We're back on that battle here. Marco Mappelli still to come in that Lamborghini, by the way.
Yeah, he's pretty handy.
And Jules Gounon still to come in the Mercedes.
Yeah, and Nielsen have managed to work their way close to the front. We're just watching the battle here. This is for, I think, 4th place.
3-car battle. The 9, the 63, and the 1.
Yeah. Oh, it's 3 side by side.
This is 7th place. It is James Dayson, Sebastian Page, and Nick Adcock, and three wide, and just gently easing over, and then eases back the other way, and that's not going to work either. Drops back this time. Lets these two sort it out in the chicane.
Nicely done by Nick there, just getting it done. And spoke to him just before the race, and he was
That's the leader lapping these 3.
Oh wow.
That's what the safety car has done.
Yeah, MB2S have really got themselves in a cracking spot. And number 4 car, the Nielsen car, is not too far behind. This variety of lines here through turn 9, and MV2S are really on a bit of a tear here.
Well, this traffic will be helping Matt Bell to close that gap. It is Matt Bell now aboard the car, one of the 2 driver squads we've got here. Matt Bell pretty fired up.
Yeah.
It's Fabien Laverne in the MV2S car. That gap, one to watch, 13 seconds right now.
Yeah.
Great lap time last time around from Fabien Laverne, but this will not be helping his attack.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's the DKR car.
Yeah, these guys are. You get the feeling that everybody's still sort of recovering from that safety car period in the stoppage. MV2S down the inside.
Clears that car.
Yeah.
Clears to number 9. But I'm sure there will be plenty of tails in the LMP3 pack that the safety car spoiled their race and dropped them back out of contention.
Yeah, Matt's
can be the case with the way that safety cars are run in these races.
Yeah.
I feel there's changes coming on that front, you know. I think I feel we might see some changes to the way that safety car protocols are employed with perhaps the WC and the Vanguard in the future. Hashtag wait and see.
Yeah. 72 car and then 19 still going at it here. And they are, where are they?
Fifth?
Yeah, fifth.
Sixth.
Yeah, 6th and 7th. Yeah.
And that has got the LMP3 car there, is in that battle for position. It's been a hectic time in all 3 classes, but none less so than LMP2. Malte Jakobsen is aboard the 37 car, but Haley's got his co-driver, Alexandre Coigny, in pit lane right now.
I'm joined here by Alexandre Coigny, driver of car number 37 for Cool Racing. Now, you have a bit more responsibility this weekend because you're, well, Nicolas Lapierre, team principal, but also driver in your team. He's taken a step back, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we can call it a step back. He just wanted to give us some more driving time. I think Malte is it's good for Malte to have more driving time during the race, me during the practice. So I think that's the only thing. It's opening the strategy also to drive at two drivers. And but I don't think it's a step back. It's just he wants to manage the team properly.
What was your objective, you know, going through your first stint? You said to me that you were really kind of just trying to keep out of trouble. It was a relatively clean stint for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a messy start of the race. I mean, we had a red flag, we had 2 full course yellows, a lot of things happening on the track, surprisingly. And well, the idea was just to stay out of the troubles, bring the car home, and try to keep it safe.
And hand over to Malte Jakobsen. Now, Malte Jakobsen was, of course, a phenomenal in a car this year. Of course, he's driving in an LMP2 car. But also yourself, you took a year out last year, and you're back as well. Tell us about this pairing and how it's going between you.
It's really cool. I mean, Malte is doing an amazing job. I think he proved it. Me, now it's coming back to the rhythm I used to have. The confidence I had in the traffic. It takes a while to get it back, but I mean, generally it's coming back well. And doing the Asian was a very good training to come back strongly in the LMS.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great point there from Alexandre Coigny about coming back here, building confidence, rebuilding racecraft after a year or so out. I think it's been 2 years out for Alexandre.
And I think that's what this series really manages to do for a lot of guys, drivers, crews, teams. You know, just gets us so up to speed for the coming season. I mean, it's been amazing racing here. We're getting another stellar race here today in Yas Marina.
We are indeed, and this is it's a Nemo sandwiched by United. So it's the United 23 at the front of this 3-car group. Garnet Patterson, who is still closing on the cars ahead of him. He's 20 seconds back now from Christian Bogle in second. But Yunshin Given is right behind him and being closed by Paul Di Resta. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, is now closing back in on the Scots. He's 6.5 seconds back. So that's an indication when we talk about young Malte Jakobsen, indication of the level of talent you're talking about. He's closing in on Paul Di Resta, relatively recently ex-Formula 1 driver, a really good LMP2 driver, and a factory hypercar driver.
Yeah, that's clearly the level that Malte Jakobsen's at. And it is very impressive to sort of see him perform in the car. He is punching in the lap times, he is stretching away from the 98 car, and he is closing in on the back of Di Resta and these other two cars in front of Di Resta. So I think that I think we can just see him in the background there, just sliding out the inside. I think it was the Aston Martin that was coming out of the final corner. The sun going down here, track temperature is going to be dropping off a little bit, and we are going to sort of see a little bit of a change in the setup there. We'll see if any of these teams decide to employ a slightly different change or setup change to their cars. We were just talking to one of the team managers earlier on before the start of the race, and he was saying about how when the P2 cars are running close together like this, it is pretty tricky to get by. And so maybe there's going to be some changes in the downforce levels to maybe one or two of these cars at one of the longer stops towards the end of this race, to see if they can free the car up some and get the thing just a little bit more efficient on the straight and effectively just run a lower downforce setup. It's
as quick to change the rear clip here as it would be to change the rear wing on these P2 cars with those 100-second stops.
Yeah, so you'd have to do the front clip and the rear clip at the same time. It's achievable in those 100-second stops. So let's see if one of the teams rolls the dice and does it.
So this is getting to be very intriguing. Di Resta is definitely catching Given
just made a little bit of a mistake there coming into 12, got in a bit too deep. He's just sort of being reeled in now by Di Resta.
But he, again, a very experienced driver, ex-Porsche junior driver, a Porsche specialist at this point, has to be encouraged by his Formula 1 and P2 car.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see more of him. And this is great to see him driving with Sally Ulich and Johnny Eastwood here. But my guess would be he's going to be further one of the crop of GT drivers, showing that they can transfer that skill set into a downforce prototype.
And you know, this is not exactly a real super fair fight. You know, the car that DKR have managed to get together and put out is a very old spec.
Well, one of the fleets that Cool Racing have was Chassis 100 of these 2017. They started these Orica 07s, an astonishing race car. Chassis 100.
The 77?
The 77, that was Chassis 5. It's a first-year chassis.
That is at the hotel there.
It is. So he's looped it coming. He's just overcooked it coming off the second the hotel bends, hasn't he?
Yeah. So that's 14. There's the final hotel bend, and he's just lost it. Here we go. Just got on the throttle here. Oh, we miss it. Yeah, he just got on the throttle. It's off camber there, easy to do.
He's not got room to turn the car around.
He's
there.
got himself
That's
a bit,
the problem.
and he can't find reverse.
And if they're going to reverse back into the line of traffic, so it's yellow flags at the moment. We're looking at that, by the way. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Melty Jacobsen at 1:42.307, closest the gap to Di Resta to 6 seconds. And Di Resta, his efforts are not going to be helped by a pretty rapid, and I'm sure fairly wide, Guven ahead of him.
Yeah.
Has found reverse there, I think, but it's a matter of tippy-toeing.
Yeah, coming down, and he's got past Paul Di Resta, has got past Owen Given, coming down into turn 1. Oh, but he's got held up. And no, he gets the deal done, and Paul Di Resta gets it executed well, but they're going to have muck on the tyres. Sure, the car's going to be moving around underneath them as they get on the brakes down into turn 5.
Jacobsen is right there. Look back and you'll see 2 seconds back down the road. That's Jacobsen with behind, I think, the sister LMP3 car. There you go. The last car in that line is Melty Jacobsen. So that 6 second gap with that gaggle of traffic came down to next to nothing. He's in this fight.
He is. It's only 2 seconds back now.
So this is where it all happened. There's Patterson. Di Resta's crossed. Did he cross the line? Is that counted as overtaking off the track? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If that's what happened to the 98 car, my guess is
it's going to happen to the 22.
I think it might.
It's going to be a hard one, that. So De Resta trying to pick his way past Ollie Milroy, and then Orenson Gibbons coming up on the Hub Auto car. And at this point, when you're in a GT car and you've got a gaggle of P2 cars coming through, you're getting bombarded. And you're looking in every direction, just trying to figure out, okay, where can I place my car to keep it clean and keep it safe?
If you're trying to make sense out of this motorised madness, think of it this way. It is 3 races on the same track at the same time. LMP2, LMP3 and GT. LMP2 cars leading the race here. LMP3, the smaller, more squat prototypes with the low revving Nissan V8s, and then the GT cars are the racing versions of the supercars you'll see on the road. Here are some of them, but they're all having their own race as well as the overall race.
So we're watching, this is a battle for second and third in GT, and it's had a big
shake-up.
Big, massive shake-up. So 57 car guy, Schandorf now chasing down Sturm.
But car guy have not actually yet used Takeshi Kimura.
Ah, of course. Right, so that's going to compromise them somewhat.
It is. There's going to be trouble, by the way, for another of the high-flying GT cars, and that's car 33. It's been reported to the stewards for speeding in pit lane. That's the 4th placed Herbeth car, Antares out. And by the way, a long chat with Antares this morning at breakfast. What a lovely chap he is.
Yeah, good lad.
Really passionate about his sports car racing. Watches it as well, reads about it as well, knows what's going on worldwide. Clearly, you know, successful in the rest of other parts of his life, but he's got time for this as a passion.
Smart driving there from James Allen, just in that traffic. He was just cautious, careful, didn't want to risk the car, wanted to keep it clean, and just picked his point to go by, which is good to see.
So he's well away. He's 38 seconds to the good. But again, remember, there will be longer pit stops to burn. They will be hoping for another caution to do that. If he has to do it on the green, it's going to hurt them.
Yeah.
There's another.
Kitten Simpson to go in that car.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
So 91 and 57. Again, this is for second place. The gap, by the way, to the HRT number 7 car is 51 seconds.
Yeah.
Leading the race here. That's the black HRT car.
Yeah, that's going to be
about. It's all about who's burned the stops, who's got the driver time done.
Yeah.
There are so many elements here, and with the red flag interruption for that, I'll be blunt. I'm going to wait and call this one in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm trying to look here at the laptop. I've got no idea.
17 car up the inside of the battling GT cars.
Oh, it just
makes one.
Yeah.
It's going to compromise the Porsche, is it? No, it isn't. It's actually helped to a little.
Yeah, Ollie Milroy was smart there. He just gave him some maroon, just gave him a lane on the inside.
That is the lead car in GT, is it not? Behind them.
Yes,
Lucas
it is.
Stoltz is aboard that car.
Yes, it is.
And that is about to lap the 5th and 6th, but 6th and 7th place cars.
Wow. Just goes to show what happens with the safety cars, full course yellows. If it rolls your way, it can make your race.
Particularly gutting for the Hub Auto squad.
Yeah, just hasn't quite shaken out for them.
This is the 8 car. Second in the championship at the moment in LMP3. Again, looking to deal with GT traffic. Not dramatically different lap times between these two classes, but they generate that lap time in very, very different ways. P3 cars find it almost impossible to overtake a GT car in a straight line, as you can see here. But go into the corners, not necessarily the slow speed corners, but the high speed corners. Much better under braking and much more aerodynamic grip.
Yeah. P3, it's a battle there between the 29 in the lead and Matt Bell in the 4 car, the Nielsen car.
Oh, there's a spin there for the 23. That's Garnet Patterson has a moment in front of his teammates. Gathers it up just in time to. That's he's lost 3 places with that. That's such a shame.
Yeah, I think it was just that was in traffic there, wasn't it, where he was trying to...
Just look at these gaps in LMP2. There's our overall. Look at the gaps behind the battle for the lead, that 43 seconds. 2 seconds, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. That is... It's ferrets in a sack, isn't it, really?
You could throw a blanket over them.
You could. We'll find another euphemism later.
Malte Jakobsen is just absolutely wrung the neck of that.
But he's in the fight now. That's the point. He's in the sack. He's in the sack. He's in the fight now. Guven is going to be his next target. And this is cracking stuff again.
It is. Great stuff to watch.
And all the better for the fact that what we've got this year are more of the established players and more of the newcomers to this, some of whom have got real experience, as Jakobsen does. He's the reigning ELMS LMP3 champion. He's not a newcomer to prototype racing, just P2. And we're seeing them measure themselves against each other, and it's great. It's truly epic racing this year.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It just has gone up another level. The intensity. We're seeing a 57
car. That is... you see with the car guy helmet, that is the car guy. Takeshi Kimura will enter proceedings for the first time.
That'll be one of the time stops.
Yes, it will. And this is looming to be the battle for 4th position. Paul di Resta, by the way, is up the road and on to terms with Christian Bogle. This is the battle for 2nd position.
He's just not quite close enough.
You know what? I'm not ready to call this race for any of these first 5 cars yet.
Christian just got a little bit too greedy on the throttle there. The rear of the car just got a little bit unhooked, and Paul might be on him right in the toe. Which side's he going to go?
Goes to the outside, and he's committing to the outside here.
He is. He's going to switch up, back up to the inside. And is he going to get the drive off? Not quite. Is he going to now have to use the traffic? Paul is going to have to breathe it and just see how Christian deals with the traffic in front. Paul is just almost wheel to wheel there.
I think there might have been contact there.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch. Paul put himself out there, and the car was only going to go one way. And has he done any damage? I don't think so.
I'm just looking. That looked to me like Jakobsen up the inside of Guven. Has he made it? He has. He has. He's through. There's traffic there, but it's going to...
Using the 10 car as a bit of a pick, and he's done it. And Paul is, I mean, this is going to be done.
But Jakobsen is going to be with him if he can't do it.
Yeah, I think Paul's going to get this done into 5 now. If he doesn't do it there, he'll be out of there and down to 6, doing the undercut.
There's traffic coming into the hairpin.
Here we go, he's lining him up.
Garnet Patterson getting back into the fight, by the way, after that quick spin.
There he goes. Paul was just absolutely telegraphing that, and he's now squeezing him, not giving him the line. He's getting the toe off the MV2S, Paul is. And
the DKR car, but you're right.
Paul used all of his experience there to really...
It's gone too deep here. Yes.
Yeah. Christian just should give it up, because he's now going to get robbed possibly for another position by Malte Jakobsen. The team needs to be on the radio to him now, just saying, okay, just take a breath.
Great
You've got
run
somebody
here.
else.
Great run here from Jakobsen off that turn. He's flashing the lights here. Goes to the inside. Can Bogle defend? He can't.
Wow.
It's going to go another way. Oh, it almost runs into the rear of the 57 car, but Takeshi Kimura.
Yeah, I mean, just Malte just absolutely outthought him there and just boxed him straight in. I mean,
he's in a hurry here to get onto the back of Paul di Resta.
He can see that Paul's going to get up and up the way, up the road, and so Malte's like, I am with him, and he's got just a single focus to get onto the back of Paul di Resta.
There's going to be 2 voices in Malte Jakobsen's ears right now. One is going to be the race engineer, the other one is going to be Nico Lapierre. And boy, have we got a fight on our hands now.
Yeah, we do. We do have a fantastic fight on our hands now.
Still a fight behind here, by the way, with Bogle under pressure now from Unshin Guven. This is for 4th position.
And they're now going to start looking at that gap. This is the 22 car and the 37 are going to start looking at that gap to the 25. James will be pitting, well, not for a little bit, but it'll be Kiffin Simpson to go in the car next in the 25.
Change there behind. What was that? That was the 23 on. No, it was. I think that was the DKR car in traffic. But Garnet Patterson looking to make amends to get back in this fight. I think he's going to do it as well. So clears the final bit of traffic for the moment. There's now clear air ahead of them. What can we see in terms of pace between this pair?
Yeah, it's very, very close on ultimate lap time between these two. 0.02 of a second in difference in fastest lap. So
the other quick thing to mention here is Paul Di Resta will hand this car over at some point.
He just got in there a bit deep, did Paul, and he got a bit of a wiggle on. He's given up a little bit of lap time there. And is that going to be the little bit that Malte Jakobsen needs to pounce?
He's closing him. Yeah. He's closing him.
And it's all about discipline now. How you drive your car under pressure in these conditions. Sun going down. You know, you must be getting relatively light on fuel. And how the tyre is underneath you, how you're feeling it, how you're feeling the track. Yep. All those things are coming to play. They are alone, it seems, on track at the moment. What a duel.
Milter's dad and brother, who's I gather a handball player, are here to watch this.
A strong lad.
And I'll tell you, the pride in his dad. His dad is a big man, but not so proud that he can't show his emotion about his pride in what Melter is producing here and has produced this season.
I want to see how they've come off of turn 5
this
here.
Is Bogle, Guven, Patterson. It's two fights underway, and at the top of the screen there, Malte Jakobsen not quite close enough yet.
No.
But he's definitely closing in here. This is the battle for second position in this race. 38 seconds back now from James Allen. So they are also closing on the leader.
This is most probably some of the biggest tests that Paul's had in a United car here in the Asia Le Mans series in quite some time. And Malte is piling the pressure on here.
Traffic coming.
And is the traffic going to be the thing that gives Malte the opening to really put the pass on Paul Di Resta?
Got a good run through there. He's going to be right under the rear wing of Paul Di Resta through the hotel complex. There's a slower P2 car in the mix here, which always complicates matters. He's had a quick look there. There's no way through. He's just signalling potential intent. Not going to happen here.
They're both smart lads, and they'll just be looking at the way that they can get this done. The Volkenhorst car just keeping out of the way.
That's the second time I would suggest that the same move has been pulled in traffic, not for the overtake. Up the inside of the RC car, Malte Jakobsen gets himself back into clear air.
Yeah,
Di Resta's got the better of that.
Yeah, he's not giving that up.
Christian Bogle, by the way, on pit lane at the moment, has ducked out that fight for now. We're not far away from a scheduled stop cycle, and that was...
I mean, it's aggressive. It's aggressive racing now.
This is proper pro stuff.
Yeah.
We're into the pro phase here.
Yeah, Nolan Siegel going in the 43, Christian Bogle out. And Nolan Siegel did a fantastic job in Dubai. Won the race for them. Did an excellent job, and now we're going to see how quick he can run in the 43 car. We're seeing the 37 just getting the wrong side of the traffic again. Paul just managed to get that done. Took a bit of a low percentage move there into turn 6.
He knows he's got to fight here, and here's the thing: Paul Di Resta, I think we could say understated Paul Di Resta. I think he'll be enjoying this and hating it in equal measure.
Yeah, maybe in a way, but he'll be relishing the challenge.
Of course.
And the fight. Paul loves a fight, and he's looking to try and put that win the battle.
Here's a moment. Malte Jakobsen right back up with Paul Di Resta here. And has just had to check there, Di Resta through the traffic, but he's still got the better of it.
Yeah.
great stuff.
It is, and this is what we've been wanting to see. Really wanted to see someone, a real established star in Paul di Resta in P2, and the rising star in Malte Jakobsen.
That shows you how good the kid is, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
If he can stick with this, well, he's not just sticking with it, he's closed in on this fight. Di Resta at some point is going to have to hand over that car, by the way, to Phil Hansen. Malte Jakobsen will go to the end.
They are absolutely eating into the gap to the 25 car. They're now down to 37 seconds behind the 25 Algarve Pro car. So the pace that Di Resta and Malte Jakobsen are running at,
in traffic, remember?
Yeah, they could be. Could they get down? Could they get onto the 25 car within an hour?
The other thing is, I think Cool Racing have burned more of their 100-second stops than the cars ahead. I think that's right.
Right. Okay, take your word for that.
I could be wrong. I got a feeling the 22 had a stop that was not a 100-second stop. I don't think Cool Racing have done that.
Paul is looking to use the traffic again to get something in between him and Malte Jakobsen.
That's going to be the 11 car
there. He's at the moment just that one car ahead. Oh, and Paul's got bottled up there. He almost went the wrong side of him. And I thought Malte was just going to try and stick the nose in.
You know, as I said that, by the way, text message from a good friend of ours. Now, I'll call him semi-retired for the moment as we watch this battle with 24 and the 98. Steve Bunkle, the Doc, long-time race engineer with United Autosports, as the 22 car comes to pit lane.
Oh, pit lane.
And the 3. And he's his reckoning, and I trust him. He agrees with me, thinks the 37 is the car that has had its time stops, and it may be that this is what we're going to see now from United Autosports. Through and clear then into second place, 38 seconds back from the leader is Malte Jakobsen. James Allen, by the way, is doing a great job in the lead of this race, quietly, with a lead to defend, and a big lead to defend.
But he's been smart with it. We saw that with that the 91 car when he passed that up and through turn 3. Just using his experience, just being smart with it.
And by the way, stop to burn or no, this is a good lead, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it is.
So Di Resta pit lane and Junguven pit lane. 1, 2, 3, 4 now. James Allen in the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Cool Racing's 37 with Malte Jakobsen. Garnet Patterson is into third again in the 23 car, and the 98 from 99 Racing is in 4th place. Ben Hanley, by the way, in 5th place in the 24 Nielsen car.
So Phil Hansen is going to be going in the 22, yeah.
And you'd have thought Charlie Eastwood due to board the number 3 car.
Yeah, and this is Ben Hanley on the 98 car, looking to put them under pressure. And
so this is the battle for 4th place.
Yeah.
And with Matthias Besch still to come, by the way, in the 24 car, so another very capable driver still to come in the 24, and with Neil Yarni still to come in the 98 car. They're going to pit this time around. They can't be far away from that schedule. No sign. Ben goes to the pit lane. Now, counting back, one more stop should be the case for them. Also on pit lane is Garnet Patterson.
Ollie Jarvis.
He's ready to go. That's a nice arrow to have in your quiver, isn't it?
Absolutely. Very talented.
Is it because it's called Oliver?
Yes.
Something that comes that way?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Good lad. So, Leonard Weiss is getting off and up the road after the 53 car. Kayaski.
That car, by the way, in 4th place now with Leo Weiss, and right there with Kayaski.
Yeah, the 53 has been a little bit under the radar.
They've been there and thereabouts.
Yeah.
When they had, I think, problems in race 1, but after that, the pace has been there.
Yeah, I think that they were the one that was singled out by us when we were first looking at everybody in the series.
Leader on pit road right now, by the way. James Allen comes in defending a 30+ second lead. How is this going to pan out? I expect this to be a time stop.
Yeah.
Has to have those. There you go. We're going to see that stop on the way. It is a driver change, and it's Kevin Simpson who's been one of the standout talents here.
Really has.
Has to have those 3 time stops within the first 3.5 hours of the race. We are 4 minutes from the final hour of the penultimate race of this season. Here comes Leo Weiss. He's closing down on that 53 car.
77, I think, is just going in the pit lane. And Leo Weiss coming through. The 25, they're just having new boots put on. This will be the time stop. And 37 there also in pit lane.
So 35 seconds at the point at which the cars pitted was the lead gap, and this is going to compromise the 25 if they can't get the 98 on the dollies and out of the way. It's going to be Neil Jani that takes over the car and will go to the finish for this car.
Yeah.
And the dollies employed to put the car at an angle to clear the 98, so 25 should not have too much of a delay. Kevin Simpson.
Where's the 37? 37's right there. Oh, he's creeping away out the box.
That, I'll tell you one thing, that's not 35 seconds. Now, if you were to, having seen the first 2 races, if you were to bid for the opportunity to watch a 2-car battle, I think after Dubai, the prospect of watching Kevin Simpson and Malte Jakobsen duke it out might be pretty close to the top of the wish list.
No doubt, no doubt.
Now, did the 37 get cleanly away? It didn't look it, did it? He has gone out. It's there. Phil Hansen, by the way. There he goes. 20 seconds quicker on pit lane, so he had burned those stops, but that was, I think he had a problem there.
Yeah.
And he's still got a problem.
Yeah, he's going a little slowly here. Not entirely sure what's going on with the 37. Going now.
Watching. It's cold tyres. It's cold tyres.
Yeah.
New tyres.
Yeah, new tyres. Just getting them back up
That's
to 10.
what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be Matthias Besch in the 24 car that's on him. Yeah, he's just still struggling just to get those tyres up to 10.
And they're in this fight. This is great. So Phil Hansen leads in the United Autosports number 22 car. He's got 10 seconds to the good over Kevin Simpson in the Algarve Pro number 25. 12 seconds ahead of Malte Jakobsen in the 37 Cool Racing car, and then Matthias Besch is right with Jakobsen.
Matthias needs to get this done this lap. If he doesn't, he's not going to do it.
This is warmer tyres, maybe even stint old tyres, as we've got battle here between the 11 and the 8. This is for 4th position. That is done, or is it?
No, it's
no,
not.
It's not. Is it done, or is it? No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Get on the side, the side draft. There we go. Closer, you need to be closer. Can he do it around the outside? No, the 8's got it. They've overslowed it somewhat at the apex there. The 11 just couldn't quite hang on around the outside.
Great battles here. Great battles. Traffic, though, is an opportunity here. In the 11 car now is Leo Weiss, coming to the end of his stint. We are 15 seconds from the end of the 3rd hour into the final 60 minutes. Remember, 4 more hours of this to come tomorrow if you're up for it. I'm going to go and have a lie down in a quiet bar.
Oh, great stuff.
RLR coming to the pit lane.
And Malte Jakobsen has stayed in front of Matthias Besch.
Yeah.
Got about a second on him now. There we go. I expect the Cool Racing car to start stretching away and eating into that Kevin Simpson lead, possibly.
Let's keep an eye now. This is where they put a period of time with some top guys in top cars on new rubber. This is where we're going to start to see some lap times.
Yeah, it's going to be Yeah, everybody's got eyes on the timing screen as they start to light up. Sun's gone down, cooling off. It's going to be quick.
22 from 25, 37, 24, 98 are the cars really in the fight. Behind that, Charlie Eastwood, bit of a gap back now to the Dakar Engineering car. They again burned that, I suspect, their final time stop that time round, and that's put them a little out the fight. In LMP3, this is the battle, by the way, for third place still between 37 and 24. LMP3 is led by MV2S with Fabien Laverne and has a 8-second lead over Matt Bell. That was over 10 seconds. So Matt Bell is just picking away at that task. The Nielsen Racing car looking good at the moment, with the 53 Inter-Europol car of Kayaski, I think, gapped the 11 car. That car's in third, and the Graf Racing and WTM by Rinaldi cars we saw battling away for fourth. In GT, we watch what's happened here. This was... What is that?
Malte Jakobsen, I think he just got a little bit
squirrely.
Yeah, but he's just trying to pick his way through this traffic, and I think the lead here, or the gap between himself and Kiffin Simpson, is going to yo-yo in this traffic.
Yeah. GT, by the way, led still by the number 7 Haupt Racing team car. Lucas Stoltz is in lead of that class, and has a healthy lead ahead of the 91 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche. Joel Sturm came out DTM Trophy, currently in the wheel of that car. Liebherr Motorsports, their Lamborghini in the hands of Brendan Leach is in third, and then the Hub Auto AMG is in fourth. Pretty substantial gaps in that class, and that safety car and long red flag did not do favours for close running in GT.
No, it didn't. It's just split that class wide open.
There's a little bit of damage, by the way, on the left-hand side of the 24.
You see the 91 getting very wide on the way out of turn 16. Just held up the 24 a little bit there. But this gap between Malte Jakobsen and Matthias Besch is yo-yoed a little bit, but I think now when they're in clear air, I see that Malte Jakobsen should be able to stretch away on the new tyres.
I think the answer here is that the 22 car is going to drop back in that next pit. I think they need their final stop to be another 100-second stop.
Really? Right.
Well, it's been an astonishing first 3 hours for all sorts of reasons, not all of them good. But let's have a look now at the first 3 hours of this first of 2 4-hour races here at Abu Dhabi. At the start of the race, lots of aggression in amongst the LMP2 cars as Ahmed Al-Hati got the hammer down in pole position, side-by-side action, then front-to-rear action between the 3, the 43, and unfortunately the 24, and Rodrigo Sellers lost out. But look to the outside here, and a very smoky Ferrari. There'd been contact there in traffic. Tyre down, driver didn't realise. That led to the spin you can see at the top of the screen. The car going from one side of the track to the other and then being harpooned by the Bullet Racing Aston Martin. Action not over. Watch the other Ferrari and the green Aston Martin. Contact between the 60 and the 77. Trouble there too. Trouble further again at the end of the main straight with the 60 car with a second incident, and then a third here, hooked up with the 88. That car would have all sorts of dramas, ending in this one. Contact with or from an LMP car, and Johnny Larson heavily into the barriers, out of the race, and a long red flag to repair the barriers coming into turn 1. That was 50 minutes or so under the red flag. Lots of changes in driver time allocations, but when we got back to action, all sorts going on. Yasser Shaheen, Ahmed Al-Hati involved in a spirited battle. United Autosports and 99 Racing. This overtake, though, for position off the track, as it was judged, would lead to a drive-through that put the 98 car a little out of contention. A spin into retirement with a loose wheel on the outlap for the Rinaldi car put that car out of contention, and then things started to get really just a little bit crazy and a little bit fun in LMP2. The professional drivers' stint time's coming. Kevin Simpson now aboard the 25 car. Milton Jakobsen, Ollie Jarvis, Paul de Resta and the gang. It's going to be a fabulous last 60 minutes of action here in Abu Dhabi.
Well, thank you very much for that, Graham. Just going to run through the overall classification. 22, United Autosports, 67 laps. Second, number 25, Algarve Pro Racing, 14.4 seconds back. 37, 25 seconds back from the lead. And then it's the 24 Nielsen car, followed by 99 Racing, 98 car. And then 6th is the number 3 DKR. Now we're moving down into P3. We've got the number 29 car, MB2S Racing in first place, and then the number 4 car, Nielsen Racing car, in second, followed by number 53 into Europol in third. Then we're down into GT. Leading GT is the number 7 car, HRT Mercedes AMG, and second in GT is number 91 Herbert Racing, Joel Sturm in that car, and then third in GT is number 19 the Leipert Lamborghini.
One thing spotted by a couple of people, including my mate Steve Doc Bunkle and RJ O'Connell in media room action for Delhi Sports Car, is there may be a problem for Algarve Pro Racing running in second place here. Their last stop, 99 seconds, not 100 seconds. That's going to be trouble. Here's the 22, which we believe may still need another 100-second stop, and that is going to throw this wide open. Every one of the LMP2 cars requires another stop. Up the inside there from Phil Hansen, trying to defend the lead from Kevin Simpson. 13 seconds is the lead. Malte Jakobsen 12 seconds further back.
Yeah, that's yo-yoed somewhat.
Yeah, it has. That's all been traffic, I think. Pretty decent pace, or pretty regular pace between the three of them. Pretty even pace. That's Charlie Eastwood trying to chase back. He's making up a little bit of time on Neil Jani ahead of him, but not so very much. It's a long way home for DKR Engineering.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this now, if there is a problem for the 25, I can only see one winner here.
Yeah, if we're right, and both United and Algarve Pro need to stop for a 100-second stop to avoid a penalty, then Milton Jakobsen is just about 20 seconds back from the lead.
Yeah, he's sitting in
and
in a
all
good
they
spot.
will need is a timed fuel stop at the end here.
Nolan Seagull trying to find his way past the number 3 Nielsen car with Charlie Eastwood on board.
Now this is going to be an interesting one. Charlie Eastwood under attack from Nolan Siegel has been another of the revelations here this year in the Asia Le Mans series. If the young American can clear the Irishman, what can he do about that 20+ second gap?
Yeah, there's the brain trust there at DKR. They're going to be looking at what is going to happen these last 50 minutes of this race.
So the 63 car, 63 car, isn't it? That was 63 car. On pit lane now. That's from 10th position in LMP3. Also on pit lane, the Leipert Motorsports Lamborghini. That surely must be for the introduction of Marco Mappelli into the proceedings. I don't think we've seen Marco yet.
No, 50 minutes left. You would have thought you would have got him in the car sooner, but you know, strategy and everything has gone pretty much out the window with the way that this race.
Time. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that would have affected all sorts of things, including, you know, if you're running out of fuel and you've still got time to burn and that clock is ticking and you're not burning driver time, it's hurt some of those teams.
Yeah, there's going to be many a story up and down pit lane how this is shaken out and it's hurt some people and really helped others.
So if you're watching 10 minutes ago with the fight between an established LMP2 driver and blisteringly quick newcomer, this is not deja vu, it's just two more of them. It's the number 3 DKR Engineering car in the hands of Charlie Eastwood, one of the reigning champions in the LMS in LMP2 Pro-Am, with Racing Team Turkey, racing here for DKR, under pressure from Indy Next driver Nolan Siegel, who was stellar in the first race here, in a battle I'll remember for a long time with Neil Gianni.
Yeah.
And stellar again in playing a full part in an excellent win for Inter Europe Bowl in the second race in Dubai. Does not look at the moment, anything can happen in 50 minutes in sports car racing, to be on track for another win here. But we have cars ahead that we think will need to drop time to the rest of this lead group in pit stops in the next, let's have a look at this, 18 minutes.
Besh has just got really held up there, and Neil Yarni's got a run on him, but the TF Sport car is just in the wrong place for Neil, the right place for Matthias, and just, it's part of multi-class racing, just trying to pick your way through this traffic. It's tough. It can be hard, very, very hard.
Starting to see evidence the sun is going down, goes down very quickly in this part of the world, and then we'll start to see the second light source take over. The floodlights here are amazing. Matt Bell, by the way, under 6 seconds now back from Fabien Laverne.
God, he's been chipping away at
Hasn't
that,
he
just for about the last hour, it seems. He's been trying to catch him, and he's slowly getting there. Very dogged pursuit.
As the battling P2 cars clear the D-Car Engineering Duquesne, and this time Neil Yarni looking again for a way through. Matt Bell, by the way, is next driver up the road here. That is Matt Bell ahead, and he's trying to close what is a 5.1 second gap for the lead in LMP3.
Not sure where they're at with their fuel strategy and their pit stops, but this is close racing here. Neil Yarni, Matthias Besh. Neil's trying to go all the way around the outside, but Matthias gone in a bit deep. No, it's good. It's all about the drive off of here.
Aggression, defence, attack, wonderful stuff here.
Neil did that nicely. A gossamer touch, I would say.
Wafer thin.
Splendid. All the way around the outside, he's trying to get it done. Look at that.
Traffic ahead, and it's going to play a part here. Who's going to get it right? It's going to be Neil Yarni. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't.
Matthias Besh around the outside of the Hub Auto car. Spectacular stuff.
Great stuff.
Oh, is Neil going to do it?
No, he's not made the pass yet. Still hasn't made it.
Oh, God, it's so close under the bridge there. It's so tricky off camber. And look at the way Matthias has just opened up that gap. But I think Neil's going to be back on him very, very shortly.
Did not need a second invitation, did he? Great stuff here. Looked for what a moment as if Neil Yarni had made the right guess here.
Yeah.
Went up the inside, the gap appeared. To the outside went the gold car, with traffic looking like it blocked his way, but actually it was the right way through.
Oh, extraordinary.
Onto pit lane now from the lead car, the number 7 car. This surely must be a long stop.
Yeah, must be a long stop. And they've got a significant amount of time over the car in P2, the 91 Hermeth car, the Porsche. So is it going to be back to a battle between the Nielsen car and the 99 Racing, Matthias Besh and Neil Yarni? Matthias Besh has just got clear of the Graf car. Oh no, sorry, excuse me, that's the 360 racing car. And Neil's just a little bit off him. I don't think it's going to take too much time before Neil's back on his gearbox. I'm sure we'll see Matt Bell in the background, still trying to chase down MV2S, the number 29 car in the lead of LMP3, and there it is. There is the leader. And Matt's just the back of that shot there.
It is just nibbling tenths out, isn't it?
It is. It is really nip and tuck the whole way. Dogged pursuit.
Away comes the number 7 car off pit lane from the lead. He cedes that lead for the moment to the number 91 Porsche. John Stern takes the lead.
Is this the chance that Neil Yarni's been looking for? Matthias Besh has got bottled up behind the MV2S. And is Neil going to be able to get it done? No, he's not. That's unusual. I thought he was going to be able to get it done there, but no. Car's leaving pit lane.
That's the leader in GT as was.
Yeah.
And he slots back into, or I think will still be second place. It will be second place.
And that'll be their final stop.
That will be. Meanwhile, by the way, Kevin Simpson is hammering on, hacking slices out of Phil Hansen's lead like a frenzied Viking.
But it's
I don't know if the Vikings made it the Cayman Islands, but they did.
Malte Jakobsen still about 12.5 seconds back from Kevin Simpson.
Yep.
So
that's a more stable gap.
Yeah, pretty stable, those two. Is this another opportunity here for Neil Yarni?
But remember, the car ahead, the 25 car, that 99-second stop where we think they needed it to be 100.
Yeah.
And that could be decisive here this afternoon. It's 17 minutes past 6 in the evening, and all of a sudden,
Neil
start to
just
see places
to right front there, just coming into 12. Just grabbed the brake, but he doesn't seem to have affected him too much. He's got good run off of there. This car has been strong. The 99 Racing car has been strong all week, and Neil knows his way around this racetrack and
absolutely
racing prototypes.
I think he's enjoying this, you know.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a smile on his face.
Inside, Matthias Besch driving a very controlled drive here for Matthias.
Yeah, and it's amazing. The last couple of laps into turn one, that has happened every time for Neil Yarni.
VTS comes to the pit lane, so to Nielsen Racing. What's the gap? 3.6 seconds.
Wow.
And that's come down over 10 seconds in that stint from Matt Bell. But a really good stint from the Nielsen Racing driver. Good stint as well, by the way, from Fabio Laverne. Better stint.
He got a tear off.
Oh, that's it. It's done.
It's just like HD all of a sudden.
Hashtag tear off, everybody. One thing we do know about Oliver Gavin, sports car racing legend, he likes to tear off.
Oh, amazing. It's just awesome. Come in for a pit stop and they give you a tear off. It's just, like I say, HD.
Do you know you're getting it? Or is it like a Kinder Egg?
Well, Matthias Besch here is doing a good job to hold off Neil Yarni. Has Neil's attack been blunted somewhat? Has he lost the best out of the tyre?
This is still another battle, by the way. While that battle is underway, so is this one. Charlie Eastwood is doing a great job here, fending off Nolan Siegel.
Yeah. The 43 car hasn't looked quite as pacey here this week as they were in Dubai. It seemed like they really struck on something very strong there, and it's not quite been as strong. Likewise, really, with the 3-car DKR, they haven't looked quite as strong here under the lights in Yas Marina.
A bit of soundtrack there as the cars run over the rumble strips. Sounds like a Gatling gun.
Yeah, and it's Kevin Simpson is now 8 seconds back from Phil Hansen.
And all of a sudden, Malte Jakobsen is starting to take time out of Simpson.
Yeah, and it'll ebb and flow with traffic. It looks like Kevin Simpson had a bad run through traffic that last lap.
Ollie Jarvis, by the way, beginning to get onto terms with this pair. He's only 5 seconds back from this battle. So there he goes, coming down the hill. So if he keeps up the pace, it's going to be a 3-car battle here. Again, Neil Yarni looking to pressure Matthias Besch, but Matthias Besch, he's been around the block with these cars many seasons.
He knows the deal. Both Swiss drivers.
Absolutely. There'll be no rivalry there at all. No. I'm sure. But both these men with success in the FI World Endurance Championship. The man ahead, Salman Al-Hati, in the 99 Racing team. Matthias Besch with an overall win with Rebellion back in the day at Silverstone, the race where both the Toyotas were excluded for technical infringements. And Neil Yarni, of course, the FIWC Drivers' World Champion and Le Mans winner for Porsche back in the day. Multiple endurance winner, of course, for Rebellion Racing, the team for which...
Just another little lock up there with the right front as he got into the final turn.
We're getting into, within the next 10 minutes, if they've got to take a long stop, they have to take it. It's in the first 3.5 hours of the race that those 100-second stops have to be taken.
He's going to be right in that. They're going to be close to their window anyway.
They are. They're in the window now.
Yeah.
It's 40, 42 minutes of fuel, depending on the track.
Yeah.
Lots of full throttle here, of course.
Yeah, so it's going to be any lap now that we're going to be seeing frantic action in the pit lane, particularly with the P2 teams.
So all of these P2 cars will require a final stop. It's what do they require? Do they need tyres? For the most part, no, they don't. Do they need a driver change? No, they don't. Do they need to burn a 1 minute and 40-second pit stop? We think at least 2 probably do. And the drama is that it's the 2 cars in positions 1 and 2 at the moment.
Look at LMP3, we've had a switch for the
Nielsen
lead.
Racing, and that's happened in the pits. Matt Bell goes to the lead. Nielsen Racing, championship winners here 2 years ago. Back into winning form. They coulda, shoulda won it in race 1 at Dubai, as down pit lane, the championship leading, dominating championship leading BMW. Thomas Merrill brings that car down pit lane from 3rd.
Got a feeling that the pit lane is going to all of a sudden get very, very busy. And here we are with both Neil Yarni and Matthias Besch.
And lots of traffic.
Yeah. And now they're threading their way through it. Got a very slow P3 car there, mostly just come out of the pits. Yarni now right on him.
And still more traffic after they've cleared this car. Yarni will want to take the position. He'll want to go into that final pit stop.
Again, it comes across the apex. 3/4 of a way up inside a car, but not quite all the way through.
Oh, big wiggle there.
Wow.
So ragged edge stuff.
It is. Unusual to see that with a P2 car right there. Is that P2 car trimmed out? Did they gone the full low downforce setup?
Well,
on the 98 car?
We didn't see them make a change, did we?
No. 33
car on pit road. This car is 5th as it came into the pits. Stronger race from Porsche here.
Neil still looking at the inside of Matthias Besch, not quite getting it done. And is he going to be able to get through and off again nicely? Does get a nice drive off of there. And honestly, this is going to be one of the best opportunities Neil Yarni is going to have. He's gone to the outside. Can he make it stick up the inside of the Mercedes? Has he seen him? Is he going to be able to go the long way round? No. And Matthias is going to drive him all the way out to the outside. Smart racing there by Matthias. Uses experience.
It's a brilliant duel, these two.
Yeah,
absolutely fantastic. It has been, I'm touching wood, clean as a whistle so far.
Yeah, a lot of respect there between these two.
Oh yeah.
Good to see wheel-to-wheel racing. I thought Neil was going to get it done there, but not quite. So he's now got to try and manufacture another opportunity.
Yeah. 2 of what have been a stellar crop of Swiss endurance drivers, like Denmark, smaller nation, but with over-representation, if you like, in the upper echelons of sports car racing.
Yep.
And they're still out there punching, and punching hard.
It's Charlie Eastwood and Nolan Seagull.
Charlie's done a great job here.
He has. He really has. It's just...
And by the way, these two beginning to gap Ollie Jarvis with traffic. Still, that's Ollie Jarvis. He's not closed this gap much. If anything, it's gone out a 10th or 2 in traffic. So Ollie Jarvis now is 5.7 seconds. It was 5.8 the last time I looked 2 laps ago. Now at the inside, Neil Yarni. No way through there.
Kiffin Simpson has got it down to at 5 seconds to the 22 car, and Malte Jakobsen is 8.5 back of Kiffin Simpson. So that is, again, just compressing the leads. Is Neil going to be able to do it at the inside here? Oh, Matthias didn't give him any room there really to the inside, and then kept it really tight.
I mean, Matthias Besch, he is hard. massively professional.
Yeah, and he's just doing enough just to cover Neil off. Just doing enough.
And this is the battle for fourth.
Yeah.
It could end up being the battle for second.
Yes, it could. And that gap at the front come down to 4.5, 7.2.
This is the battle for sixth. So 2 significant on-track battles, nose to tail. And you know what? They're catching them. This pair are catching Yanni and Besh.
Are they?
They are.
This
Gap
is a chance
between
for
Charlie
Nolan
Eastwood
Seagull.
is only 4 seconds. Look in the background.
Yeah.
That's the other two battling pair. The other battling pair. They're catching them. This is going to be a 4-car battle. Wow. At the point at which they pit. These 4 are going to be on pit lane together.
They are.
And then it's going to be a battle of the pit stops again.
Yeah. God, brilliant racing. Fantastic. I just saw the Vulcan-horsed car come back onto pit lane.
Which is odd.
Yeah.
Who's aboard that car? Is that a drive time problem? Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, not sure on that one.
That'll be that'll be a minute 40 stop.
Right, I see.
Oh no, it's a drive-through. 21 seconds.
Wow.
Didn't see him getting that, but
Charlie Eastwood just trying to get up the inside of the 6 car there. Oh, nearly got bogged. Nolan Seagull is on him. He's ready to pounce.
You know, I said about nighttime falling very quickly. All of a sudden, it's nighttime.
Yeah.
And now the floodlights take over. The colours pop. Somehow the sound changes as well.
Yeah, it just carries a bit further.
It does, and there's the gap between the 2 pairs. Here's the first.
Wow.
Breathe. There's the second. And 43 goes to pit lane.
He does. First one to blink.
Charlie Eastwood gets a breather.
Yeah, I think this illustrates Matthias Besh is somewhat holding up Neil Yanni, and the other 2 were closing in. I wonder where this is going to lead. Oh, Neil had a big wiggle there. Again, in that dirty air behind Matthias, that car does not like it. 43 in the box. They're going to have to push it back. This is really going to hurt the 43. Oh, really going to hurt the 43 here for their stop.
They needed to have cleared that P3 car first, didn't they? And it didn't.
Now there's
Still
confusion.
waiting. What's going on here?
There's serious confusion. They're in the wrong box.
They've got to put up the dollies. It's game over, really, for any kind of challenge for the win for the 43 now. That's disaster.
They're going in the box.
No, they're not. It's not close enough to the fuel.
Oh, no. Oh,
it's
no.
not close enough to the fuel. In comes a 22 from the lead. In comes a 25 from second. Whereas Malte Jakobsen, is he on pit lane yet?
No,
not
he's gone
yet.
through.
He's gone through. He will lead the race.
Yeah.
And will go longer. He doesn't need to burn that final stop.
Oh, now it's all going to be about the pit stop time here.
This is gripping stuff. So this is first and second in the race coming into this pit stop, 22 and 25. But both, we believe, will need to complete a 100-second stop. Going into the lead will still need to stop, but can do it as quick as they can fill the car with enough fuel. 43 goes away. This is frustrating stuff for these 2 teams. They're burning this lead.
I think 25's just done right side tyres. 22's done all 4.
The advantage they've got, and it is a slim advantage, is that they can put the tyres in the car, whatever they've got left in that 100-second stop.
Yeah.
But with only 30 minutes left, it's a marginal advantage at this stage.
Yeah, it's
and
really...
we've been hearing from multiple teams that these Michelin tyres are good for 3 good stints on these cars.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's Phil Hansen.
He's
just
waiting time. It is a 1 minute 40, and it's the same for the 25 behind. Where is Malte Jakobsen?
And they'll be counting themselves down. I could just hear Phil just dumping the clutch there, and off he goes. There goes to 25 as well. Making sure they get cleanly out of the box. tricky there, leaving the box sometimes when you have one side that's cold and one side that's hot.
Jakobsen in the third sector here, as we've got a problem here from Matthias Besch off the track.
Whoa.
And still no Matthias, but look at where Charlie Eastwood is.
Wow. Oh, it's a three-way battle.
Eastwood's all over the back of Neil Jani. Malte Jakobsen, fastest lap of the race to Malte Jakobsen. Wow. 1:42.085.
Boom. Just pulled the trigger. There we go.
3 cars in this battle for what at the moment is second position, but these cars will all need to pit. This is magical stuff.
I think we're going to be looking at the 37 car. Are they on pit lane or are they still out?
They're still out. 3 goes to the pit lane.
Wow. Oh, another lock up there from Neil Jani, right front.
Still not close to passing Matthias Besch. In comes the 23 as well. Where are they? That's in 5th place at the moment. Almost in the fight, you know. The 23, Ollie Jarvis had caught him.
If this is not a time, it won't be a time stop because it's inside the last 30 minutes.
This is all about pit work. We know DKR have dropped time on some of these pit stops, and it's United Autosports, well-drilled LMP2 squad. This could put Ollie Jarvis out ahead of Charlie Eastwood.
Yeah. Ollie just gets a bit of a signal there from the pit wall.
This is the pressure on the pit crew.
He's just looking.
The lollipop is up. It's going to be about when they can get through here.
All Ollie's looking for is the fuel hose man just disconnecting, and he's just going to let it rip. So Matthias Besch, and there's the 3 car.
There goes the 3. United's gone already, I think. I think he's done it.
Yep.
He's done it.
Yeah, he has.
Ollie Jarvis has moved it ahead of, it was 7 seconds quicker in that stop with the same amount of fuel.
Is that? No,
it is. There is Jarvis.
Yep.
And if we wait for a second or two, you're going to see the Nemo car.
It's a 37, now coming through 5.
47 seconds ahead of Matthias Besch. And Besch still needs to stop, doesn't he?
He does, yes he does. And so does Neil Jani.
And so does Malte Jakobsen, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
So the top 3 cars, 37, 24, 98, all need to stop, but will only need to stop for as long as they need for fuel to finish the race. In come the 2nd and 3rd place car, nose to tail. Nielsen Racing at a stop. 99 Racing with the crew member of the lollipop waving Neil Jani in. It will be the same driver. It'll be fuel only, I'm sure. And it's how quick can that fuel go in? We wait for Malte Jakobsen to complete yet another lap. He's going long on this. He's going to tear off. Okay. Neil Jani sits there. In comes Malte Jakobsen into the hotel section. He's got traffic.
Yeah, it's anxious times there, Cool Racing. Anxious times. They won't be enjoying this. Him seeing Malte Jakobsen.
Car 98 gets a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Wow.
They're out of this.
And they've gone for tyres as well. And he's still not on pit lane, 37. Still not on pit lane.
So out of the fight now, because there will be another pit stop for the 99 Racing car. 24 leaves. That's a problem, isn't it? A stop for them. Now he's away. Through goes the 22 car. So again the order's shaken up, but this time we've only waiting for 1 car in the lead group to pit for a routine stop, and that is the leader, Malte Jakobsen,
who is a lap clear of everyone, as far as I see it.
He is indeed.
Wow, they have.
That comes courtesy of a different strategy for United Autosports, a mistake from Algarve Pro Racing with a 1:39 pit stop. They needed to do another time stop and therefore lost several, it'd be about 30 seconds in that. But 37 now coming through on what is their 85th lap, a lap ahead of the field, but needing to pit in the last 25 minutes of this race. The drama's behind. It's United Autosport, second and third. Would you have believed it? And they're separated by less than a second.
Wow.
Phil Hansen and Ollie Jarvis. Matthias Besch in fourth. He's 3 seconds back. John Eastwood is in fifth. He's 1.5 seconds back. Then Kiffin Simpson, just 0.3 of a second back from Charlie Eastwood. Then Neil Yarney with a big gap and needing that drive-through. They're out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Is Multi going to come to the pit lane this lap?
We were waiting, weren't we, for a breakthrough race from Multi Jakobsen. It's right here and it's right now, and he's on pit lane now for what should be a splash of fuel for the final 24 minutes.
It's just all about just executing this final stop. Just nice and cool, boys. Just get it done.
So completing the lap to unlap themselves as he gets the pit stop is Phil Hansen. Ollie Jarvis all over him for second place. Well, for first place now. Oh no, apologies. A lap down. Still second place.
Still second place.
Confusing myself here. So Cool Racing just have to execute this pit stop. No mistakes. Fuel only. We wait.
It. And it is super close for positions 4, 5 and 6.
Fuel is off. They go.
And away
and
goes.
Phil Hansen has not cleared sector 2.
Look at this. 4th, 5th and 6th here in P2.
This is great stuff. This is the battle for second position. That's Ollie Jarvis in the orange, black and white car. Phil Hansen in the traditionally liveried blue, red and white United Autosports car. And Jarvis, the cunning old fox of this lot. Ex-Audi factory driver, ex-Bentley factory driver. Reigning IMSA champion. Up the inside. Not there, Ollie. He's going to pressure his teammate, pushes him wider, forces him wider. He hasn't got the confidence to close the gap there. This is going to be all about pressure. Who's next back there? It's Matthias Besch, 7 seconds back of this. But this is looking good for United. 2-3 at the moment.
Yeah.
The gap will call at the next timing sector, but it's almost 2 minutes.
Sure, Richard is watching this intently. Richard Dean, boss at United.
Much better performance from them today.
Yeah.
The red flag has helped them, make no mistake. But what can you say about this young man and this performance from Cool Racing? Well, there's plenty of time to say it in 22 minutes. Let's see just how well he brings it home.
Yeah, we've just got to see how these last 22 minutes unfold, but they are looking in an extremely strong position. Now it's all about United and what they can do, and who's going to be second, who's going to be third, and if anybody else can do anything special. I always see Charlie Eastwood has got past Matthias Besch.
Kiffin Simpson has 2. Simpson has passed both. Simpson now 5.8 seconds back, and it's going to be about Kiffin Simpson catching this pair.
It is, but they only took right side tyres, didn't they, the 25? So I'm not sure how good that's going to be. Ollie Jarvis
slow
got
P3 car through there, got mullered by that, didn't he?
He did.
And that's opened up a gap. There will be breathing time. With the pit stop taken into account, it's a 50-second lead for Multi Jakobsen and Cool Racing. 37 from 22 of Phil Hansen. Ollie Jarvis, 1.4 seconds back, and the last time he'd been in P3. Nielsen Racing pulling away now. Matt Bell from Jerome de Sadelier. Nielsen Racing on MV2S, but that's a good result for MV2S at this stage for the championship standings. WTM finally finding the reliability to go with the pace. The red flag period pretty disastrous in terms of the drive time calculation for them, forcing them into rapid fire pit stops.
That hurt them.
It did hurt them. Nico Veroni at the wheel of that car. They're almost a minute back from that lead pair. Francois Heriot in fourth in that A-Craft Racing car that's also in the championship fight. Again, red flag affected. GT dominated here by the Hout Racing team, and we'll frankly only hear later how they've done that.
Yeah, we need to go and pick that one. It's
91 Herberth Motorsport. Harry King at the wheel of that car. He's in a strong second. Marco Mappelli back up into third now in the Lamborghini, the number 19 from Lippert Motorsports. Hub Auto Racing in the hands of Jules Gounon, 20 seconds back from the Lambo in the 72 car. with Matteo Caroli a further 22 seconds back. So the red flag ruined, I think, a close GT race.
It did.
But it's shaken up the order for the championship, which will do us favours coming into tomorrow's race.
It has, it really has, and it's really produced an amazing P2 race. And Malte Jakobsen has really come to the fore here, and we're just going to have to see how the United race shakes out between Phil Hansen and Ollie Jarvis. And is Kyffin Simpson in the 25 car going to be able to get onto the back of those guys in this last 19 minutes?
Great stuff here. 46 seconds is the lead that Malte Jakobsen has to defend for 19 minutes.
Yeah, just got to be smart, execute, just load all those high percentage moves, nothing crazy.
I think this might be Cool Racing's first win in LMP2 since their very first season, when they took a surprise win in their first race in the WEC.
Right.
Which I think, rather ironically, came in a race that Alexandre Kwani was injured and did not take place in. This will be an emotional 19 minutes for everybody involved in this project.
Yes, there's going to be some nails being bitten in that pit box.
Ollie Jarvis still in touch with Phil Hansen, but dropping back just a little at the moment. Kyffin Simpson 5.2 seconds back. John Eastwood dropping back a little from the Algarve Pro car.
Yeah.
Critical here for Kyffin Simpson for the championship. There are big points on offer for the gaps ahead of him.
Yeah, and the cars that he's racing there in 22 and 23, that he's not, those guys really aren't in the championship.
No,
so
he gets another position here. That is big news for the 25 car in championship terms. And remember, it's not just the glory of the Asian Le Mans Series Championship. That's a nice trophy to have. But for Algarve Pro Racing to guarantee themselves a car at the Le Mans 24 Hours in the centenary year is absolutely massive for that little team.
Yeah.
Run by Sam and Stu Cox, husband and wife from the UK, but now living and working in Portugal, hence Algarve Pro Racing. Race proudly under the Portuguese flag, and have again put together another cracking effort here.
Yeah.
So we talked about Malte Jakobsen and the fight he was having with Paul di Resta. Now we can talk about Kyffin Simpson and trying to close down Oliver Jarvis, and he's doing so. 4.4 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, it just seems that Ollie's lost a bit of pace in that last lap.
He's lost another second to Phil Hansen.
Yeah, I don't think he took tyres in that last stop, did he, Ollie Jarvis? So I don't know whether his attack has been blunted now with the tyres slightly starting to fall away. But I know Kyffin Simpson, they did take right side tyres. And is that going to give them a little bit of an advantage? I think this is Phil Hansen just getting very close to the barrier here. He is right up there, just millimetres away. That's what you want to see.
16.5 minutes remain of this 4-hour encounter, interrupted by a red flag for the better part of an hour, but all that's done for the overall is give us a real grandstand finish, and that grandstand finish has come after enormous battles for multiple positions between 2, 3 and at times 4 cars in this class all the way through this class. But it's left us with, truth be told, with I think what was an error from one team, meaning they had to pit long again, has given Cool Racing the opportunity to defend a big lead here.
Yeah, that's a 25 stop, which was 99 seconds.
Yeah.
I think that'll be a tough one for them, and but it just shows you under pressure you've got to keep delivering, got to execute, and they're paying the price for that now, being in fourth, that 25 car. But it's not all lost. They're some 4.6 seconds back from P3, and their closest
late start for the 20 car. This came in from 5th position, so that will hurt them.
Must be a driver change.
Drive time. So it's a drive time thing, and the 33 as well. So that's from 6th position. So 2 Herbeth cars. This, I'm guessing, must be the same thing. Or is this a drive-through? No, they've driven past the pit, so it's a drive-through, which we've not seen called.
No. Or the 16 car on the brakes there into 12. Doesn't look very nice. Moving around a lot. Looks a bit of a handful.
Looking, by the way, we talked earlier in the race about the efforts of Ahmed El Harti, and so we should have done after a double pole position for him in his debut in LMP2. We shouldn't forget either, there was a second Omani driver in this race, and he is going to win in GT. Faisal Al-Zabir aboard the number 7 racing team, unless something dramatic happens with this car, the number 7 car. Is going to be a very proud man indeed. Always very special when you're in close to home.
Yes, no doubt.
I'm fully well aware that this is not on the doorstep of home, but it's as close as we've got to a home race for our 2 Omani stars, and they've both delivered today. One in qualifying,
absolutely, yes.
One in the race.
Very much so.
This is Matt Bell. And Matt is pulling away.
He's some 12 seconds up.
Yes, he is. He will be delighted.
Oh, absolutely.
Hard-working young man, Matt Bell. His mum and dad are both here.
You know what? I went into their pit box last night, and both him and Tony Wells were poring over the data, looking at it, examining every little bit, and even after that, they went off and had dinner together, and they continued to talk about it. So these boys are living and breathing it, and they're a great partnership. Just the 2 of them together in this car.
Intense, isn't it?
It is.
We shouldn't forget, by the way, Matt came into this championship unwell.
Oh, God,
he was not well at all. We won't describe why, because there's polite company around, but he was not well at all.
He was that unwell that he was walking back from the hotel
and didn't recognise
his brother.
His brother, who's in this race, by the way.
Yes.
Just check and see if older brother, arguably more attractive brother, Matt Bell, is not in the car at the moment, but he's in the Garage 59 McLaren. But Matt, clearly, he's over that. And after that disaster with the broken starter, that robbed them of a surefire podium and possible win in Dubai.
And it's likely that that's really robbed them of a chance of challenging for this championship if this...
Now we're coming into stop and go penalties for pit stop infringements. The first is going the way to the car 16. That is the pink Get Speed car. 5 second stop and go for a pit stop infringement. A 1 second stop and go for the 20, which we've just seen down pit lane, and will have to come down again. So there will be more of these potentially to come. 100 second stop and go penalties for car 99. That is the Herbeth Motorsport car, and car 18. That's the 360 racing car.
And is the 99 car back out running?
It is. Long way down.
Axel Jeffries behind the wheel.
So whatever was wrong there, they've fixed it, but it took them a while. But their day, which was already ruined, is had the knife turned, I'm afraid. Increasingly, well, Ollie Jarvis not been dropped further, you know, by Phil Hansen.
No, it's just yo-yoed with traffic.
It's being closed by Kiffin Simpson. The gap to Charlie Eastwood is pretty steady at 2.53 seconds. The gap that's coming down is Kiffin Simpson.
Yes.
Charlie Eastwood, though, therefore is also catching the 2 United cars. We're running out of time here, though. 11 minutes to go. The gap for the lead is still 42 seconds. It's being clearly managed now by Milte Jakobsen.
What's going to turn this race for any one of these spots, 2, 3, 4 or 5, is a big gaggle of traffic.
Yes.
If they stumble across that with multi-classes, slow cars, cars possibly just leaving pit lane or having an issue or a problem, that's what could really affect this right now.
Everybody needs to be heads up at this stage. 33 car on pit lane for that penalty.
22 taking a chance there, just throwing up the inside into 13.
Kevin Simpson, it's not that far behind.
It's not, no, and it's just going to take it. At this point, you're relying on your team to have them call what's up the road, what's coming, slower cars here, there. You've just got to be using all that information, and you are at the end of this intense 4-hour race, and it's intense for everybody involved, whether that is a driver, engineer, team manager. Everybody needs to be eyes on stalks.
Yep. So to put this in championship terms, the Cool Racing car is out of it in terms of the championship, reasonably speaking.
Yeah.
Although they may disagree after tonight. Phil Hansen and his 22 crew, they are way back on points, but will relish getting these points on the board for sure. Ollie Jarvis the same, the 23 car further back still. But the next two cars, another penalty coming in. It's car 3 reported to the stewards for cutting T7 with advantage. That is the DKR car, which is second in the championship running.
Ooh.
That's going to hurt. That's going to be a drive-through, and is that going to put Charlie Eastwood? It might drop him behind the Nielsen Racing crew, and that's going to hand a further advantage to Algarve Pro Racing. That is brilliant news for Algarve Pro Racing in the championship stakes, because not only could we see Kevin Simpson catch, there he goes, that's Ollie Jarvis, that's Kevin Simpson.
You know when a driver's really on it, when they start to drive the car into a high-speed corner, and the car just starts to just drift a little bit on the front, and then it starts to drift a little bit on the rear, and then the car's just almost floating across the track, but it's fully under control. That's what Kevin Simpson just did at turn 9.
Yeah, he is, and he's closing. The best news for Algarve Pro Racing in championship terms, as we're into the final 9 minutes now, are that the 3 cars ahead of them are behind them in the points. And significantly behind them in the points. There is further good news in that their nearest rivals, who came into this race 1 point behind, would seem likely to be getting a drive-through penalty and may lose some further time and maybe a position to that drive-through penalty. But it's going to be a very different looking supporting cast as we've got this 100-second stop underway for the 99 car.
More driver changes here.
That's the
44
car. That must be driver time.
Yeah, teams just here, just trying to work through this moving target, let's say.
It's a stumble, isn't it, really, at this stage? It's trying to get drivers in for those last minutes and seconds. They're going to keep them away from... This is the 44 ARC Bratislava car. Not much to be said about this one today. They're a lap down on the lead group. The team from Slovakia, 9th position.
And it's this Nolan Seagal and Matthias Besch here going at it for 6th and 7th. And
they're too far back.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Could catch Charlie Eastwood if he has to have that drive-through. To the outside goes Nolan Seagal. That's not going to work there with Matthias Besch if he gets the right run through him, and he does.
He's strong on the brakes there, Matthias. He hasn't been outdone by anybody, but the power down off, they've not been so good.
Goes the outside here.
Yeah, a bit of a side draft there. Nicely done by Nolan Seagal. And he is looking to put him under pressure. Can he go all the way around the outside?
He can, he does.
Oh, yes.
But can he keep it?
Yes, he can.
Wow. Now that was a move that no less than Neil Jarni tried on the same car 2 or 3 times and couldn't pull it off.
Awesome stuff there from Nolan Seagal.
So Seagal here, the game is really simple. He will be being told, you need to push, you need to close the gap to Charlie Eastwood, because there's an opportunity here to leapfrog that car with the likelihood that the number 3 car's got to come down pit road.
Exactly. I mean, and all the points count in this championship, and you're looking for every single one. And we got Kevin Simpson now on the back of Ollie Jarvis.
Everything could change here. It's no further action for the number 3.
Wow.
So they're not going to lose that. They're not going to get the drive-through penalty. So if he's going to do it, he's going to have to do it on pace, and he's not going to do that in 5 minutes because it's 24 seconds. So Charlie Eastwood and DKR can breathe again.
Yeah, they can, and they'll also be watching this race here.
Well, they're still at this point. They will drop points to their championship rivals. They really will not want Kevin Simpson to get by Ollie Jarvis.
No, so they'll be wanting Ollie to be holding station where he is, and Ollie, you know, such an experienced pro, and he'll be smart to Kiffin's moves. It's just whether they get a little bit of traffic in this last 5 minutes of racing. This is the battle for the final position, the final spot on the podium here in P2.
4 hours and 5 minutes of racing in the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series still to come. 4 hours tomorrow, 5 minutes right now, 23 in the hands of reigning IMSA champion Oliver Jarvis, trying to fend off the ever closer attention of coming man and championship leader in the Algarve Pro Racing 25 car, Kiffin Simpson.
And just remember, Kiffin Simpson is on those newer right side tyres, which will be helping him now, and Ollie will be struggling somewhat on those older tyres.
Well, he gets side by side in the same position of those two cars we've just seen. That could be a telling moment.
Yeah. Kiffin will be able to go round the outside into turn 9 if he can set it up, but he's got most probably a couple, maybe 3 more laps, because it's 4 and 1 lap. 4 minutes.
4 minutes, 25 seconds plus 1 lap.
Yeah.
So when the clock expires, the next time the leader crosses the line, we will have 1 more lap. Exhaust crackles from the Gibson engines in these P2 cars, like rifle fire.
Yeah. Let's see that the lead in P3 that Nielsen have over MV2S is yo-yoed a little bit, and it's just down to about 10.3 seconds.
Managing the gap, I think, now.
I think Matt is managing that gap.
So solid through the first part of traffic from Oliver Jarvis. He's held up though by the CD Sport car,
yeah,
but equally so is Kiffin Simpson. Now that gap has closed just a little more.
Wow. Oh, has he managed to get through? Oh,
does so now.
Kiffin really threw it up the inside there, and CD Sport got it done.
But now it's the RC Bratislava car, it's a P2 car ahead. That can be tricky.
Yeah, and that's a new driver on board in that 44 car, so fresh out of the pits.
It's Laszlo Toth, the Hungarian driver. Here is Kiffin Simpson, it's closed.
Whoa,
He's got it! He's off! He's in the barrier. That's a disaster for them.
No.
How did that happen?
He was trying to get up the inside. He was trying to get up the inside of the 44. Here we go, watching it again. He was trying to get up the inside of the 44 to get a good run off and not give up much time to Ollie Jarvis. Got the curb. Just lost the rear, and then it just snaked back over
quite a big biff as well.
Yeah.
Can he get that car rolling?
Yeah, I wonder if he can get that out of there and going again.
Still yellow flags.
Yeah.
And that's cost them
that's a big move there in the championship. Huge news.
So championship leaders, Algarve Pro Racing, when it looked as if there might be an opportunity to make a telling move in points on the way to the title, Kiffin Simpson is in the wall at the final turn. We've still got yellow flags. He's not got that car moving.
Yeah, he might have some significant damage there. He slapped the wall, hit the wall pretty hard, side on. And I'm not sure he's going to get that going again.
Meantime, 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. It's going to be this lap and 2 more.
Yeah.
For Milton Jakobsen.
Now DKR now in 4th place. That's going to be a big lift for those guys.
Don't think Charlie Eastwood is close enough to Ollie Jarvis to trouble 3rd. He's got it moving. There is damage. Can he get the car turned around? Has he got locked there?
And this is the thing, when you're in a car that's unusual to you, and when you're not familiar with everything, and something like that happens right at the end of a race, and you've been chasing hard, it's trying to find the right things to do. And he now is on the radio, he's talking to the team, he's trying to figure out what to do. Does he have to completely shut the car down, do a full reset?
This is critical for the championship.
It is.
In ACO Rules Racing, you have to cross the line at the end of the race.
Oh, wow. This is tough for the 25. I'm sure Stewie's working the problem, but it's not an easy watch.
Still double yellows.
He just wanted to get it rolling.
Let's talk about this car. We'll keep an eye on what's going on at the start-finish straight. Still not moved again.
Oh, wow.
As Matthias Besch crosses the line to start what will be his penultimate lap. But Milton Jakobsen 37 seconds on the clock, so 2 more laps to go. This one, and then 2 more.
Which is actually most probably a bit of a blessing for 25.
Gives him more time.
Gives him more time to get it fired.
Still has not managed to get that car into the required gear.
And I'm not sure if it's stalled, whether he can't get the gear, whether he... Well,
desperate moments for that young man.
Yeah, it is. It's really tough because he's driven fantastically, and it's just multi-class racing. You get tripped up by a slower car, and you know, and that's the whole thing with it. To finish first you have to finish, or you have to get the car to the end to score those points.
And very nervous, Alexander Kwani, as the clock expires. So the next time the leader, Malte Jakobsen, we see here what happened.
Yep.
Came in hot, didn't he? Saw the opportunity the traffic offered. Cut to the inside to try to get the better line, clipped the curb, lost grip, tried to catch the car, caught the wall instead.
Yeah. That's super tough on Kyffin Simpson after driving so well. But
nervous times here. But here comes Malte Jakobsen. This is the penultimate lap. The final lap starts when he crosses the line after the clock has expired, and that's going to come in half a lap's time. 35-second lead over Phil Hansen. Ollie Jarvis 4 seconds back. John Eastwood is closing that gap, but not quickly enough.
Kyffin Simpson, I think, is still stuck on track. He hasn't got moving again.
And will need to do so to score the points that they require to maintain their challenge. Malte Jakobsen now in the hotel section. He's seconds away from completing the penultimate lap.
He has driven brilliantly today. Really an emerging force within.
This is the Amador Racing guys at HRT. He's got it. He's got it moving. He's got the car moving. Can it clear the wall? Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Wow. Good work. Good work, Kyffin.
This is the start of the final lap. Alexandra Kwani, Malte Jakobsen. Race 3 here in the Asian Le Mans Series, race 1 of 2 in Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina circuit, and it once again, Ollie Gavin, has really delivered.
Oh, it has. It's been extraordinary. It's been that first hour was just spectacular. So much action, carnage, cars off, cars in the pit lane. You know, red flags, stoppages, all kinds of different things. We had safety cars, full course yellows. So much for the boys to try and work out. That the brains trust in every single team has been working overtime today with bulletins and updates and all kinds of things to deal with. But through it all, cool racing, and particularly this guy, Kyffin Simpson, not Kyffin Simpson, excuse me, Malte Jakobsen, has done a brilliant job.
Malte Jakobsen then just a few corners from home for a famous win for him, for Alexandra Kwani, for Cool Racing, and their team principal Nico Lapierre. He called this strategically to give the young man more time in the car. Boy, has that paid off.
It has.
Alexandra Kwani kept the thing on the island, kept it in the fight, and he took the fight to the very best there is out there. And by the way, the very best that's out there is very good indeed.
Oh, it's been just the next level of performance here in P2. And in the whole, all of the Asian Le Mans Series, every single class has really been stellar.
Penultimate turn, 1 corner from home, and then plants his foot on the gas to cross the line for the win for the 37 Cool Racing Oreca from Switzerland. Malte Jakobsen from Denmark and Alexander Kwani from Switzerland take the win and get points on the board here. Next across the line for our class winners is going to be a dominant win, aided a little by the safety car interruption, or the red flag interruption, but a fine win nonetheless for the number 7 crew from HRT. And it's going to be Al-Faisal Al-Zubair that brings that car home, and they will be utterly delighted with that. The final class winner follows in the wheel tracks. Mum and Dad are here to see Matt Bell take the win for Nielsen Racing, the number 4 he shares with Tony Wells, and they're back on the hunt for their title.
That's fantastic. All 3 winners, very well deserved. All 3 of those cars in all of those classes. They've all been strong, all been fast, and really executed today. So well done to the winners.
Well, what do we say about that? 22 and 23, by the way, are home for United Autosports, double podium. here. Finally, their plan comes together with the 22 in the hands of Phil Hansen crossing the line. He shares that car with Jim Maguire and with Paul Di Resta, and Ollie Jarvis together with Yasser Shaheen and Garnet Patterson will complete the podium. Nielsen Racing first, MV2S well in the title hunt now with their 29 car, and the number 11 finally delivers a great result. Nico Verni brings that car home after their run was hampered again by the red flag and where that interacted with where they needed to fuel and where they needed to have the driver in and out the car.
So again, they've not really had the luck, have they? It hasn't really run for them, but one more race tomorrow.
And completing the final podium, we're in GT behind the Hout Racing AMG is going to be the 91 Herbeth Motorsport car. Harry King bringing that car home, and the Liebherr Motorsport Lamborghini completes a varied podium as well. So a complete turnaround in form there in GT, as we said might happen. And Marco Mappelli, factory driver for Lamborghini, brings home the number 19 car. Another great race in 3 very different phases.
We're just seeing also in GT that Volkenhurst BMW.
Fifth place, that's
place.
Good points for them.
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting to see how that leaves our points battle coming into the final race tomorrow. That first hour, all the drama, all of the wrong sorts.
It was, and it just really cost us. It's, some really key runners in all of the, certainly 2 of the classes in P3 and in GT mainly, which was a real shame.
Then that long red flag for the barrier repair, and then somebody lit the blue touch paper on LMP2.
God.
It's fair to say GT, the battle, probably ruined by that safety car, and also I'm sure WTM by Rinaldi will tell us the same. But this young man, well, everybody needs a breakthrough race on your way to what is going to be a stellar career. I think you watched it here tonight for him.
Absolutely.
He's already a title winner in European Le Mans in LMP3. This, though, as they say, is different gravy. And he'll climb out, and that is how that feels.
Yes.
That's how that feels.
Absolutely fantastic. It's unbelievable performance by these 2 guys. And actually, all credit to Nicolas Lapierre for, you know,
there is Lapierre, I think,
just stepping away, stepping back, and giving these 2 this chance.
Well, amazing stuff. Dad's here, brother's here, and I'm sure there are tears in the eyes there as well. Well done to Faisal Al-Zabir. That's going to be a special win for him as well.
It is.
You know, motorsport here in the Gulf region gets sometimes a bad press on the world stage. There's nothing wrong here, boys and girls. This has been another great race, and with local, regional talent coming to the fore.
There was Matt Bale coming screaming in. He seems very happy.
Dear me.
Yeah.
But Matt, yeah, you're going to see some emotion here as well from both him and Tony Wells, no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah. Thrilled to see that. That's great to see. Look at Tony, super proud.
As he should be. Played a full part in that. And Matt went into Matt Bell mode, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did.
That means a lot.
Yes.
And there's the team.
Great to see.
It's a team game.
Wonderful stuff. Really good. Wonderful to see.
Great stuff.
All the other cars just coming down pit lane. Teams and crews, drivers will be trying to figure out how did all this happen.
Well, there's a lot to unpick. There's a lot that will need the data sheets to unpick. But that was another cracker. Delighted for that young man.
Yeah.
Well, after real drama here, Haley gets the opportunity to be the first person to point a microphone at the winners of this race from Cool Racing. Down to you, Haley.
Malte Jakobsen, I am speechless, but not surprised. Congratulations for your first race victory in an LMP2 car. How do you feel?
Thank you very much. It's an amazing feeling. It was a long race, as I did the last around 2 hours on my own. But I just want to say a huge thank you to Cool Racing and Alex as well, who did an amazing job in the first hour. And the team have done an amazing job the whole weekend. And we have been prepared really well from Dubai and learned a lot, even though the races were not quite playing in our favor. But I think we showed today what we can do.
Just a quick word, of course, Alexandre. It was a team effort, as he said today. Put a word on Malta's performance.
I don't know if we can really speak about, of course, it's a team effort at the end, because I mean, everything, the guys in the garage, the team, the mechanics, the engineer, everybody, it's a teamwork. But I mean, I think Malti did something incredible. As usual, he's proving every day something new. And I mean, this kid is amazing, and I think he proved it last year in LMP3, and now he's just confirming it in LMP2 right now.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, gentlemen.
Well, dreams lie ahead for that young man. I can tell you absolutely for certain. Look, it's been another great 4 hours. Let's take a look back at the dramas and the action that unfold. From the very start here at Yas Marina Circuit, there was drama. Great start from Ahmed El Hati, but behind it got a little bit physical. A little bit of side by side, ended up in 1, 2, 3 cars making contact, and Rodrigo Sales spinning around and back to the back of the field. Look to the forefront of that picture. That smoke trail was from the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari, and if you look at the top of the picture, you'll see what happened when that tyre let go. That ended their race, and also the race of the Bullet Racing Aston Martin. Look to the bottom of the picture, in the middle of that group, and the 77 and the 60 making contact. The Aston Martin spinning to the inside, the 60 carrying some damage, and then involved again in a 3-car battle and impact at turn 9 that ended with this bizarre 2 cars hooked together spin, and then unfortunately a little later, after repairs, a huge accident that brought out the red flags after Johnny Lawson was, we believe, pitched into a spin by contact with or from an LMP car. 50 minutes of red flag while they repaired the barriers at the points, plural, of impact, and then we got back to some solid racing. LMP2 at that stage lit up, and there were multiple fights for position. United Autosports and 99 Racing going head to head. And then a decisive moment for the 99 Racing team, with a penalty coming for taking advantage, overtaking off the racing surface. 55 Rinaldi Duquesne was eliminated after, we think, finger trouble in a pit stop, and then everything just got crazy with the United Autosports cars getting back into it, with the DCAR engineering car getting involved too. Oliver Jarvis was a late addition to the running, but young Melty Jacobsen and Kiffen Simpson would both play parts in the latter part of the running here, with Algarve Racing looking to secure a championship lead, and Cool Racing looking to secure their first win in this championship. Final decisive moment came as Kiffen Simpson looked to get the car onto the podium, misjudged the gap over the curb and into the wall at the final turn. That would put them out of podium contention, but young Melty Jacobsen just blitzed through traffic, was able to stroke it home to a first ever win in the LMP2 category for him, for Alexandre Coigny, and for Cool Racing. 25 points on the board, but actually a significantly more significant result for all concerned. In GT, the Almanar Racing branded HRT number 7 AMG come home for a famous win in GT, and a dominant win with big gaps following that red flag, throwing teams off strategy. And we're surely soon going to see too the final race winner in LMP3 as the HRT crew celebrated. Matt Bell bringing home the number 4 Nielsen Racing car. Title winners here 2 years ago. He and Tony Wells take a first race win of this season. Melty Jacobsen greeted by the team. Alphys Lazabert the same. And Matt Bell greeting his team after a celebratory hug by the car with Tony Wells. That's what it means to the little team from Corby in the UK.
Wow, absolutely stellar, fantastic. Just running through the overall classification here from race 1 here, the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. Number 37 takes the victory with Cool Racing. Second place, 22 United Autosports, followed by their teammates, the number 23 car in third. And as we're working our way down into P3, the number 4 Nielsen car take the victory from the number 29 MV2S Racing, and then third is the number 11 WTM by Rinaldi. And then we're getting down and into the GT field, and that was secured by the number 7 Hapt Racing Team Mercedes AMG, followed by the 91 Pure Racing Herbert Porsche, and then third, the final spot on the podium was the 19 Lippert Lamborghini.
Great race, in particular in LMP2, and yeah, as we said, dramas quite often of the wrong sort in the first hour. That long gap and a long list of non-classified finishers that did not make it home.
Yeah, lots of incidents.
By the way, Kevin Simpson finally made it home in 9th position, so was overtaken right at the end with the car stationary for 2 or 3 laps by ARC Bratislava, but it will at least be points for them.
Very, very important rather than not being classified.
Yeah, and whilst the race officials get the abacus together for the points standings, the teams trying to unpick what the heck happened there then, and I'm pretty certain there'll be plenty to discuss in terms of strategies that went right, strategies that went wrong, and strategies that were ruined by that 50-minute gap in the middle. Teams that will be pleased, of course, Cool Racing will be absolutely delighted. United Autosports, I think, will be utterly
They certainly will. Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. Absolutely.
Two fairly inexperienced gentleman drivers in LMP2, and both of them are going to get to stand on the podium. And we're going to get, I think, yet another national anthem we've not had. Switzerland.
Yeah.
And UK.
Yeah. Coming out now onto the podium.
So Yasser Shaheen leads out Garnet Patterson and Ollie Jarvis for 3rd place. Phil Hansen, Jim Maguire and Paul Di Resta in the number 22 car in 2nd. And there is Malte Jakobsen, Alexander Kwani, and very typically from Cool Racing, it'll be their race engineer that comes out with them.
And now,
so trophies will come the way of this trio of squads. They'll be pleased with their efforts. Very happy crews from United Autosports there.
Very.
Not been lots to smile about so far in Dubai, but plenty to smile about here apparently.
Yeah.
And I think we've got the Rosewater here as well.
Yeah.
Great stuff. A little bit of everything, that LMP2 race again.
Yeah, it was spectacular. You know, some brilliant driving from a number of guys, but great to see the likes of Jim Maguire and Alexander Kwani.
Yasser Shaheen, long chat with him, and he was frustrated with his season so far. He's been pushing hard in his GT racing career. He's looking for a crack here. He'd love to see the Asian Le Mans Series back at the Bend, and I hope the way the world situation is, the supply chain, logistics, allows that to happen at some point.
Yeah.
They made us feel very, very welcome, and yeah, happy crews.
Biv just giving us a wave there.
There is the situation in the team points. DCAR Engineering take the lead in the championship by 9 points, thanks to that 9th place for Algarve Pro Racing. Cool Racing on the same points as Algarve Pro. They can do this, you know.
Wow.
Into Europol, 2 points behind. Nielsen Racing, 2 points behind. United Autosports are 14 points off the lead. You know what? This is going to be a corker.
It is.
That
Cracking.
is setting up an absolutely amazing finale here tomorrow. Do not miss this.
Wow.
Jan Guven, Charlie Eastwood and Sally Jolic on 48 points in a car that has not had the ultimate pace. Absolutely amazing grandstand finish being set up here. Let's go down to Hayley, who has got Tony Wells, and I've no doubt a very pleased indeed Matt Bell with her. Down to you, Hales.
Tony Wells, firstly, congratulations. You've just won the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. I mean, tell us all about how the race went for you.
Good calls on the pit strategy from the team. I enjoyed the start. I almost got the lead into turn 1. So yeah, the car was nice. We had a good run. We kept clean. Made a good call on the pit strategy, and just kept out of trouble. And then suddenly it all just kind of worked out. So, but I couldn't watch for the last hour. I walked away because obviously after the car wouldn't restart in Dubai, I didn't want to see the last pit stop. So I just walked away, and then I looked and I was like, oh my God, he's in the lead. So yeah.
Emotion there from Tony, and great stuff there from Matt Bell. It's a fighting finish from Matt Bell.
It really was.
That's what you want to see, is someone who just can't control the words coming out of his mouth at the speed they're coming because he's so excited. It's great.
Tony was.
The 11 WTM by Rinaldi squad finally get one that deserve the results they deserve. Torsten Kratz, Leo Weiss and Nico Veroni. In second place, MV2S, and I expect to see them on top of the points when we get that screen very soon. Jerome de Sadelier, Slava Gutak and Fabien Laverne, but the winners here are the number 4 Nielsen Racing Ligier crew. It is Tony Wells and Matt Bell.
They look delighted,
is that Stu Mosley coming out with them? I think it is.
Yeah.
So Stewie himself, a Le Mans racer, back in the day with Team Brick Laddie in the Radical.
Yeah.
And yes, another national anthem that's been played for the first time this year here in the Asia Le Mans Series.
I could see Matt singing along there.
I'm sure he knows the words, and of course it's a new song because this year it's God Save the King for the first time. And
most probably the team who are getting the trophies right now are the ones that are the least happy.
Yes,
about this.
And that to explain that they were dominant again here, and just the way in which the driver time worked out caught them. They had no choice. They had to pit for fuel, I'm sure. That's what we'll be told.
Yeah.
And still Torsten Kratz had to stay aboard the car.
Which then they had
because
to.
He hadn't finished his driver time. So unlucky.
Yeah. Yeah. Just did not roll for them. And they must be sitting there thinking,
what have we got to do? But let's not take anything away from Nielsen Racing. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, won in the first race, but for a failed starter. And that was a fighting finish from Matt Bell.
It really was. Fantastic performance by him and all of the Nielsen crew.
There are the point standings. It's a little bit more of a gap there. MV2S coming out 10 points ahead now of the number 8 Graf Racing team. DKR in the hunt here for double title wins, 43 points, albeit 15 points off MV2S, with Nielsen Racing a further 10 points away and now out of the running. No, they can still just do it.
Just.
Mathematically. So they are the teams, the 4 teams that mathematically can still do this. Beyond that, WT and by Rinaldi will be disappointed with the points haul they've got for the efforts and the pace. And it is Fabien Laverne, Jerome de Sadelier, Slava Gutek, who sit ahead of Fabrice Rossello, Francois Heriot and Xavier Laveras in the top positions in this championship, with Tom Van Rompuy and Valentino Catalano third in the points ahead of Matt Bell and Tony Wells. They are our championship contenders going into tomorrow. Well, one final class to deal with, and Hayley gets the privilege of speaking to the HRT squad, and Hayley is going to be talking to the man who brought the car home. Let's go down to pit lane and to Hayley.
An important and a significant victory for you today in GT, a very complicated race, but what a victory for an Amani team.
Yeah, definitely a great job. Martin started off amazing, and Collie and a stint, and Luca. And yeah, to end it off was a bit more difficult with one track limit left, so we played it safe, but yeah, good to get the victory, and hopefully another one tomorrow.
So what would you say this result is down to? I mean, there was obviously a lot of GTs, a lot of incidents and such like. What really made the difference for you today?
I mean, it has to be a mix. You need a good lineup. My teammates made a really great job today. HRD did a great job, and then at the end, as Al Faisal said, no track limits, no bullshit on the track. Stay safe and be fast.
And it paid off, so congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done, gentlemen.
Well, an important thing there for Martin Conrad, by the way, error-free, and there were a few crews that delivered that in GT.
Yeah.
We're going to get to the anthems pretty quickly, and then we'll call who is on that podium. But a great result for HRT there, and particularly with the Amani link here, a very significant result indeed. A proud day for Amani Motorsport, the Amani registered HRT team, and the Amani driver Al Faisal Al Zabir, with Luca Stoltz and Martin Conrad taking the win. In second place, the Herberth Motorsport number 91 car. That is Alex Manikin, Joel Sturm and Harry King, and completing the podium. A very proud day, I'm sure, for Lipa Motorsport. Marco Mappelli bringing home the 19 Huracan with Gabriele Rindoni and Brendan Litch. They get the trophies, they'll be spraying the rose water, they'll be delighted with that. And as Martin Conrad said, error-free wins the day here in what was a complicated day, Ollie, to get to the front and stay there.
Yeah, it was, and it was tough, you know, trying to make all those calls with that race with it being so, what to say, moved around and somewhat twisted by all of the stoppages, the red flags, the full course yellows, and then the safety car periods. You know, that really had the boys working extremely hard back in the pit box. The brains trust there, as well as all of these drivers, and working away through everything.
Let's look at the points. Valkenhurst Motorsport take a very healthy points lead. It is 16 points to the good from Haupt Racing Team's number 7. Close that gap. But Valkenhurst need a good result tomorrow to secure the title. GetSpeed's number 10 car had a strange race today. They are just still in the hunt tomorrow. It's going to be a quick goodbye from us after what's been an unusual but still very engaging and exciting 4 hours of Abu Dhabi. The best part of the Asian Le Mans series, of course, in this format is we get to do it again tomorrow with the second and final 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, the conclusion of the series to settle the titles in all 3 classes and to determine who are going to get those invitations to the centenary edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Any final words, Ollie, before we say goodnight?
I just think it's been fantastic. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Join us again on the streaming platforms with our broadcast partners for another fascinating, because it's going to be, and exciting, because it's absolutely going to be, and drama-filled, because it's definitely going to be, 4 hours of Abu Dhabi and the conclusion of the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series. Good night from Abu Dhabi.
Good night.